Chapter 151, Fear not the zombies, but them? The sudden noise startled the three people hiding in the vegetable cellar, changing their expressions drastically. The female student, holding on to Dr. Shen, turned deathly pale. Tears streamed down her face as she glared at the male student next to her, who was holding an iron rod. She blamed him for his carelessness, for not realizing they had been followed. But none of the three said a word, maintaining as much silence as they could. In their hearts, they wished for the people, or whatever creatures outside, to leave quickly. There was silence for a few seconds. Then, from overhead came a woman's voice, saying, "We are from an auto repair shop. You must have heard us on the radio. We can negotiate. If you want, you can leave with us. How long can you hide in there? You have to come out sooner or later." The three people looked at each other. In their eyes, they saw confusion. A radio? An auto repair shop? They had never heard of it. But clearly, the people above knew they were hiding there. The male student whispered, "Dr. Shen, it's probably not Yang Yishan and his group. It might be the skeletons we saw earlier." The female doctor's face turned even more ashen. She hesitated for a moment, then, looking at the entrance to the cellar, asked, "You won't hurt us?" The voice from above continued to come down. "If we wanted to harm you, we would have broken in already. We have a survivor base. If you don't want to starve to death here, come out quickly." The three whispered among themselves. They decided to go out and talk to the other party. As the other party said, if they wanted to do something, they could have stormed in and killed the three of them straight away. No need for all this unnecessary talk. "Okay, we'll come out," the female doctor said. Then she climbed the iron ladder first and opened the entrance to the vegetable cellar. The glare from the bright sunlight blinded them. After their vision gradually adjusted, they saw a woman in a blue anti-stab suit standing not far away. Behind her were dozens of skeletons wearing leather armor and wielding spears. Real skeletons. The eyes of the female doctor bulged in shock and horror. "We are survivors from the auto repair shop. The zombies nearby have been cleared out. You can come with us or stay here." Li Yaheng was the first to speak. Horror still filled the female doctor's eyes as she looked at her, then the skeletons behind her, asking, "What are these?" Li Yaheng glanced back and explained, "Awakened superpowers, capable of controlling skeletons." "Superpowers? What superpowers?" Li Yaheng frowned at her before snapping, "Don't you have a radio? Don't you know what's happening outside?" "We don't," the female doctor replied. At this point, the other two students in school uniforms also emerged. The boy had one hand in his pocket, and from the shape of his trouser leg, he clearly had an iron rod tucked inside. "We now communicate with the outside world through radios. The main station releases survival information, types of zombies, their weaknesses, and also superpowers. Those who have awakened superpowers can acquire many abilities, these skeletons are just one type." Li Yaheng gave a brief explanation. The woman seemed a little bewildered by what she heard, but it was clear that the other party had no ill intent, at least they were willing to explain to her. Seeing that the other party was silent, Li Yaheng continued, "All right, let's get to the point. Are you staying or coming with us? If you choose to come with us, you must take the work assigned to you. It might be tiring, but it's safe, and you won't go hungry." Both students looked at the female doctor at the front. "What kind of work?" the female doctor asked. "Special occupations or skills can be used. If you don't have any, you can do some physical labor. I'm a doctor, and these two are still students." Hearing she was a doctor, Li Yaheng gave her another look and replied, "As a doctor, you can tend to everyone's health. As for the students, you can learn some skills. In this situation, if you want to survive, you have to do something, no one will carry the load for you." The three didn't discuss it further. The female doctor agreed right away. "All right, we'll go with you." Li Yaheng nodded. Having a doctor on board was no small gain. Although there was already a doctor at the prison, it was always good to have more for these crucial jobs. Moreover, doctors are trained in different specialties, so having more was a safeguard. "All right, come with me. It's not as good as before, but at least it's safe, and you won't starve," Li Yaheng said. "We have some rice and vegetables down there. Should we bring it?" the female doctor asked again. "Bring them," the male student said, "I'll get them." He pulled out the iron rod from his trouser leg and tossed it aside, running down and carrying a nearly empty bag of rice and some necessities back up. Li Yaheng didn't say anything more and led them out of the small courtyard. Once they stepped out, the three of them turned paler. They quickly followed behind Li Yaheng. The entire alley was densely packed with skeletons. Among them were a few that were clearly animal skeletons, their tails wagging frantically, just like dogs. Wu Heng was waiting at the alley entrance. Watching as they came out, he nodded, "Let's go." "Okay." The large group moved again, returning to where their trucks were parked. Soon, they returned to where the trucks were parked. Standing there, Wu Heng and Li Yaheng simultaneously furrowed their brows. There was no vehicle to be seen here. Without question, something must have gone wrong. "What's going on?" Wu Heng asked. Li Yaheng also shook her head. "There shouldn't be any problems. If there were zombies or any danger, Qiangzi and the others would inform us via radio." "Something must have happened," Li Yaheng analyzed. "It's impossible that the people in the convoy drove away to betray them and escape." Here, with Wu Heng, they had food and drink. Once they were moved to the prison, their living conditions would even improve. It would be very hard for them to survive if they ran away on their own. So, they didn't suspect that they had left. Instead, they suspected that they had encountered some danger. At this point, a male student from the back carrying a bag of rice stepped forward and said, "They might have been captured by Yang Yishan." Wu Heng turned around to look at him. His face and uniform were all grubby. "Yang Yishan? Also a survivor?" The male student put down the bag of rice and said, "Yang Yishan and his group robbed people. There were a few survivors who were lured to the zombies by the noise they made and were bitten to death." "This Yang Yishan, is he also from your village?" "No, not far from the village, there is a main road with fewer cars. They often ride motorcycles there. There are quite a few people in the village who mix with them. When the zombie outbreak occurred, they should have been nearby and then fled to the village," the male student explained. "How many of them are there?" 6 people. 6 people? If there are only 6 people, it might not necessarily be enough to beat those from the convoy. The male student saw the doubt in Wu's eyes and said, "They have guns. I don't know where they got them from, otherwise I wouldn't be afraid of them." "Guns?" This indeed complicated things. "What kind of gun?" "Handguns." Wu Heng nodded, indicating he understood, and continued to ask, "Do you know where they are?" "Yes, just over there." On one side, Lai Yi conducted a check at the original location. And pointed towards the same direction. "Move, let's go over there." Wu Heng gave the order, and the team began to head towards the direction. On the other side, Yang Yishan walked around the military vehicle, patted the side steel plate with satisfaction and said, "This car's modifications are quite impressive." They were also into vehicles, but what they were into were motorcycles. Even if they had the tools to modify the car into this condition, they wouldn't have the ability. "Yang, those people might be dangerous. They have military radios in their cars, we might be in trouble," somebody reminded him. Yang Yishan turned around and kicked him, cursing, "You're a scaredy cat. At a time like this, what are you afraid of? We're already in a fight for survival. We're not afraid of zombies, so why would we be afraid of them?" "Exactly, we've already robbed them, what's there to be afraid of? Even if people come, we'll just run." "You're right, who's afraid of who at this point?" "Yang, what should we do with the drivers?" someone continued to ask. While walking back, Yang Yishan asked, "Did you get anything out of them?" "Yes, they said they came from an auto repair shop. They came here to find steel," someone following behind replied. "Find steel for what?" "To eat. They say they need it to build barriers and stuff." "That makes sense, if we could build some barriers, we can also add a layer to our yard," Yang Yishan realized and continued to ask, "Are there any other people with them?" "They say there are 2 more who went to find the warehouse." "Damn, 2 people dared to leave. Are they not afraid of being fully eaten by zombies? I suppose there must be at least 5 or 6 more." "Yeah, what Yang said makes sense, what should we do with these people?" continued the same person. After a moment's thought, Yang Yishan said, "Keeping them alive would waste our food. Kill." Stomp, stomp, stomp. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden rush of footsteps came from afar. Looking back, they saw several extraordinarily large skeletal animals rapidly running towards them. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief, unable to believe what was happening. Damn it, zombies are one thing, but now even bones have started moving? What are you waiting for? Shoot quickly! Bang! Just as he was shouting, a loud gunshot sounded from afar. Yang Yishan's head exploded in an instant and he fell back onto the ground. The rest of them hurriedly drew their guns. Before they could shoot, they saw that Yang Yishan, who had fallen to the ground, was missing half of his head. Damn it! Looking up, they saw on the distant rooftop. There stood a skeleton, holding a sniper rifle. Chapter 152, Fog Skill. Bang! Another deafening gunshot. A man trying to escape had blood gush out from his back, as he was thrown over a meter away. Everyone's faces turned even more grave. They quickly hid behind the truck, not daring to remain exposed out in the open. But the skeleton dogs from afar were getting closer, and more skeletons armed with weapons appeared in their sight. Ah! Run, if we don't run now we're going to die for sure, someone shouted. Let's all run together, whoever survives, survives, another person echoed. Okay. 1, 2, 3, charge. The moment the voice fell, one person showed his head. Bang! The sound of the sniper rifle echoed, his chest was pierced by a bullet. The few who were left streaked out from behind the vehicle in a flash, scattering and fleeing away. Whoosh! The skeleton dogs swiftly passed them by, quickly catching up and knocking a few down, ferociously tearing their flesh apart. The entire area was filled with the agony of screams. When the field gradually quieted down, Wu Heng and the others, escorted by skeletons, emerged from one side. Glancing at the truck parked on the side, they lead their team into the farmyard across them. The yard was spacious, with some crops growing. It seemed that this group of people had a decent lifestyle. They even had fresh vegetables to eat. Apart from the area where crops were planted, 5 cool-looking black motorcycles were parked on one side of the concrete floor. Although Wu Heng didn't know much about motorcycles, he was sure they weren't cheap given their appearance. These people must have been quite wealthy before. After looking over the yard, they turned their gaze to the middle 2-story house, which was covered with white porcelain tiles. It was one of the nicest places in the area. The skeletons went in first to inspect the place. After confirming there were no dangers, Wu Heng and the others followed. The inside was filled with household items, scavenged food. Qiangzi and the others were bound on the firewood stack on the ground, huddled up there. Seeing that the people were fine, Li Yaheng sighed in relief. These people were her backbone, those she could trust. When they would reach the prison, she would rely on them to hold her ground. If they were to die here, it would be a loss for her. After all, they were all companions who had survived together. She didn't want them to die here either. The people on the ground became embarrassed when they saw Wu Heng and Li Yaheng come in. Shamefaced, they turned their heads to one side. Untie them, and check the vehicles, Wu Heng said directly. Li Yaheng walked in, kicked the men lying on the ground a couple of times, and bent over to untie the hemp rope that bound their hands and feet. The few of them had their heads lowered. They wanted to explain themselves, but didn't know what to say. Go check the cars, Li Yaheng said. The men left in a hurry. Search the room, take everything that's useful, Wu Heng commanded. Li Yaheng and the newly joined med student began to rummage. Wu Heng went back outside. The skeleton dogs had dragged the corpses of the escapees back. They searched the bodies and found 3 handguns. The bullets were not plentiful, likely not scavenged from the Public Security Bureau. After all, the firearms there were kept in safes, getting them out wouldn't be easy. They directly transformed the corpses into skeletons, and let them join the ranks of the skeleton troop. When he turned around again, Li Yaheng and the others were bent down, digging up vegetables in the field. Wu Heng didn't stop them. He generally ate at the tavern. It was actually hard for Li Yaheng and the others to have any fresh vegetables to eat. Soon, Qiangzi and the others came back again, saying, "The cars are fine, they're all ready, we can go now. Take the motorcycles as well, we're going to the warehouse." Okay. They pushed their motorcycles onto the truck and started driving down the main road towards the construction materials warehouse. They continued to move building materials and tools from inside. With several full vehicles, the convoy began to return. On the way, Li Yaheng said, "I asked them." They were chatting in the vehicle when they got ambushed and were scared stiff by the gun. At the time, the two of them felt quite strange. The truck had been modified with thick iron plates, and thumb-thick steel bars on the windows. In addition, the driver's seat of the truck is naturally high. As long as they locked the doors, it would be hard for the other party to threaten those inside, even with a gun. Even if they didn't get out of the truck to kill the others, it would be no problem to drive away. Turns out they were chatting together and were ambushed. Be more careful next time. We have managed to survive until now. It would be a waste to die due to these trivial matters, said Wu Heng. Yeah, after we go back, I'll increase their workload. This has pissed me off, said Li Yaheng as she slapped the steering wheel hard. As long as they're fine, have them use walkie-talkies to chat next time. That needs to be said. She then continued, I plan to transport these goods directly back to prison tomorrow and bring more people over. Some will collect supplies from the residential area, while others will keep hauling goods from the warehouse. Okay, I will have Big Head Skeleton protect you guys, to prevent any dangers. Sure. When the convoy returned, it was already late at night. Everyone said their goodbyes and left in their own directions. The three new arrivals went with Li Yaheng to the auto repair shop. The next day, early morning, Wu Heng assigned some skeletons to accompany the convoy back to the prison. He then returned to Lundham City and headed to the Professionals Association. On the bulletin board in the hall, a newly posted wanted notice displayed Rocky's name and a sketch of his appearance. It appears that the investigation of the other teams also yielded no results, and in the end, they adopted his line of investigation. They began to issue a warrant for Rocky. After looking at the bulletin board, he went to the front desk to choose the intermediate tool reward for killing the leader of the blood worship sect. After comparing several skill books, he finally chose the fog skill, a curse magic system spell that can create thick fog. Wu Heng wanted to select some attack skills or skills that could enhance the bone manipulation skill, but there weren't any in the exchange list. Anyway, the number of skill books in Lundham City is much more than those in Blackstone Town. At least there are options to choose. In Blackstone Town, there are not even choices. After choosing the skill, Wu Heng went to the lounge for a while, and seeing that there was nothing else to do, he directly went to the outer city area and bought a large amount of alchemy materials, then returned to his accommodation. As the day gradually neared dusk, Wu Heng started to read the fog skill he had exchanged today in his study. Just when he was halfway through, there was a knocking sound from downstairs. Wu Heng walked downstairs and asked from behind the closed door, "Who is it?" Cough. "Captain Wu Heng, it's me." From outside came Wen Mancha's voice. Wu Heng opened the door to see Wen Mancha, wearing a hooded windbreaker standing at the door, with a skeleton arranged for her by his side. Her little head peered inside. "Nobody's there, come in." Wen Mancha immediately let out a smile, strolling right in and looking around the room in awe. "Master, your place is so nice," she exclaimed. "A friend gave me this house, just staying for now," Wu Heng continued while he walked. "On the upper floor, I have a few skeleton attendants. Don't be scared if you see them." "I'm not scared," Wen Mancha replied. "Good," Wu Heng nodded and proceeded towards the living room. There were rustling noises from behind. Feeling that she hadn't followed, Wu Heng turned around. Wen Mancha had already taken off her windbreaker, revealing a set of black undergarments, completely of a style alien to this world. Her fiery wavy hair was adorned with black cat ear hairpins, front bangs hanging down, covering half of her cheek. A slender neck accessorized with a bell necklace. The upper body was dressed in a fluffy black bra and a black cat tail on the back. Wen Mancha crouched on the ground, her face flushed, avoiding eye contact timidly. Meow. Chapter 153, Familiar Silhouette. The aloof yet voluptuous lady, at this moment, is like a little wildcat, squatting at the door. Her face flushed, her eyes shyly averted. She appeared eager to show off, yet feeling quite embarrassed. Her already fair and full skin, paired with these black accessories, appeared even whiter. The thin fabric could hardly conceal her striking curves. "This underwear must have been what I gave her last time." Li Yaheng had scavenged them as spoils of war, which Wu Heng had then given to her based on estimated size. Now it seems, it's a bit too small, leaving marks where it's dug in. Wu Heng never expected her to have this particular skill, and he patted her head in approval. He sat down on the living room sofa. Understanding his intentions, Wen Mancha got up and walked over, the bell around her neck tinkling. She cautiously climbed onto the couch and lay across his lap. Wu Heng's hand stroked her waist and buttocks, the sensation warm and smooth. He teased her, "Where did this little wildcat come from?" Wenmancha squirmed a little and said coyly, "I'm not a wildcat." Slap! A forceful spank landed on her behind, causing waves to roll through her flesh. Ah! Wenmancha cried out in pain, looking back at him with a slightly aggrieved expression. "Which kitty talks like this?" Wu Heng continued. I belong to someone, I'm not a wildcat, meow." Wenmancha said softly, both her neck and back flushing with embarrassment. Wu Heng squeezed the part he had spanked red, and with a smack, he spanked her again. "Master, what did I do?" Wenmancha asked pitifully. Smack. "Is that how a little cat talks?" Meow. Seeing her reddening a little, Wu Heng didn't spank her again, instead asking, "How's the situation with the Pint gang?" Wenmancha, with her seductive gaze and now settling into her role, gently meowed before saying, "The situation with the Pint gang has now stabilized, and we can start gathering information for you." Gather information on wanted criminals or any changes in town. Unique events can also be collected, Wu Heng said. Many wanted and fugitive criminals gathered in the outer city area and outside the city. These people would likely need to interact with the gang in order to survive. Thus, it shouldn't be difficult to collect some information from them. This could also help him gain achievements. It was a win-win situation. Meow. Wenmancha rolled over and laid back across his knees, allowing him to caress her as she continued. The gangs managing the outer city area have been somewhat disorganized recently, resulting in a few smaller gang fights. Many people have died, making the situation quite chaotic. The outer city area. Wu Heng considered the information he had available. He said, "It's not disorganization. Many members of the gangs in the outer city area have been relocated to assist the Iron Guard Knights in besieging the Hammer Party, resulting in a manpower shortage. This information had not spread yet. After all, with so many members being relocated, there was fear that someone might take advantage of the situation and threaten Lundham City." Wu Heng had inferred this through something a steward had casually mentioned a few days ago. "Is that so?" "So that's why they've relocated their people," Wenmancha said in surprise. She pondered for a moment before continuing, "Several gangs and trade groups have been attacked, and many deaths reported. This includes 2 senior alchemists, causing panic among the city's residents." An alchemist died? Hearing this, Wu Heng immediately thought of the order he had placed with the Snake Badge Consortium. Did they source locally? Or did they just kill on the spot? It didn't seem quite right, doing so would not maintain had basis order. Who were the alchemists that died? I heard that one of them was the resident alchemist of a trade group. He had a shady background and was directly killed this time. The trade group suspected it was revenge and has been quietly investigating. As for the other one, the details aren't clear. The incident was kept quiet, he probably also had some problems, meow. Wenmancha recalled as she spoke. Wu Heng nodded. This made sense then. These were not random killings, but those with unique identities whose deaths would not be pursued if kept quiet. Lundham City was a middle ground for 2 groups, a wholesale market for trade and a gathering place for criminals and fugitives. There should be some alchemists who had escaped here. Once he understood the situation, Wu Heng lightly patted her. Wenmancha looked up questioningly, met his gaze, then got up and sat facing him on his lap. Her delicate little tongue extended towards him. Wenmancha's body slowly heated up. Surveying their surroundings, Wu Heng took off her collar and said, "Bite it, keep your voice down, everyone else has gone to sleep." Meow. Before long, inside the room. Wenmancha's pale skin was covered in a fine sheen of sweat, her complexion reddening even more. Kneeling by the side of the couch, she extended her delicate hand, massaging Wu Heng's back, easing his muscles. She continued, "Master, how about I stay with you? I'll just wait for you at home every day." Wu Heng looked at her, and said, "You lack nutrition, you wouldn't be able to handle it." Wenmancha gave a coy smile, "You're naughty." Her big innocent eyes gave him a teasing look, as she continued, "Master, the Pint gang only undertakes some covered tasks. The gang will never grow large that way. Once you rise in status, we won't be of much help." Wu Heng understood what she meant and asked, while lying on his side and looking at her, "What are your thoughts?" "I want the Pint gang to develop some of our own industries. We don't have to aim for the very top, but it would be enough to sustain the gang, and it would spare the Pint gang from being so lowly," Wenmancha said. Chapter 154. Industry. The income sources of the Pint gang varied, they dabbled in everything and nothing they did was particularly honorable. For instance, shady arrangements made under the table were common, and many involved were pickpockets and thieves. In short, even the local gangs looked down on them. They only dealt in rat-like businesses. It was understandable if Wen Mancha, the current leader, wanted to make some changes. Which industry do you plan to break into, and what are you good at? Wu Heng looked at her, waiting for an answer.
Actually, I haven't thought it through. There aren't many decent people in our gang, so I hope you could give me some ideas.
Wen Mancha said softly. Wu Heng crossed his arms behind his head and pondered. He was considering starting a general supplies store to deal with idle daily necessities from the zombie world. However, this was a venture he didn't want to entrust to Wen Mancha. He wanted it to be his own establishment that he managed directly, rather than an asset for her to manage within the gang. But it was particularly challenging to find a suitable business path for Wen Mancha's gang. An apothecary shop or a rune artifact shop could be viable options. The fields they involve are relatively advanced and the competition is sparse. It might work out at the moment. Wu Heng analyzed. Weapon stores and leather armory shops are the most common in town, having formed a wholesale industry chain. Unless you have a distinctive technology others lack, it's hard to break into the market. If he were to open such a store, it would be solely for procuring supplies for the skeleton army in the other world. Moreover, manufacturing weapons and leather armories would require training of artisans. This couldn't be achieved in a short time. My dear, what if I venture into lingerie for women? Would there be a market for it? Wen Mancha, looking at her own attire, blinked curiously at Wu Heng. Wu Heng paused, smacked her buttocks and said, "Next time, just spit it out. Stop beating around the bush." Wen Mancha pouted and pleaded, "I was just hoping for some fresh thoughts from you. After all, you're a mage, an intellectual one at that." Women in this world usually wore corsets, which lifted their bodies from the bottom and were complemented by regular bodices on the top. If she introduced modern lingerie here, it would certainly be innovative. Wu Heng responded, "You could give it a try, might be a hit." "Okay, if you have any special designs, could you prepare some for me? I could serve you wearing them and also explore a variety of designs and work on their production." "Sure. I can arrange for some to be sent over when I get the chance." Wu Heng explained that the lingerie was sent over from his hometown, which was far away from here. Wen Mancha nodded gleefully, "Meow, you're so good to me." Wu Heng patted her curvy waist and whispered, "Go back to your room. Don't leave tonight." "Thank you, my dear." The next morning, the delicate body in his arms was exquisite and smooth. Little cat ornaments were strewn messily around the room. Wen Mancha rolled over and nestled comfortably in his arms. After an hour of exercise, they finally got dressed. As the head of the Pint gang, Wen Mancha had to be present at the gang's base. She could come over in the evening, but she had to return the next morning. She put on her little cat lingerie. With a playful tone, she complained, "My dear, look at what you've done. It's all swollen now. I've been so obedient and yet you were so hard on me." Turning her waist a bit, she showed him her slightly swollen body. "I'll be gentler next time." "Nah, don't bother." Wen Mancha giggled and continued, "Do you have any clothes here? I didn't think much when I came over last night, but if I go back now, there might be people waiting at the door. It could be a bit awkward." Wu Heng smiled, fetched a sportswear from his closet and handed it to her, "Try this on." Wen Mancha took the clothes into her hands. While the design was rather unique, it was very comfortable to wear. She put it on, tied her fiery long hair up, and suddenly, she appeared like a sporty lady next door. "My dear, I might be a bit busy these days. I'll come back to serve you once things have settled down." Wen Mancha hugged him as she spoke. "You're turning more and more like a clingy little kitty. I can be anything you want me to be. And, if you really like kitties, you can check out the slave market. There are some from the cat tribe there." Wu Heng smacked her butt again, "Seems like I've gone easy on you." "Hee, see you then." With that, Wen Mancha bounced out of the room with her skeletons. Wu Heng tidied the room briefly and headed out. He bought some breakfast on his way and went straight to the association. He reached quite early today and there was no one in the lounge. He pulled out the partially studied fog skill manual and kept reading. The fog skill belonged to the curse magic system. It could create a dense fog environment. However, this environment could be easily dispelled, such as with natural wind, wing flapping by beasts, or wind created by magic. Any form of wind could affect the dense fog, either lightening it or blowing it away completely. When choosing this skill, Wu Heng had considered it as a replacement for the poison smoke thunder. After a detailed reading, he found out that it could obstruct vision but was less toxic. However, it was sufficient for his current combat style. Wu Heng continued reading, and when he flipped to the last page, a system prompt followed closely behind. Unlock skill, fog skill. He closed the book and put it into his space ring. Chapter 155. Learning all these skills, I feel like I can't use many of them. Wu Heng felt like he was just collecting skills without having many opportunities to use them. During every battle, it's basically up to the skeleton and the gun to solve the problem. If it comes to using skills, he either illuminates with the dancing light skill or disgusts the enemies with a couple of disease beams. The rest of the skills are essentially ornaments. I don't think there's any need for me to be so keen to collect skills. Wu Heng muttered to himself. There was a creak. The door to the room was pushed open. Duke, carrying his war axe and a roasted pancake in his hand, walked right in. Seeing Wu Heng sitting at the table, he looked startled. Wow, Captain, you came to the guild. What are you talking about? It's as if I never come. Hee, no, I'm just a bit surprised. Duke handed over the pancake he was holding, asking, Captain, do you want some? No thanks, you've earned quite a lot of bounties, why are you always gnawing on pancakes? My family is big, several brothers and sisters, I give all the money to my family. And there's also the cost of making equipment, so I don't have much left. Duke explained. How many brothers and sisters do you have? 6 in total. Wow, that really is a lot. Do beastmen always have such large families? Wu Heng looked at him again, asking, did you come to the guild to look for me? Captain, the Malayo armor shop said that the leather armor you ordered is ready, they told me to inform you. Duke replied. Alright, let's go take a look. Okay. Wu Heng stood up, leaving the guild with Duke and heading towards the outer city area. They arrived at the Malayo armor shop. The shopkeeper was standing in the shop chatting with someone. Seeing them come in, he immediately put on a happy face. Captain, there was no need for you to come yourself. I had planned to send it straight to you. The beastman shopkeeper courteously said. Wu Heng directly replied, I came to check the merchandise. Understood, it's over here. I'll take you to the warehouse to inspect it. There's absolutely no problem with the quality. The shopkeeper led him into the warehouse at the back. He opened the warehouse door and was hit with a sour stench of leather. This smell wasn't much better than poison smoke thunder. The shopkeeper casually unveiled 2 sets of leather armor to display before them. Wu Heng took a quick look and felt that it was not bad, almost the same as what he had ordered before. As per our previous agreement, 100 sets cost 3,500 silver coins, right? Wu Heng inquired. The shopkeeper's smile turned even more sincere as he said, yes, each set costs 35 coins, for a total of 100 sets. Alright, have someone send the armor to my place, and I'll settle the account then. Sounds good, I will arrange for it right away. The beastman shopkeeper called over a few workers to load leather armor and they followed them back to his place. Once everything was piled up in the courtyard, Wu Heng checked the quantity and paid the corresponding amount. The beastman shopkeeper was all smiles. It was rare to encounter someone like Wu Heng who pays the full amount on the spot. Captain, do you need more leather armor like this? The shopkeeper continued to ask. Can the price be even more preferential? Wu Heng asked back. The shopkeeper, standing on the spot, quickly made some calculations in his mind and said, I'll give you each set for 32 silver coins, that's the lowest I can go. Moreover, you have to order more than 200 sets. Alright, let it be 200 sets then. Inform Duke when it's ready. The shopkeeper's already wide grin widens even further as he laughed and said, Alright, I'll arrange for it as soon as I get back. After chatting for a while, the shopkeeper and his group left, and Duke and Jianyi and Jian'er began moving the armor into the house. Once everything was moved in, Duke scratched his head, Captain, where do we go next? Let's go, I'll treat you to a meal at the tavern. The two had a meal at the tavern. Wu Heng told Duke to go home, then he headed back to his own place. Returning to his residence, He opened the boundary door and went straight into the zombie world. He instructed the skeletons to come over and move all of the newly purchased leather armor over. They piled it all up in another room. Next, he picked out 100 level 5 skeletons and started equipping them with the leather armor. Big Head had gone with Li Yaheng and the others to the prison side. Doing it himself was a bit troublesome. The caravan hadn't come back yet, so he would probably have to wait until tomorrow. After being busy for a while, he finally got everything sorted out. Only then did he open the boundary door and return to his residence. The next day, in the morning, Wu Heng again went to the professional guild. As he entered the hall, he noticed there seemed to be considerably more people in the guild than a couple of days earlier. The earlier dispatched squads that had collaborated with the Iron Guard Knights were all back now, standing in front of the counter talking about something. Wu Heng got closer and eavesdropped for a moment. They were talking about the reward of artifacts. It seemed that the Hammer Party mission was over. He just didn't know how it turned out. Just as Wu Heng was about to turn around and go to the resting room, out of the corner of his eye, he saw the silhouette of a woman heading deeper into the corridor, under the escort of a few mercenaries. She had long brown hair and was wearing a suit of leather armor. A cheetah followed by her side. Chapter 156, Blow on it and it won't burn anymore. Wu Heng furrowed his brows as he looked at the distant figure. The stature, the way of walking, and that cheetah, all gave a familiar feeling. Has Slither arrived? The owner of Money Cat, the manager of Blackstone Town. A very domineering woman. Wu Heng wanted to go and confirm, but there were quite a few people around the other party. After thinking about it, he did not approach. If it really was Slither, she would come to him later. After some consideration, he walked straight to the front desk and asked, "Do I have any letters?" The staff member checked the records and said directly, "Team Leader Wu Heng, there are no letters for you here, but we expect to deliver new letters to you in the next couple of days." "Okay, thank you." Wu Heng thanked them and headed to the lounge. It seemed that the issue with the Hammer Party was resolved. The passage was open at least, the teams involved in the eradication of the Hammer Party had returned, and the goods and letters left behind would be sent to the city in the next few days. Considering this, it might well be that Slither has come. After sitting in the lounge for a while, he went to the training room and practiced his swordsmanship. Feeling a bit sweaty, he immediately left the guild and walked straight across to the Snake Badge Consortium. The Snake Badge Consortium. "Good afternoon, Mr. Wu Heng," Lazia greeted with a smile. Despite coming unannounced, it appeared that Wu Heng had become an important guest. As soon as he entered the reception room, Lazia followed him in. "Good afternoon. How is my commission and the store going?" Wu Heng directly asked. Lazia nodded and smiled. "The store has been cleaned according to your requirements. The people in charge of that area have been notified. You can open the store at any time." Then, she presented him with the store keys. "These are the keys to the store." Wu Heng accepted. "Thank you. We should do our jobs. If you have any special requests, feel free to mention it. We will try our best to accommodate you," she assured him. Wu Heng nodded then continued, "What about the rune array of the burial ground and the alchemist's commission? Has there been any news?" The matter of the burial ground was more of a casual inquiry. After all, construction, transport, and manufacture are slow processes. The main concern was the matter regarding the alchemist's corpse. After all, he had heard from a certain little wildcat that 2 alchemists had died in the outer city area. Moreover, the consortium gave him a deadline of 3 days to collect the goods. "The alchemist's commission is ready. Please wait a moment." Lazia smiled and called out the door for clarity. Very soon, 5 bodies, 2 covered with white cloth, and 3 inside black coffins were brought in. Among these, 3 are human alchemists, 1 dwarf and 1 beastman, Lazia softly introduced. From their body sizes, one could tell who was the dwarf, and who were the humans or the beastmen. Wu Heng looked over to the side. Basin came forward and revealed the bodies under the white cloths. A human and a beastman. Both had pale faces, but it could be determined that they had died within the last 3 days. It seemed that there was indeed a connection between the consortium and the assassination of the alchemists. It wasn't necessarily their doing, but the bodies of the deceased were indeed transported here. After the other 3 coffins were opened, they revealed somewhat dry bodies. They seemed to have been dug out from somewhere else and transported here. "Are they all at level 10? Wu Heng asked. Meanwhile, in the black market of Blackstone Town, the black market worker with the crooked beard would introduce the identities and names of these bodies. Apparently, Lazaya did not have this intention. Wu Heng wasn't interested in the histories of these bodies. As long as they were confirmed to be alchemists, that was enough. Of course, if there are any problems, feel free to come to me, Lazaya assured confidently. I'm very satisfied then. As long as you are satisfied, sir. We charge 7,500 silver coins for 5 bodies in total, Lazaya made the offer straightforwardly. It is different to buying something. When buying, one can bargain with the boss to reduce the price. But for a commission, the fixed price is the fixed price. There is no room for negotiation after completion. Wu Heng took several bags of silver coins out of his space ring, using gold bars for the larger amounts. Recently, his silver coin exchanges had been considerable. The amount he was spending could sustain an ordinary family for a lifetime. Seeing Wu Heng bring out the gold, Lazaya's eyes lit up. This young and well-off man was indeed worth the cost. After collecting the gold and silver coins, her face brightened even more. Mr. Wu Heng, have you had lunch yet? I can order the preparation of lunch for you. If we have another opportunity, I will host a banquet for Miss Lazaya. Sir, you are too polite. You are the guest after all, she playfully pointed out. Wu Heng continued looking at the bodies. I cannot transport these out. His space ring already had quite a few items inside. It wouldn't be able to fit in all these coffins and bodies. Oh, don't worry, sir. I will have someone deliver them to your place, Lazaya assured him. After she said this, she went out to instruct some workers. Soon, someone with a sachet-type storage item collected all 5 bodies. It seemed that there was a difference in the sizes of storage items. And organizations like consortiums, which transport various goods, also rely on these items. Bigger than his space ring, they could store more items. Wu Heng nodded and walked out. The worker with the sachet also followed him out. They both returned to his place. The worker placed all the bodies in the living room. After another bow, he promptly left to return to the consortium. Once the visitor left, Wu Heng opened up the boundary door, allowing the skeletons to carry the corpses and coffins into the zombie world. With the consecutive release of the bone manipulation skill, 5 distinct skeletons all stood up. All 5 corpses were at level 10. But they had only reached level 10. This hardly seems like a bargain in his favor. Wu Heng looked at the skeletons and said, from now on, you are alchemy number 2, you are number 3, no 4. He named all the skeletons in order. The number of his alchemy skeletons had reached 6. They could completely meet the simultaneous usage of several potions. After assigning the skeletons to alchemy no 1 and setting them to create potions from the ingredients he had prepared, he again inspected the neighborhood. Confirming there were no issues, he returned home. In the study, Wu Heng continued to read the Book of Runes, learning about magic artifacts. Knock, knock, knock. Soft knocks resounded from below. Wu Heng descended the stairs and opened the front door. Standing in the dusk was Slither, dressed in leather armor with a cloak over her, her lower half adorned with tight leather trousers, and a cheetah at her side. What are you looking at? Don't you recognize me? Slither lifted her hood, smiling. Hold on. Wu Heng said, closed the door with a thud. He quickly ran upstairs, commanding the skeleton ghost hag and the 2 to return to the boundary door. He also took the cat ear collars on the bedside table and put them into the space ring. While he was naturally happy to see Slither, she was a member of the Secret Speakers, who had shown great interest in his affairs back in Blackstone Town. What needed to be hidden still had to be hidden. Outside, Slither gaped at the closed door in disbelief. She was, after all, a notable character. Rich and powerful, and had come a long way, only to be shut outside the door. A fiery anger spurred in her heart, and she turned around to leave. The door opened again. Wu Heng was there, smiling, wiping the sweat off his forehead. The room was a bit untidy, I had to clean up a bit. Slither stood there, glaring at him. The cheetah by her feet bared its teeth. What's wrong? Please come in. Wu Heng stepped aside. After some hesitation, Slither chose to believe him and slowly stepped in. She glanced around suspiciously. You're not hiding anyone here, are you? Of course not, Wu Heng replied, helping Slither off with her cloak. He then asked, when did you get here? Why didn't you give me a heads up? I could have picked you up. Slither glanced upstairs along with the staircase, then sat down on the sofa. The cheetah also leapt onto a chair nearby, curling up and settling down. I arrived at the border 2 days ago, but the roads were blocked, so I only managed to come over today. Slither explained. What would you like to drink? Wu Heng asked. What do you have? Iced tea and hot milk tea. Milk tea it is. Wu Heng boiled some water and took out 2 packets of instant coffee from the drawer. If I had known, I might have asked you not to come. It's been quite dangerous lately. Slither studied him. What, you wish I hadn't come? Of course not, I'm thrilled. Wu Heng sat down opposite her. Nonsense. Slither rolled her eyes at him. How are you settling in here? Slowly getting used to it. Wu Heng responded. How does it compare to Blackstone Town? It's not bad, but the people here are not as easy to approach. Slither crossed her legs. Her round thighs were tightly wrapped in leather pants. I've heard from Gomez that you had a disagreement with the original team leader when you first arrived. In a little while, I'll get you transferred back. All right, I'll look forward to it. The water was ready. Wu Heng got up and poured a cup of coffee for each of them. The fragrance of coffee immediately filled the room. That smells good. No wonder Yuli always says you have good taste. Slither commended. Wu Heng delivered the coffee to her. Why didn't Yuli come with you? Do you think I came here for fun? Besides, it's rather dangerous here, bringing her might court unnecessary trouble. Slither said. She switched legs, leaned lazily against the sofa with her body tilted, half her curvaceous backside pressed tightly against the leather. Slither seemed to notice something and looked at him with surprise. Wu Heng quickly took a sip from his cup, averting his gaze elsewhere. SSS. It's too hot. Wu Heng spat out immediately after taking a sip. Such a big boy, yet you can't even drink properly. Slither chuckled, stood up and approached him with concern. Let me see, how badly did it burn you? Wu Heng, feeling slightly embarrassed, stuck out his tongue. The truth was he was hardly scalded at all, he simply hadn't been careful enough. Slither leaned over at close quarters. Her familiar scent, which Wu Heng used to smell frequently in her carriage, emanated from her. Slither, holding his chin and turning somewhat red-faced. Phew! Blow on it, it won't burn. Chapter 157, Choose someone to take care of you. Slither blew lightly. Nice and gentle, the wind was filled with a sweet scent. All right, we're good now. Slither got ready to leave. But a hand landed on her waist. Slither's face reddened, like that of a light intoxication after a drink. What's wrong? Slither feigned confusion as she looked at him. You're stunning today. Wu Heng said softly. Slither's face grew even redder, she lightly pushed him away. Don't talk nonsense. Seeing she didn't pull away, Wu Heng looped both his hands around her waist. With a gentle pull, she was drawn onto his lap. Hiss! The cheetah next to them immediately jumped up, baring its teeth and getting ready to pounce. Slither gave it a stern look and gestured with her eyes. The cheetah then bounced off the couch and lay down at the back with its eyes closed. I'm quite a bit older than you. Slither turned her head and said. We're not much different in age, it is not an excuse. Wu Heng replied. Slither's neck began to grow red as well. She clearly knew what Wu Heng wanted to do, as their letters had been much more explicit than their encounter. Partly for work, she had come all the way here. But more so, she had come to see him. Although she had prepared herself mentally, reality made her feel unexpectedly anxious. As he whispered sweetly in her ear, she began to soften. So be it. Otherwise, I would have traveled all this way for nothing. Wu Heng held her head and gently brought her lips to his. Slither gradually got into the mood. She raised her arms, allowing him to unfasten her breastplate. When he clumsily couldn't undo her waistband, she laughed, took a deep breath, and said. All right, I'll do it myself. You're still not a grown man, are you? And so she unfastened her waistband. Wu Heng took the opportunity to strip her completely. Why does it look like this? Wu Heng pointed at her round and protruding asset with a confused look. Slither, sitting in his lap, stroked his hair and said, It will emerge naturally in a while, kiddo. You're being too much. Let's move this to your room, not here. Slither whispered. Wu Heng stood up, causing Slither to shriek as she was swung up in his arms. He carried her to the bedroom. In the dim light, he admired her graceful figure. Stop looking, hurry up. Slither opened her eyes and extended her arms. All right, here I come. During the depths of the night, Wu Heng, holding her from behind, began to gently stroke her impressive body. Will you be staying for a few more days? Slither pushed back slightly. Accompany me out tomorrow, I will be heading back in the afternoon. So soon? I have been here for 5 days, if I don't head back soon I might encounter issues as I am, after all, an executive. Slither turned to look at him. What, can't bear to part with me? Who wouldn't be reluctant to part with a charming beauty like you? I have never realized that you are so good at sweet talking. Previously, you always accused me of trying to cheat your money, Wu Heng reminded her. I am still doubtful now, perhaps you were after my money. Wu Heng replied, well, you may end up with neither money nor romance. I'll accept it. Turn around. Slither and Wen Mancha are both mature women, but they give entirely different vibes. Wen Mancha is clingier and seems eager to show her fervor, while Slither seems more dominant. Even when it comes to these things, she retains an elder sister teach a little brother's attitude and tone. It's that kind of I want to conquer you on top attitude. Speaking of which, is there a way I can avoid doing tasks? Wu Heng continued asking. Slither crawled out of the covers and gave him a look. If you don't do tasks, what's the point of being a team leader? Just want the title, you know me, I don't like dealing with these things. As a captain, you can't avoid tasks. Unless you reach the level of vice executive, then you can do nothing, and it's even more relaxing than being an executive, Slither continued. How do I become a vice executive? 5 tier 3 merits, or a tier 2 merit. If you have enough fame locally, you don't need either and can still become a nominal vice executive, said Slither softly. Lundham City's vice executive is said to be a shaman of the Beastmen. He rarely shows up, let alone leads any tasks. He represents a status. When a shaman is in a city, the Beastmen in the city will obey the city's rules and won't make any major trouble. It's an honorary status, at the least. Wu Heng was lost in thought, grasping her body in his hands. Slither then asked, do you want to become a vice executive? To have the title and not have to do tasks. Why don't you quit? Go back to Blackstone Town and let me look after you. Wu Heng laughed and pulled her a little. I have money too, it's not certain who will be taking care of whom. All right, let's rest now. Lie down and don't move. Slither pulled up the thin quilt, and lay on top of him. The next day, in the morning, the carriage creaked along. Following Slither's carriage, there were several other carriages carrying goods, escorted by Slither's personal mercenary group. It was evident. Besides seeing him, she was actually here to purchase some merchandise. In the carriage, Wu Heng asked, are you sure you don't want to stay a few more days? When you have time, you can come to Blackstone Town, I've arranged for someone to clean up the house there for you, Slither said. Actually, being taken care of by you in Blackstone Town doesn't sound too bad. Chapter 158. After you left yesterday, everything in Blackstone Town calmed down. At this point, the carriage slowly exited the town, entering the outskirts. Noise began to fill the outside. Stalls selling all kinds of goods lined either side of the road. It was as if there was a market stretching out beyond the boundaries of the town. Vice Executive, we've arrived at the location you mentioned, said the mercenary, approaching the carriage. Slither straightened his clothes, opened the door of the carriage, and stepped down. Wu Heng followed him out of the carriage. Ahead, stood a 3-story building capped with a sign resembling a rope at its entrance. Slave store. This where slaves could be bought. Men, women, they had it all. After the transaction is complete, the slave would become your personal belongings. Since we're here, let's see if there are any decent girls that would be popular in Blackstone Town. Slither explained in a low voice. The Money Cat isn't a brothel. It doesn't make money off the flesh trade, but mostly through performances such as songs and dances. Female characters of different races have always been popular in human cities. Even if you bring back a robust, giant-mouthed tusk beast woman, she could attract quite a few spectators. They entered the shop. A middle-aged fat man, wearing a white robe and a gemstone ring on his hand, came out. His gaze swept over the group and landed accurately on Slither. Ladies, gentlemen, do you need some slaves? Slither nodded, Do you have any good ones? Of course, madam, please come in. You can choose for yourself, or I can make recommendations based on your requirements, the man gestured. Slither directly walked in. Wu Heng followed him into an inner courtyard. The boss clapped his hands and shouted. More than 20 people came out of the rest of the rooms one after another. There were men, women, and other than these humans and beasts, there were also rabbit people, fox people, and cat people showing some animal characteristics. It's true that they were slaves, but there were no shackles restricting their movements. They came out laughing and chattering, more like people waiting to be hired for work. We have young women, strong men. Which kind do you need? Slither looked over those present, and directly said, a woman, under the age of 25, and it would be better if she has some skills. The chubby boss waved his hand, and all the men and older ones withdrew. Slither went over and picked some out. He chose 8 young girls other than those of the human race. The fat boss praised Slither for his good eye and assured him that his slaves were obedient and had no ambitions. Slither asked about the price and paid. A total of 1,200 silver coins, the price really wasn't cheap. The fat boss received the money with a broad smile on his face, lectured the slaves, and allowed Slither to take them all away. The carriage was parked outside the city. Slither glanced at the slaves, then looked at Wu Heng, saying, pick one to take care of you. Your room is in complete disarray. Is that necessary? Wu Heng hesitated slightly. Should I pick for you? Slither was still assuming the position of assigning tasks. Wu Heng glanced at the slaves who were looking down and then carefully looking back at him. He said, whoever I choose, needs to sign the slave contract. Think about it, if you can accept, then come forward. Seeing that no one was speaking, Wu Heng continued to ask, who can cook? After a while, a rabbit girl with black rabbit ears, looking not too old, stepped forward cautiously. Slither glanced at her and asked, how about her? Wu Heng thought for a while and said, I need one more. Don't push it, one is enough. No, I really need another one, I can pay for it. Slither glared at him and said, go ahead and pick. Who can do the accounting and has some business experience? Wu Heng continued to ask. There was a brief silence again. Slither said, if you are looking for someone to do the accounting, why come here? I can. Another voice piped up. A white-haired beast-eared girl, seemingly indifferent, jostled her way from behind. White hair. That's indeed quite rare. Can you keep accounts? Wu Heng looked at her. Yes. The girl said softly. Wu Heng nodded, Vice Executive, I will have these two. All right, from today onward, you two will follow him, be obedient, take good care of him. Slither said softly. Both girls nodded. Slither continued to Wu Heng, all right, I need to go back too. Work well here, when there's a chance, I'll apply to the association to transfer you back. Outdoors, she completely behaves like a vice executive giving instructions to her subordinates. You're not the same person from last night. Wu Heng nodded, took the backpack from basin, pulled out a stack of comic books, and a jewelry box. Handed it over to her and said, the books are for Yuli, the jewelry is yours, take care on the road. Slither gave him a deep look, nodded, and gave a light tap on the carriage wall, let's go. The carriage slowly started moving. The mercenaries escorted them away. Returning to his residence, Wu Heng looked at the two maids standing in front of him. What are your names? The rabbit-eared girl lowered her head, softly saying, Master, I'm called Minnie. How old are you? 16. Minnie is a recently purchased member of the Rabbit People clan, approximately 168 centimeters tall, with brown hair and black rabbit ears. Her face still has childishness, her body is somewhat slender. What catches the eye are her long legs, her body's proportion is entirely represented in her legs. From now on Minnie, you will be in charge of the residence's meals. Yes, Master. Minnie nodded carefully. Wu Heng continued looking at the other person. This is a girl with long white hair, beast ears, and a fox tail. Her grayish-white long hair reached down to her waist, on her head was a pair of beast ears, her gaze contained a hint of alertness and indifference. It's as if her entire spirit is on edge, as if she feels a heavy responsibility. What's your name? How old are you? After a pause, she spoke, Andre Willow, 22 years old. You said you could do accounts, should managing a store not be a problem? No problem. Tomorrow I'll take you to see the store, if there's no problem, I'll leave it in your management. The white-haired beast girl grunted. I need to sign a slave contract with you too, as I mentioned before. The two didn't respond. Wu Heng directly took out 2 contracts and let the 2 of them drip blood onto them. 2 strands of soul power entered their foreheads, their complexions also turned a bit paler. The contracts were complete. Their gazes towards Wu Heng no longer held their previous alertness. They had become respectful and submissive. All right, there are 2 rooms on the 2nd floor. Pick one each, then Minnie, you prepare dinner. Yes, master. Minnie agreed readily. The other one, however, only nodded indifferently, as always. Having dealt with the 2 maids' matters, Wu Heng returned to the zombie world through the boundary door. Outside the residential area, several trucks were parked on the roadside. A lot of people were busy moving supplies onto the trucks. Someone saw Wu Heng from a distance and quickly entered the repair factory. Li Yaheng came out, running towards him. Approaching him, she said, this time, many people were brought over. From tomorrow some will continue transporting supplies to the prison, while others will begin gathering all sorts of daily necessities from the residential area. At that time I will also arrange for some skeletons to help you. Li Yaheng nodded, then continued, right, there's a small survivor settlement towards the west, they say a horde of zombies is on the move, suspected to have a level 2 big head zombie. Chapter 159, Everything is ready. A zombie with a big head? The characteristic of zombies with big heads is that they can control the zombie group. They are called commanders by the main station. Compared to other second-level zombies, this kind is more troublesome and more dangerous for survivors if they appear in a region. Can it be confirmed? Asked Wu Heng. It can't be confirmed, but from the description, there's a high chance it's a big-headed zombie. Li Yaheng thought for a bit and answered. Where in the west? Over in the Changjing area. Changjing area is quite a distance away from here. It will take some time for the army to get there. And there will be more time needed due to dealing with zombies along the way. Considering it in his mind, he felt it was still worth going once. Other second-level zombies could be ignored, but this big-headed zombie could be greatly helpful to him. Besides its role as a messenger soldier, it could also lead the patrol squad itself, or escort Li Yaheng and others to the prison. This is a very useful type of skeleton. Let's prepare first, we'll go over there in the next few days. Wu Heng said. What do I need to prepare? Asked Li Yaheng. She usually just follows along. Prepare the truck, and bring some spare gasoline. Oh, got it. I'll go back and prepare right away. The 2 of them then discussed the situation at the prison briefly. Wu Heng suddenly thought of something else, saying, have everyone try making some spears. Spears? What are those? Similar to javelins, like the ones thrown at sports meets. Wu Heng explained simply. Any specific requirements? Thinking about the spears he had seen in the weapon shop, he said, a length of approximately 1 meter and 45 centimeters, with one end sharpened, should suffice. Li Yaheng nodded, indicating she understood, and continued to ask, can rebars be used? We brought back quite a lot of rebars from the warehouse last time, they should be able to make some. That's fine, make them and see. If it doesn't work, we'll improve from there. Alright, I'll have it made tonight. This is relatively simple, just cutting the material. We can get quite a lot done in one night. You've worked hard. Li Yaheng chuckled and moved closer, working hard? Compared to others, we're already very lucky. The 2 of them stood together and chatted for a while longer. Li Yaheng then returned to her living quarters, assigning work and rooms to those transferred from the prison. The entire residential area behind the auto repair shop had been cleaned up by the skeletons. There were plenty of rooms, enough for any number of people. The main thing now was the task assigned by Wu Heng. They had to get the spears made. Li Yaheng left and Wu Heng returned to the residential area, checking on the training situation of the skeletons. After confirming there were no problems, he also returned to Lundham City through the boundary door. Back at home, time passed while reading in the study room. Then, a careful voice came from downstairs, Master, dinner is ready. Wu Heng got up and went downstairs, and dinner was already laid out on the table. For the first time, a real meal was placed on the dining table. It was different from modern cooked dishes. The food here was more like the old Western style. There was vegetable soup, steamed eggs, and fruit pancakes. The ingredients weren't many, but the variety was quite good. Looks like the little maid he had chosen was a pretty decent cook. Wu Heng took a seat. The two maids stood aside. Wu Heng glanced at the two of them and said, "Don't stand, sit down and eat too." The two of them remained somewhat restrained, standing still. But their eyes were fixated on the food on the table, swallowing stealthily. Wu Heng frowned, pointed to the spot on his left, and ordered, "Minnie, you sit here. Waiter, sit on the right." Seeing Wu Heng saying that, the two of them cautiously moved to sit down. Slaves couldn't easily control their own fate. If they meet a kind master, their life may be better. If they meet one with a bad temper, beatings and scoldings are commonplace. "Eat," Wu Heng said. Waiter looked at him warily, and began to eat. Seeing Waiter eat, Minnie also began to eat in small bites. After a while of eating, Wu Heng continued to ask, "Have you chosen your rooms yet?" "We have. Sister Waiter chose the one on the left, and I chose the one on the right," answered Minnie. Wu Heng nodded, and continued to explain his life situation to them. My profession is a necromancer. There will be some skeletons appearing at home, they won't harm you, so don't be scared when you see them. They can also help with heavy work." Hearing there would be skeletons, both their gazes shifted to the figure with a round helmet standing at the doorway. They had been wondering why these two never spoke and stood motionlessly at the door once they entered the house. So they were skeletons. "Oh, okay," Minnie replied softly. Wu Heng continued, "Also, I don't allow anyone on the third floor when I'm home. If there's anything, you can call for me downstairs. If I don't respond, you're not allowed to go up to the third floor." "Yes, master." "Waiter," Wu Heng addressed the silver-haired fox woman. She responded instinctively. "I'll take you to the shop tomorrow to take a look. If everything's fine, you'll be managing the place from then on," said Wu Heng. The fox woman with silver hair raised her head, her white eyelashes framing eyes full of doubt as she looked at him. "All right." Chapter 160. The three of them chatted briefly, and the atmosphere was no longer as oppressive. Bunny girl Minnie wiped the corner of her mouth, crumbs from her biscuit, and asked, "Master, are you part of a commercial group?" "Most of those with stores in town are part of a commercial group. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the financial capability and capacity. They also own houses in the inner city. So, are thought to be members of commercial groups." Wu Heng shook his head. "I am the leader of an association, just recently transferred. You can call me anything at home, but in public, call me leader, or directly by my name." Actually, being called master by a bunch of adorable girls was quite comforting to him. However, if this happened in public, he would feel embarrassed. "Wow, master is the leader of an association." Minnie's eyes widened. The other fox girl also looked surprised. There were numerous mercenary commercial groups in the city, but members of the association, all living in the inner city, had some law enforcement powers, which gave people the feeling of a higher status. However, their actual authority was not as great as perceived. "Oh, by the way, some time ago, there was a notorious criminal in the outskirts of the city who specialized in killing women and draining their blood." "Master, do you know about it?" Minnie suddenly said. It seemed that Minnie had a more cheerful character, given her young age. Wu Heng nodded. "It was members of the blood worship sect, we killed them, and also rescued several girls in the process." "Wow! It was really you, master." "Minnie was there at that time, you are my lifesaver." Minnie suddenly stood up from her chair, her face full of excitement and joy. "Oh well." Wu Heng hadn't expected that the maid he bought would be connected to a previous mission. Those girls imprisoned in the basement were released by his crew member Mata. At the time, he was busy looting valuables from the bodies. He hadn't noticed whether or not there was such a small bunny girl among those girls. "How did they capture you?" "I had just moved here at the time, I was a bit lost because it was raining, and they caught me." Minnie was terrified, and tears uncontrollably streamed down my face. "After I was rescued, my eyes were swollen for several days." Minnie continued. "Not all slaves are kept in captivity. Like when they were buying them, the management was relatively lax, but no one ran away, claiming to sell slaves, but it looked more like a job agency. Beastman society is different from human society, with its complex tribes and city-states, its conflicts and poverty. Many people want to get out of there. Slave trafficking places are a good way out. From now on, I'll arrange for someone to accompany you when you go out, so you won't have to worry about any danger. Wu Heng said while eating. Thank you, Master. I have a good eye. I chose you. Minnie was beaming with happiness. She felt such a strong connection with the man sitting across from her. Not only had he saved her life, but he had also bought her. There couldn't be anything more fateful than that. Wu Heng glanced at the other girl, who was quietly eating her dinner, and said, Waiter, when you go out, I'll also arrange for someone to follow you. Things can get rather chaotic in the city. Thank you. After dinner, the two women were no longer as cautious. Minnie was even more delighted. She cleaned up while talking to Wei about the circumstances of their rescue. The deed of destroying the blood worship sect had caused quite a stir in the outskirts of the city, after all. When Wu Heng arrived, many people had already died, all women. The residents, disheartened with the managing gangs, pooled money to hire people to resolve the issue. Once the matter was resolved, it kept circulating for a certain period of time. Wu Heng brought each of them some daily necessities before he went upstairs. The two girls just sat in the living room. They were chatting in low voices about something. The next day, in the morning, Wu Heng took the fox girl, Andre Willow, to a shop in the business district. The shop was named Verdant Shop, mainly selling daily necessities. The owner of the shop was a human, tall and thin, wearing a black suit, his hair slicked back. In this attire, Wu Heng's eyes slightly narrowed. The bright sunlight had almost led him to mistake the man for Yuzd, the cunning butler. There weren't many customers in the shop in the morning. The entire shop was filled with a variety of daily necessities, among which were glass and pottery items. The owner gave the two newcomers a once-over and asked, What do you need? Just looking at some glassware. Wu Heng walked up to a shelf on the side and looked at the glass items on top. Most of them were glasses, as well as some vases made of glass, and ornaments shaped like animals. Wu Heng's attention was mostly on the glasses. The price was divided into two types: the regular-looking glasses, which were somewhat cloudy with impurities inside, sold for 95 coppers. For the slightly better products, the starting price was more than 1 silver. Wu Heng felt this price was absurd. This is even more outrageous than the prices in Blackstone Town. The lower quality glassware in Blackstone Town is priced around 70 copper, but here it is directly 95 copper. This price has doubled. Sir, do you want to buy? Please don't touch if you don't. Fragile items can break easily, said the tall, skinny shopkeeper as he wiped the items and warned them lightly. Wu Heng looked at himself and then at Wei and Basin and Bahudong standing behind him. Although their appearances were a bit strange, they did not seem too poor. He puts the glass cup back on the rack. He continued to the pottery section with Andre Willow, where mainly pottery jars and plates were sold. Not ceramics, but coarse pottery. The prices also varied, ranging from several tens of copper. Wu Heng glanced at the fox woman next to him, who nodded to indicate that they had seen enough. The shopkeeper at the counter had lost interest in them. Wu Heng took out a modern glass cup and put it on the counter, asking, Boss, will you take this? The boss looked back and focused on the transparent, amber-colored glass cup. Presently, it's difficult to produce such a color with their craft, let alone this degree of transparency. Where did you get it? He demanded. Will you take it or not? Wu Heng asked. The other party looked at the group and said, Yes, I'll take it for 50 coppers. Boss, even the lowest price is 95 copper, this is a bit too low. Wu Heng said. Our business needs to profit. If we always take this price, I won't make any money. If it's of the same quality as the lowest, how much will you take? 40 copper. Let's talk about your glass. If you tell me where this glass cup was produced, I can give you a higher price, the boss continued. Let me think about it. Wu Heng picked up the glass and left with his group. The boss chased after them from behind the shop. He yelled out for them to negotiate further, but he could not catch up with their pace. After crossing 2 streets, Wu Heng brought Andre Willow to the shop he had bought. The shop's main door was open, and the dust had been cleaned up. The floor was clean, and a sign was put in the corner, which read, ALC Grocery Store. He went straight to the backyard. He inspected the warehouse. At Wu Heng's request, 2 layers of doors had been added inside the warehouse. In addition to the outer iron door, there was another door inside. The reason he gave was double insurance. The real purpose was not to be discovered when he transported supplies through the boundary door inside. At this time, Andre Willow also came over from behind. "Master, how should we set our prices?" Andre Willow asked. "Well, we will also have several types, priced a bit lower than the other places," said Wu Heng. After all, there was no need to consider transportation costs and all the goods were received for free. It would be easier to sell them at a cheaper price. Moreover, modern products have a better crafting process. "Okay, master. Go prepare." "Yes." Andre Willow went towards the front. Wu Heng, Basin and Bahu Dong stood at the door, used a bronze key to open the inner door, and commanded the skeleton to move all the boxes of goods collected by the others from Li Yaheng one by one. When Andre Willow came back, she was surprised to see the sudden abundance of goods. But she didn't say much. Space-type tools are also a means of transportation for large trade groups. "Everything is ready. Well, you are in charge of the grand opening." Wu Heng then turned to his skeletons, Jianyi and Jianer, "You two stay and follow Andre Willow's instructions." The 2 skeletons obediently walked to the other side. They stayed by the fox woman's side. Wu Heng looked at the goods in the shop and watched her busying herself for a while. After giving an order, he returned to his residence. He returned to Zombie World. Alchemy 1 emerged, dry palms holding 2 potions. Strength enhancing potion. Description: a potion developed by extracting energy from mutant creatures. It has a powerful improvement effect on living beings and a slight chance of awakening bloodline power. Chapter 161, The carriage must be full of supplies. Strength enhancing potion? An unseen potion was placed right in front of him. Wu Heng frowned as he read the description under the potion. Extracting the energy structure from a mutated creature, to create this potion. In other words, this was created using a corpse core. Is this made from a first-tier corpse core, or a second-tier one? Wu Heng asked. The skeleton alchemist had stored 1 second-tier corpse core and 3 first-tier corpse cores. Until now, they hadn't managed to create a detoxifying potion. Wu Heng thought it was due to heavy workload before, as there was only alchemist number 1. He had to make commonly used treatment potions and spirit potions, and also take care of the injured. It seemed that they were working on the development of a new potion. And they were successful. Alchemy surely was a mystical profession. He wondered if they could develop a cure for the zombie virus. The skeleton alchemist brought the organ jar and opened the lid on top. Wu Heng took a look inside. There were a second-tier corpse core riddled with blood vessels and 2 other first-tier ones. Meaning, this potion was created from a first-tier corpse core. "Okay, close it." Number 1 closed the lid and put it back on the shelf nearby. Wu Heng picked up the potion. Thinking for a moment, he uncorked it and drank it all in one gulp. The slightly bitter taste filled his mouth then went down his throat into his belly. Strength +1, Agility +1. System prompt appeared, his attributes were increased. Name, Wu Heng. Occupation, Necromancer. Level, 6, 7325/23000. Attributes, Strength 24, Agility 25, Constitution 25, Intelligence 26, Perception 15, Charm 19. Skills, Spear Proficiency, Basic, Swordsmanship Proficiency, Beginner, Light Armor Proficiency, Basic, Arcane Training. Ability, Greyhawk Swordsmanship, Beginner, Enhance Will. Technique, Bone Manipulation Skill, Corpse Manipulation Skill, Dancing Light Skill, Acid Splash, Grease Skill, Decay Ray, Corpse Preservation, Communicate with the Dead, Evil Explosion Skill, Fireball Technique, Life Extension Technique, Disease Radiation, Featherfall Skill, Fog Skill, Dead Bones Battlefield. As expected, the attributes were increased. And, there were no side effects as shown when absorbing corpse cores. That is to say, this potion completely avoids the process of ingesting corpse cores and becoming infected with the virus. Once this news gets out, it's likely that the entire surviving human society will be greatly stirred up. At least, it is an absolute fortune. A fortune that other survivor bases and even the central station do not have. If a second-tier corpse core research is completed, then unlocking more superpowers is just a matter of time. Wu Heng was very satisfied with this kind of potion. He returned the potion bottle to number 1 and said, "This potion is excellent, continue to make it this way." At the same time, research 1 with a second-tier corpse core. Alchemist number 1 saluted and returned to the room with the potion bottle. After taking the potion, Wu Heng left the district and pressed the intercom. Shortly after, Li Yaheng came speeding over on a tricycle. There were hundreds of reinforcing bars with sharpened ends on the carriage. "Is this okay?" Li Yaheng picked up one and passed it to him. Wu Heng lightly tossed it in his hand, it had some weight to it. "This is it. If anything is wrong, just modify it." "Okay." Li Yaheng nodded and continued, "I've arranged for the collection of supplies and transportation, everything is proceeding normally." Wu Heng nodded, "Pile everything collected at the entrance of the district, I'll arrange for the skeletons to move it later." "Okay, when are we going to Changjing area?" Li Yaheng continued to ask. "Tomorrow. Prepare a truck, fuel it well, and prepare some spare gasoline." "Sure." After the chat, they both dispersed. Li Yaheng rode back home on her tricycle. Wu Heng returned home too, instructing the skeletons to distribute the throwing spears. He picked a vacant lot and began to practice long-distance spear throwing. Wu Heng watched them for a while. He opened the portal and returned to his residence in Lundham City. At dusk, Wu Heng came downstairs. Bunny girl Minnie, hearing the sound of footsteps, rushed out eagerly. "Master, do you want to prepare dinner?" "Let's prepare it." "Okay." Minnie took large strides, jumped down 3 steps at a time and went downstairs to prepare dinner. The personalities of his 2 newly purchased maids were completely different. Minnie, who was 16, had a more lively personality. Even after nearly being killed by the blood worship sect, she could talk about it as a joke and as a topic to share with others. Knowing that Wu Heng had saved her before, she felt it was all fate. She believed she was destined to follow him here. Willingly, she accepted her identity as a maid. Minnie went to prepare dinner. Soon after, Andre Willow, who was in charge of the shop, came back as well. She didn't bring Jianyi or Jian'er with her, they must have stayed to take care of the shop. Seeing Wu Heng in the living room, she immediately said, "Master, the shop opened this afternoon. It wasn't very busy. It just started and there wasn't any advertising done. As long as people come slowly, there's no rush. You're in charge of that, don't worry about the gang-related matters, I've already arranged everything." Wu Heng said. "Yes, Master." After responding, she went to the kitchen to help Minnie prepare dinner. Soon, dinner was served on the table. Chapter 162. The 3 of them sat at the table and began to eat. Minnie asked questions about things she was curious about, Andre Willow listened attentively, quietly munching on her food. After their dinner, they each returned to their rooms to rest. The next day, after breakfast, Wu Heng took Wei and Minnie to the shop. They sat in the shop for a while, as a few scattered customers came in to inquire about the prices of the items. It was different from what they had expected. Glass cups and porcelain did indeed have inquiries, but there were more purchases of plastic basins which were stacked all over the grocery store. Everyone who came in would make a few purchases after asking about the prices and uses of the items. Wu Heng sat for a while before saying goodbye to the 2 girls and deciding to return home early. He directly left and returned to his living quarters. He opened the boundary door and returned to the zombie world. Today they had agreed to take Li Yaheng to the Changjing area to capture the big head zombie. Wu Heng began to delegate his skeleton army, leaving about 200 troops to patrol nearby and protect the rest of the people in the car repair shop. The remaining skeletons were all mobilized, forming an impressive formation that filled the entire street. The current number of skeletons had reached over 13,000. Even the big head skeleton, with its ability to command from a distance, had to issue orders in several rounds. From afar, the people in the car repair shop watched with each of their eyes filled with shock and horror. The number of skeletons now was even greater than a normal horde of zombies. The broadcasting station had also introduced some powerful superpowers. But in everyone's eyes, even the most powerful superpower could not withstand this dense army of skeletons. They could even wear armor and wield weapons. Beep beep. Soon, Li Yaheng drove over in a military truck. The skeletons made way for a path. The military truck slowly entered the middle of the path. Wu Heng, along with Basin, Bahudong and the big head skeleton climbed into the truck. He promptly issued an order, "Move out." Wuxing. The skeleton army began to move, escorting the truck in the middle as they slowly advanced. Li Yaheng said, "Last night, I contacted the changing area again. They said that besides the big head zombie, they also spotted other second level and first level zombies. The number of zombies there are around 2 to 3,000. More than one second level zombie. Yes, that's what they said. It might be a little dangerous." Li Yaheng looked somewhat worried. As time went on, it was not only the survivors who were gathering, the zombies too started to band together. This was a matter that was hard to reason with. "It'll be fine. It's not a big issue. If it really gets dangerous, we can leave." Wu Heng comforted. "All right," they also said they would evacuate today, so they won't be able to provide us with much information. "No problem. Once we get there, those zombies will come to find us." The truck continued to slowly move forward, keeping pace with the skeleton army. The two of them chatted about the radio station, as well as some situations in the survivor bases. As time went on, the survivors gradually gathered together, starting to unite for warmth. Similarly, every day, some bases would lose contact inexplicably, most likely overthrown by zombies, with the inhabitants dying inside. The truck left the cleared area. On both sides of the road, more and more zombies were attracted out from residential areas and shops, rushing over as they banded together. After braving through oncoming zombies and moving forward a certain distance, they passed by a residential area. Zombies surged out of the neighborhood like a river, gathering on the road. Charging towards them. "Stop the vehicle, skeletons halt advance," Wu Heng immediately issued an order. The truck slowly came to a stop. The skeleton army also stopped in their tracks, entering a state of combat. From the elevated view in the truck, they could see much further. Wu Heng made a rough estimate of the zombies' distance and spoke, "Prepare to throw spears." Whooshing! A large group of skeletons drew their steel spear-like weapons, ready to throw. Throw! Whoosh! A barrage of steel spears, with a whistling sound, were thrown. Clanging! Immediately after, the steel spears rained down into the horde like raindrops. Some zombies were pierced through by the falling steel spears, and for many more, it was as if iron rods were raining down, knocking down a large group of them. "Wow, the effect is so good!" Li Yaheng on the truck exclaimed in surprise. The width of the road itself was fixed. With hundreds of thrown spears, the zombies fell like wheat during harvest. Even though many zombies gradually stood up again, the effect was still quite visible. Once their spear throwing improves and they unlock specialty skills, it could be a very effective weapon against the enemy. As the zombies that stood up charged again, Wu Heng issued another order, "Form a spear array." The skeletons lowered their bodies, pointing their spears forwards. The horde of zombies then crashed directly into the spear array. Sounds of flesh being pierced rang out. Blood spurted all over the place. Many zombies were pierced through, falling directly to the ground. Watching as the number of zombies rapidly decreased. Advance! Whooshing! The spear soldiers stood up, like a wall studded with steel nails. They began pushing the zombies back. The undead who hadn't died, fell to the ground, futilely crawling forwards, biting at the skeletons' ankles. They were crushed into flesh and blood by the skeletons coming from behind. Or chopped into a pile of meat by the knife-wielding skeletons. Amidst the sounds of intense fighting, the number of zombies rapidly decreased. Given the current level and number of skeletons, they were more than capable of facing these zombies. Chapter 163. One could say the situation was a total rout. More skeletons were protecting the truck, with absolutely no room to move. The fight gradually came to an end. The area grew quiet again. All the skeletons stood in place, going into standby mode. "Clean up the battlefield, move all the corpses to the side of the road," Wu Heng continued. The skeletons began cleaning the battlefield. They retrieved the thrown rebar spears and threw the corpses to the side of the road. They also had to deal with the wrecked cars blocking the middle of the road. Once everything was dealt with, they proceeded on their journey. The team progressed slowly, killing zombies as they moved. The rate of advance was slower than expected. They had to deal with small waves of zombies and road blockages from wrecked cars, slowing them down significantly. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The team was getting close to the changing area. Several distinctive tall buildings could be seen in the distance. "Speed up the advance." Just as Wu Heng was about to issue the command, suddenly, a black SUV burst out of a side road and came onto the main road. The car was speeding. Just after it appeared, the vast skeleton army was spotted directly in its path. Squeak! A sharp braking sound echoed. The car began to sway violently, making a sharp turn and creating a loud crash against a lamppost on the side of the road. The violent impact shattered the glass on the lamppost, causing it to rain down on the car. The passenger in the front seat was half hanging out of the car body. The driver's airbag inflated, and the person was severely injured. Immediately afterward, the individual in the passenger seat started to turn into a zombie. After breaking the windshield, he lurched back into the car, killing the driver. Wu Heng and Li Ya-heng, with widened eyes, watched as this scene unfolded. Everything happened too suddenly. There wasn't even enough time to react. Before they could respond, another vehicle, a minivan, darted out from the same side road. Squeak! Faced with the skeleton army, the driver slammed on the brakes, leaving 4 distinct tire marks on the road. The minivan attempted to reverse and drive in the other direction. The roar and wails of a large group of zombies could be heard from behind. The large zombie horde appeared on the main road following the minivan. The minivan and the SUV, now emitting black smoke, were stuck between the two armies. Unable to advance or retreat. These must be survivors trying to escape, Li Ya-heng commented. Wu Heng nodded, their driving skills are rather poor. The cars weren't modified, not even the minivan, which only had newspapers glued to the windows. Not everyone is capable of modifying cars. What do we do now? Those people seem to be frozen, they're not moving the car. Li Ya-heng brought up. Wu Heng peered through the iron bar gaps in the window to get a look outside. He then turned towards Big Head Skeleton and said, "Prepare to throw the spears." Clatter! The skeleton army immediately prepared to throw their spears. Throw! Whistle! The sound of spears slicing through the air filled the atmosphere once more. Masses of rebar spears rained down from the sky. They clattered upon the asphalt road while zombies fell en masse with them. Kitchen Knife Skeleton, attack! Whoosh! Kitchen Knife Skeleton came out of the formation and charged towards the zombies. The zombie horde met the charging skeleton in a clash. Inside the minivan, a few people watched in fright as the battle unfolded around them. The entire vehicle rocked back and forth from the impact, and sounds of treading echoed from the roof. It seemed someone was fighting on the top of the car. "Boss Chen, these skeletons, they don't seem to be attacking us," one of them said. Since the skeletons were closer to them, they could easily be overwhelmed if attacked. But it didn't seem like the skeletons were attacking them. "What the hell are these things?" the man named Boss Chen cursed. "Look, in the middle of the skeletons, there's a modified military truck. This must be the superpowered man mentioned on the radio. They drove such a truck and broke through the zombie horde. There must be supplies in the back of the truck. Damn it, if only we can get some, joining any base would be worthwhile." Boss Chen lowered his head, following their gaze towards the truck. Hesitation crossed his eyes. The battle ended quickly. All the zombies were killed. The scattered skeletons stood still, motionless as statues. "Go have a talk with those people, be careful. Basin, go with her." After thinking for a moment, Wu Heng continued. "Okay." Li Ya-heng tightened her protective gear and jumped off the truck. Basin and a few other skeletons followed behind her, heading for the minivan. Clang clang clang. Li Ya-heng knocked on the car door lightly. "Open the door, I'm also a survivor." The car door behind her opened a crack. Swish! All of a sudden, a short spear with a fruit knife tied to it shot out from the door's gap, aimed straight at Li Ya-heng's throat. Chapter 164, Changing Area Convoy. A cold glint suddenly stabbed out from the opening of the door. Li Ya-heng's pupils contracted abruptly, a bone-chilling cold rising abruptly from her spine. Perceiving the danger, she wanted to dodge. But her body couldn't keep up with her reaction speed. At that moment, Basin swiftly took action, drawing his knife to strike at the spear. Clang! A crisp ring. The spear drifted downward, its sharp tip hitting the stab-resistant vest on Li Ya-heng's chest. A surge of force knocked her back and onto the ground. Li Ya-heng scrambled up in a panic, hiding behind the skeleton, her hands ceaselessly feeling around her neck and body, checking for any wounds. Apparently, the stab-resistant vest had done its job. A mark had been left on her chest, but it wasn't pierced through. But this feeling of fear lingered, causing her to shudder. She never thought that, with her intention of helping survivors, they would actually try to kill her instead. She glared at the van, filled with anger. In the van. Shit, damn clothes. Boss Chen, with the gold chain around his neck, cursed under his breath. At such close range, they had still missed. The skeleton by their side had drawn its weapon too quickly. Otherwise, they would have definitely killed her in one strike. If they had managed to kill her, it wouldn't have been too bad. But now that she was alive, things were a bit tricky. He glanced at the other people in the car. He shoved the short spear directly into the hands of a young woman who seemed a bit stunned and said, "It's you who stabbed her because you were too nervous." Got it. The woman's hands were trembling as she subconsciously accepted the short spear. Did you hear me? The man chastised. The woman, still in a daze, nodded her head. Don't forget, I saved you guys. If anything happens to me, you'll all die with me. So behave yourselves, Boss Chen said with a cold huff. A few others echoed him. Outside the van, Li Yaheng had given up on the idea of further communication with the people inside, retreating to the back. A large number of skeletons tightly surrounded the whole van. With a single command, they would topple over the van and kill everyone inside. Just then, all the doors of the van swung open. A total of 6 people, 4 men and 2 women, led by a man over 1.8 meters tall with robust physique and a gold chain around his neck. He didn't seem to be starved like one would expect in an apocalypse. Shouting, "We're also survivors. Don't attack. Please don't attack. We just overreacted earlier." As he spoke, he dragged a woman from behind him. "Aren't you going to apologize?" The woman, her eyes darting away and looking depressed, said tremblingly, "I'm sorry. I was too nervous just now. I apologize." Clang. The short spear in her hand fell to the ground and rolled away into the distance. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed onto the ground. The gold chain man, wary of the surrounding skeletons, cautiously said, "Miss, we meant no harm. We hid in a farmhouse somewhere, and we just escaped today. We were a little too nervous." Li Yaheng didn't say anything. The surrounding skeletons stood still in place, surrounding them in the middle. The man, after sweeping another glance around, smacked the back of the woman's head on the ground and ordered, "Keep apologizing. I am sorry, I am sorry." The woman kept her head lowered, sobbing. Li Yaheng was a bit unsure about what decision to make. They didn't do it on purpose, and nothing really happened. And right now, they were short of manpower. She glanced at the truck behind her. The truck door creaked open. Wu Heng slowly stepped down. Several oddly dressed skeletons followed him. Seeing that there was another person, the faces of the other survivors became stranger. Initially, the truck was sealed tight, and the windows were reinforced with steel bars, so it was hard to see how many people were inside. They had thought that the woman who came down controlled this army of skeletons. It turned out that the real master was someone else. Lucky they didn't kill her. Otherwise, not a single person in the van would have the chance to explain. Seeing that Wu Heng was approaching, the man smiled. He took out a wrinkled packet of cigarettes and while knocking the packet to get a cigarette, he walked over and said, "Brother, my name is Chen Yongdong. Thank you for saving us." Halfway there, a skeleton stopped him. Standing not far away, Wu Heng looked at him and asked, "Who's the big brother here?" "Ah, no big brother or anything. Just an ordinary survivor," the man said. Wu Heng kept looking at him and asked, "That spear stab just now was your doing, wasn't it? Don't have the guts to kill zombies, so you want to kill humans." The man's pupils contracted, and his face immediately restored to its normal smiley face, and said, No, it wasn't me, it was her." A woman, scared and a bit neurotic. Wu Heng looked at him and directly ordered, "Kill him." "Hey? Isn't that a bit?" The man thought he meant to kill the woman on the ground. Before he could finish speaking, the sound of an attack rang out by his side. A huge fist swung over from the side. Bang! With a thump, the neck bone snapped. His eyes wide open, coughing up blood, muttering "It was not me" in his mouth. His body fell backwards and collapsed onto the ground, lifeless. The few people in the distance watched this scene in horror. This man was even more ruthless, roughly assessing the situation and then directly killing. Wu Heng glanced at the rest of them. 3 men and 2 women. "Kill all those holding weapons," Wu Heng directly ordered. Chapter 165. Crash. In a flash, the skeleton knocked down several people next to the van, chopping down with a kitchen knife, making a pile of meat paste amid screams and howls. Now, only the woman previously dragged out to take the blame was left at the scene. She hugged her head with both arms without screaming or shouting, her body trembling non-stop. Weak and helpless. The conditions of these two people were entirely different from those of the men. Basically, they didn't seem to belong together. Without uttering another word, Wu Heng used the communicate with the dead spell on a corpse. The corpse sat up, its gaze fixated on Wu Heng. Wu Heng asked, "What's your relationship with this woman?" The corpse replied, "One came to stay in the farmhouse inn, and because she looked passable, we kept her." Wu Heng nodded, dispelling the magic. The corpse fell back on the ground again. Looking at the trembling woman on the ground, he said, "I know you were not with her. Now you can leave on your own, or you can follow us." The woman, looking bewildered, glanced at the corpse on the ground. She then looked up at Li Yaheng and asked, "Do I have to make use of my body to survive?" Li Yaheng understood her implication. With a glance at Wu Heng, she said, "We are from an official refuge. If you want, you can follow us. No one will force you to do anything, but you will need to contribute labor when you can. Then I'd like to come with you." In this environment, going it alone meant death. If she still wanted to live, she had no option but to follow them back. "Let her sit in the back row?" Li Yaheng asked. In the truck, Li Yaheng was driving, and Wu Heng was the passenger. Basin, Bahudong, and Big Head Skeleton were in the back seat. One could squeeze into the back, but with the woman's current state, sitting between skeletons could literally scare her to death. "Let her sit in the truck bed, there's a canvas canopy anyway," Wu Heng suggested. "All right." Li Yaheng nodded, gestured for the woman to take off her coat, checked her from a distance for any weapons, and then arranged her in the back of the pickup truck. Curled up in a corner, she sat in silence. Wu Heng glanced at the van's interior, which was filled with living supplies. He ordered the skeleton to load everything into the truck bed and removed a gold necklace from a man named Chen before getting back into the truck. The truck started and continued toward its destination. Li Yaheng gripped the steering wheel, brushing a hand over the puncture mark on her body. "I'm lucky I wore the stab-proof vest, or I would have died there." In this situation, even a wound could be fatal. Otherwise, one could easily become infected with the virus. Moreover, the place and force of the attack just now, if it weren't for Basin's swift action which changed the direction of the stabbing, or if she hadn't been wearing stab-proof clothing, she would have died outright. Just as Wu Heng had said about Qiangzi and the others before. Not dying by the hands of the undead, but by something as trivial as this, would be extremely resentful. "After we get back, we should install a loudspeaker on the car, so we don't have to go down next time," Wu Heng said. The situation just now had indeed startled Wu Heng. Who could have thought that these people were sick in the head? They resorted to outright murder. If we use the loudspeaker, it might attract the undead. We're not afraid of the average undead. Get one installed when we get back. I remember the city patrol cars had them, we can dismantle one from there. All right, we'll install one when we get back. The truck continued to move ahead, with a large group of skeletons still escorting on either side, ready to march forward again. Meanwhile, in another location. In Changjing area. Inside a semi-underground garage. There were more than 30 people, both men and women, feverishly loading stuff onto several vans. Every one of them was skinny, their faces filled with an eerie and tense look. Hiss hiss hiss. The walkie-talkie hanging from their belts suddenly sprang to life. A low and urgent voice came through, "The horde of undead is approaching this place, there are far too many of them, we won't have time if we don't leave now." Before anyone could respond, the walkie-talkie urged again. "We really don't have time. If we don't leave now, we'll all die here." In the crowd, a man in his 30s, grimy and unkempt, pressed the walkie-talkie saying, "Get down, we're preparing to set off." Disconnecting the walkie-talkie, he continued to tell the others, "Everyone get in the car, leave the rest, get in the car straight away, don't delay everyone's time, hurry up." People hurried to get in the car amidst the rush, their faces filled with worry and unease for the unknown future. "Boss, everyone's in the car," someone from the convoy shouted. The middle-aged man checked the time and continued, "Send a signal to Wang Dong's side." "All right." Following the command, a thick plume of smoke billowed straight into the sky from outside the garage. Before long, Boom! An ear-shattering rumble sounded from a distant direction. Then came a cascade of collapsing structures and the various sounds of items shattering. A voice once again came through the walkie-talkie. The zombies have been lured away. You come down. Soon a man disappeared from above, diving directly into one of the parked vehicles. Move! Go! Roar! The caravan revved into action and lined up to drive out of the garage, entering a previously cleared path and moving towards the distance. Behind them, the dense crowd of zombies hurried towards the site of the explosion and the thick smoke. Even so, the noise of the caravan still drew the attention of a mass of zombies. Zombies from all around charged towards the vehicles. From the top of the apartment buildings, zombies smashed through glasses, and like dumplings in boiling water, they plunged onto the roof of the vehicles. Thump, thump. Screech. With the increasing horde of zombies, some vehicles began losing control and crashed into the sides of the road. Dense smoke rose and the overturned vehicles were immediately engulfed by the swarm of zombies. The faces of the people still in the rest of the vehicles turned ghastly. Children and women quietly sobbed. A man's voice could still be heard from the walkie-talkie, "Maintain the caravan. The uncontrollable and damaged cars are not to block the path. Make way for others to have a chance." Who? The remaining vehicles continued to charge forward, their drivers took a deep breath and held down the gas pedal even more forcefully. Whether they could break through or not depends entirely on this moment. Behind them, even more zombies realized they had been tricked and began to retreat from the explosion site, chasing in the direction the caravan had departed. The multitude filled the entire street. A vast, dark wave. A bellowing roar. On the other side, Wu Heng and Li Yaheng slowly approached in their car. They must have had some scares. Li Yaheng remained silent while her complexion grew grim. "How are you doing?" asked Wu Heng. "I'm fine," Li Yaheng smiled, continuing, "just a bit shaken still. If Basin wasn't there, I fear I would have ended up dead. It's no exaggeration. A scratch from a weapon that had killed zombies would lead to infection. Therefore, they were terrified at that time, and still shaking now. The more she thought about it, the more she's scared. Don't worry, if it really happened, I would turn you into a skeleton." Li Yaheng's eyes widened, looking at him incredulously. "I actually have to thank you for not giving up on me." "I'm just joking, be careful next time." "Okay." The two spoke briefly before driving further forward. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resounded. The ground beneath them seemed to tremble slightly. Li Yaheng immediately slammed on the brakes. Both of them opened the car doors, poking their heads out to look into the distance. From a distant building, thick black smoke billowed into the sky. And a dense mass of shadows was heading towards the source of the explosion. "Was it the army bombing?" asked Li Yaheng. "No, it was a residential building explosion." Wu Heng answered, quickly analyzing the situation in his mind, continuing, "It may have been intentional, to draw the zombies away." As he finished, a caravan could be seen speeding away in the distance. Along their path, vehicles were continuously engulfed by the zombie swarm. They collided with the sides of the road, and in the next second, were overwhelmed by the zombies. Hiss! Meanwhile, an irritating electrical noise began to disrupt the walkie-talkie inside the car. What followed was the intermittent sounds of commands urging the caravan to continue moving forward, for the damaged vehicles to clear the road and to attract the zombies. Their frequency had been intercepted. Li Yaheng looked up at him. Wu Heng said, "See if you can get in contact with them. We'll clear a path for them to pass safely." Chapter 166, It can't be the auto repair shop, could it? Li Yaheng got back in the car and picked up the walkie-talkie, saying, "This is the auto repair shop, changing area convoy, can you hear me?" After her speaking, she waited. But the chatter inside was still filled with hurry and a few commands being issued, with no response to her message. It seemed to be a frequency issue. The other party was using fixed short frequency, while her own was military equipment. She could receive their content, but they couldn't hear her. "Can you hear me? Changing area convoy, you can proceed as normal, we will clear a way for you," Li Yaheng continued. But there was still no response from the other party. Then, the rapidly approaching convoy suddenly began to slow down. The vehicles swerved dangerously, nearly causing an accident. But the horde of zombies trailing closely behind forced them to keep moving forward, daring not stop. In the convoy, The people in the leading vehicle looked in terror at the large army appearing in the distance. They were wearing antiquated armor and holding spears. They neatly lined up in the middle of the road. Like an army from ancient times, appearing in the modern world. What caused the terror was the skull-like faces exposed, and the endless skeleton army behind them. It's as if the ghost army was demanding passage. And at this time, it blocked their way. If it hadn't been for the long-lasting apocalypse, seeing this scene would have scared them to death. "Big brother, what do we do?" the driver anxiously asked. The convoy was moving at a high speed. If they kept this up, they would likely crash straight into the skeletons. The man in the passenger seat also had a troubled expression. He didn't expect to encounter such a problem at this time either. Ahead were skeletons, and behind them were zombies. It was impossible to seek refuge in the narrow lanes. If the convoy tried to go in, the congested road wouldn't even provide a chance for forward momentum. "Find a building and park, we'll hide inside," the man suggested. He took a deep breath, picked up the radio, and continued, "Danger ahead, road blocked, prepare to stop and park. Combat team, disembark to clear zombies, cover the others to enter the building." The convoy began to slow down as a whole. The vehicle doors opened, and men with basic protective gear, wielding weapons, rushed out. They chopped down the zombies that leap at them. The others in the vehicles grabbed essential supplies under their protection and rushed into a building's passage. With a bang, they shut the green iron door. On the other side, Wu Heng and Li Yaheng watched as the convoy parked and rushed into the passage of a building. And the path that they had opened up with their skeleton troops was completely useless. For those survivors, facing the horde of zombies, hiding in the passage of a building, it was nothing more than delaying the inevitable. Neither the building door nor the second-level mutated zombies can block the horde. But it was also understandable. Facing the skeleton army, every surviving person would be terrified. The people at the auto repair shop have gradually accepted the skeletons. Yet, when they talk to the skeletons, their mode of expression is pretty peculiar. For example, nicknames like Big Head Brother and Spear Brother. They can express names, but they also add terms of respect. Let's not worry about them for now. Li Yaheng also put down her walkie-talkie, her gaze falling back to the front. Swarm of zombies, from afar, began to surge toward them. The number definitely exceeded any previous battle. Wu Heng's eyes quickly scanned the swarm. This number, it seemed as if the entire area's zombies had been gathered together. With this number of zombies, even if it were other local refugees, they'd struggle to defend against them. The number is, a bit high. Li Yaheng's face was paler than when she was shocked, the hand gripping the car door beginning to tremble. Wu Heng didn't speak, his gaze remaining on the distance. Calculating the charging distance of the zombies, get ready to throw spears. The skeletons pulled out their steel rods, ready to throw them upward. Seeing their target quickly approaching, Wu Heng continued to command, launch. Whoosh! Steel rods with their shrill whistling sound, like a net of iron, landing among the charging zombie crowd. A large number of zombies were knocked to the ground. Zombies charging from behind tripped over the fallen ones, the horde rolling together like a rolling snowball. Zombies, mangled from the fall, quickly got up. Charging forward quickly. Bringing with them a foul, stale smell. Spear array. Spear soldiers quickly stepped forward, crouching down, spears pointed forward. One by one, the zombies crashed into them, their bodies impaled, instantly dead. But the number of zombies behind was too many, their bodies were skewered like kebabs, one coming after the other, pushing to the front. The bodies of the dead zombies and the skeleton spear holders stuck close together. The skeletons kept thrusting their spears, making continuous attacking movements, killing their targets. Wu Heng, his body leaning out with one hand on the car door, searching for targets within the zombie horde. He quickly scanned. In the horde, there were several types of second-level mutated zombies visible, including tank, similar to big guy, wall-crawling gecko, and some quickly charging mutated dogs. Zombies were indeed evolving towards a higher form of intelligence. Gathered together, they formed a terrifying force. His gaze swept back and forth several times but couldn't spot the shadow of the big head zombie. But given the current situation, it was impossible there would not be any big head zombies. It could be because it was short, and it was hiding amidst the horde. An idea came to him. Ghoul Xiao Xiao flew out of his body. Her phantom arm was supported under her chin, half leaning as she asked, "Uncle, what's up?" Wu Heng said, "This time, there's a significant task that I have to entrust you with." "Speak." "See that horde over there?" "Ah." "Within that horde, there's a zombie with an unusually large head and a short body. Find it." Wu Heng stretched out his hand, gesturing the approximate size of the head. "Are you referring to something like Big Head Skeleton?" Xiao Xiao glanced at Big Head Skeleton seated in the back row. "Exactly. Forgot we have a live example right here." "All right. I'm the best when it comes to finding these guys." After uttering these words, Xiao Xiao made a circulatory path in the air and drifted towards the horde of zombies, simultaneously fading and disappearing from sight. Up front, the zombie horde continued to rage like a stormy sea. Wave after wave of zombies surged towards the skeleton. Large amounts of both zombies and skeletons were falling. "Zombies are coming from over there too." Li Yaheng pointed in the distance. Wu Heng saw on the narrow side roads, more zombies were spilling out, planning to launch an attack on the skeleton's flank. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that there were certainly big head zombies within the horde. Overly simplistic zombies alone wouldn't have been able to mobilize such formation changes. Divide a couple of kitchen knife skeletons and use them to block the zombies from both sides. Wu Heng continued to give out orders. Over 1,000 kitchen knife skeletons from each side emerged and directly clashed with the zombies pouring out on the side streets. Like two anthills charging at each other, they immediately clashed in a fierce battle. Huge waves of fallen rolling zombies. Whoosh boom! Several bicycles were flung over by level 2 mutated zombies. The bikes crashed into the skeleton crowd and instantly scattered the skeletons into fragments. Big Guy and Second Chunk were doing the same, swinging bicycles, trash cans and other objects from the side of the road towards the opposing group, taking down heaps of zombies. Both sides plunged into a war of attrition. It's a matter of whose population will be the first to go extinct. Meanwhile, the people in the changing area shelter closed their doors, killed the zombies within, and quickly moved up to the top floor. Looking at the iron door locked by a padlock, someone immediately took out a crowbar hanging on his bag. Insert it into the ring and force it open. With a crack sound, the old lock broke off, and the iron door was immediately pushed open. Everyone quickly rose to the roof. The more distinct roars of zombies and sounds like chopping vegetables from down below could be heard. There was no time to look at the situation down there. The leader of the men quickly gave out commands. "Xiao Long checks out what the zombies are doing, the rest follow me to build a rope ladder, ready to move to another building." The crowd dispersed, and following orders, began their tasks. A team of people began to toss ropes towards the fence of the next building, intending to construct a traversable rope ladder. It was a little risky, but they had no other option. The person referred to as Xiao Long, laid down at the edge, and looked below. Just one glance, and he furrowed his brow. Confirmed several more times, and shouted in a low voice, Big brother, Big brother! Speak if there's something to say, stop shouting. Look down, the zombies aren't chasing us, we don't have to hurry." The actions of others paused. They immediately came by the edge as well, lowering their bodies and looking down. The entire road was densely filled with bodies. On one side, there were hideously roaring zombies, and on the other side, there were empty white skeletons with weapons. The two armies were clashing in the middle. Blood and shattered bones splattered everywhere. The corpses beneath their feet had accumulated into a small mountain. "They are fighting each other, no one is paying us any attention," someone said. "Yeah, I was wondering why no zombies were smashing the door, turns out they're not on the same side as the skeletons. Phew. We don't need to rush. They will probably be fighting for a while." The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Let's take a rest. Once we've rested, we leave from behind while they're still fighting." "All right." The group quickly gathered in a circle and took a break, consuming some food in the process. Some others were sobbing quietly for their fallen comrades. This is the world as it stands. Every day, people die while scavenging for supplies. But the ones left behind must continue to survive. "Big brother, look, that car in the center of the skeletons doesn't look scrapped, I think I saw someone getting out of it." Xiao Long shouted again. The middle-aged man squinted his eyes towards the direction. There truly was a refurbished truck in the center. The entire road was filled with scrapped cars. Initially, they didn't pay any attention to it. After carefully looking, indeed, they saw a woman in a stab-proof vest climbing onto the truck and lifting some plastic barrels. There are people. Could it be someone from the auto repair shop? The person who contacted us was also a woman. The others widened their eyes in disbelief at the scene unfolding in front of them. The auto repair shop is this powerful? They can control skeletons and even directly confront horde of zombies? Gasoline cans. Wu Heng said. I'll get them. Li Yaheng jumped off the truck, crouched into the back and grabbed the gasoline cans. She glanced at the woman hiding in the corner, curling into a ball and covering her head. Wu Heng called over Big Guy and Second Chunk. He had them throw the gasoline cans towards the horde of zombies. Bam, bam, bam. Plastic cans shattered. A strong smell of gasoline immediately spread out. Combined with the stench of zombies, it created a nauseating smell. Wu Heng watched the position in the sky and immediately cast the fireball technique. The fireball transformed into a flurry of flames, crashing into the horde of zombies. It ignited upon touching the gasoline, sparking a huge blaze. The center of the horde was covered by fire, creating a vacuum isolation zone. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao flew back from afar. Surprised, she said, "Uncle, I've found it. The big-headed one you were talking about is hiding in a car over there. It's not outside." Chapter 167, Soul Sense. A huge fire rose, distorting the air in its scorching heat. Wu Heng followed the direction Xiao Xiao was pointing and vaguely saw a green passenger bus through the gaps in the thick smoke and flames. An advertisement for men's health on the side of the tourist bus. There were also several hundred zombies surrounding the bus. Gyrating and swaying where they stood, they were guarding the vicinity like sentinels. "Let me take a look," Wu Heng said. "Oh." Xiao Xiao acquiesced and dove back into his body. At the same time, the images of Xiao Xiao's route started to appear in his mind. Firstly, there was a dense crowd of zombies. Then, the scene changed and Xiao Xiao entered the passenger bus. The interior of the bus was bloodstained. Rotten flesh and severed limbs hung from the luggage racks. The big head zombie Wu Heng saw was sitting in the driver's seat. Its head was too bloated to be real, and from where it sat in the driver's seat, it was peering out at the battlefield through the grimy windscreen. When the huge flames flared up, the big head zombie startled and tried to flee. But upon realizing that the fire was merely fierce and posed no immediate danger, it returned to the driver's seat. Continuing to observe the distant occurrences, it controlled the zombies for battle. After watching, Wu Heng let Xiao Xiao out again to keep an eye on their surroundings. If there was any danger, she was to notify him immediately. He began to regard the passenger bus in the horde of zombies and contemplate ways to handle the situation. Considering the current number of zombies, letting Bahudong sneak in and kill them may risk getting surrounded and beaten up. Even if the big head zombie was killed, it wouldn't be worth the cost if Bahudong was sacrificed in the process. He pondered for a moment, then told the big head skeleton, "Call Lai Ai over." Thump thump thump. A towering beastman skeleton carrying a sniper rifle walked over. A gigantic skeleton hound followed by its side. Wu Heng pointed at the bus in the distance and said, "Inside that bus, there's a zombie with a gigantic head. Find a way to kill it." Lai Ai glanced at the targeted location, then gestured towards the rooftop of a nearby apartment building, indicating that he needed to get there. Wu Heng nodded and told several nearby beastman skeletons, "Protect Lai Ai." These few beastman skeletons moved beside Lai Ai at once. Soon, the skeletons quickly approached the apartment building, opened the iron gate, and went inside. They quickly reached the rooftop, where the sniper rifle was set up and pointed towards the distance. The battle at the main battlefield continued unabated. Zombies and skeletons collided in an unending clash. Like two tidal waves, they fought and tangled ceaselessly. Bam! A deafening gunshot suddenly echoed from the rooftop. Smash! The windscreen of the bus in the distance suddenly shattered. A bullet went through the big head zombie's skull. The bloated head erupted as if a watermelon had been split open. Gore splattered in every direction. The body of the big head zombie fell backward. It hit the backrest of the driver's seat, then ricocheted against the steering wheel. The zombies guarding the outside began to grow restless. They searched all around for the enemy. Even with a hearty flow of ooze from its head, the big head zombie made an attempt to leave the driver's seat and escape. Bang bang! Then, two more shots rang out. They hit the huge head and its comparatively smaller body in quick succession. This time, the whole body went limp and collapsed. And the zombies guarding outside appeared to have lost their control and started to attack with the rest of the horde. The zombie horde at the forefront began to disintegrate. They lost their senses and charged through the sea of fire. They were engulfed by the fierce flames and fell amidst struggles and screams. Dead. Other level 2 mutated zombies might not have died so easily from bullet wounds. But the big head zombie differed from normal mutated zombies. Its distinguishing feature was its control over the zombie horde. Its physical body and mobility were its weaknesses. Dying only after 2 shots to the head could be considered remarkably tenacious. Before Wu Heng could react, the zombie horde's location was in chaos. The remaining second-level mutated zombies on the periphery hastily ran towards the location of the bus. A giant zombie smashed the front windscreen to a pulp and dragged out the body of the big head zombie. Before it could do anything else, it was sent flying by another giant zombie. The body of the big head zombie also fell to the ground. A scary claw monster zombie, which looked like a gecko, came diving from afar. Its single hand hoisted up the body and scurried up an exterior building wall. 2 giant zombies let out enraged roars and grabbed some nearby zombies, throwing them at the upper floor in an attempt to knock down the scary clawed monster. Wu Heng stared wide-eyed at the unfolding events. He originally thought these zombies would come to the aid. Now, it appeared that they were snatching for Big Head Zombie's body. The gecko zombie climbed to a height of 6 floors. It instantly twisted off the head from Big Head Zombie's body and its sharp claws delved into the neck. After rummaging for a bit, it pulled out a massive clump of unrecognizable matter and immediately tossed it into its mouth. After chewing it heedlessly a couple of times, it swallowed. They are looking for the corpse core. Seeing this, Wu Heng finally understood what they were searching for. They weren't fighting over the body, they were aiming for the corpse core in the brain. Damn! The corpse core! Eaten by a zombie. The corpse core from the big head zombie. I killed the beast, and you ate it. The internal warfare among level 2 mutated zombies made the entire horde even more chaotic. Chapter 168. The lunatic tank zombies were rushing around within the horde, chasing after the zombies on the wall. Wu Heng immediately gave the order, saying, "Attack!" Crash! The skeletons started to attack more fiercely. In the front row, the skeletons buried under the pile of bodies struggled to climb out and began to slaughter the zombies ahead. Without the command of the big head zombie, the behavior of the horde was closer to that of mad beasts. Simple traps and obstacles were enough to cause them heavy casualties. The skeleton army of more than 10,000 began to counterattack, pushing the zombies and slaughtering them. On the rooftop, the dusk light cast onto a few survivors. No crying or idle chatter. Everyone had their eyes wide open, watching the battle taking place below. At their position, they could observe the changes in the entire battlefield situation. From the initial defense to throwing gasoline barrels and shooting fireballs into the sky. In the end, a tall skeleton sniper climbed the roof, killing the second-level mutated zombie with a few shots. And now, the entire group of skeletons began to counterattack. Like a huge wave of bones, it instantly slapped the zombie horde under it. Dropping in groups. What's with this mixed battle tactic, cold weapons below and hot weapons above? Are they from the auto repair shop? If they keep fighting like this, the battle will end soon. Are we still running away? We can confirm it's a survivors team, but we don't know if they're from the auto repair shop. I remember, people from the auto repair shop said, their leader is called King Yama, probably referring to the superpower of controlling skeletons. This superpower is too terrifying. Yeah, they're actually chasing the zombie horde to attack, it's too perverse. Should we leave? The skeletons are counterattacking right now and all the zombies are being attracted there. Someone asked. Now is the best time to evacuate. The original plan was also to make use of this time to evacuate. But upon seeing the battle power displayed by the skeletons, the crowd began to be a bit uncertain. If they are from the auto repair shop, they also have a shelter over there. If they are not afraid of such a large horde of zombies, it should be very safe there. A few people looked at the middle-aged man acting as the leader. The man looked at the military vehicle in the crowd of skeletons below, then at the women and children in the team. He said, "Everyone, evacuate according to the original plan. Xiaolong and I will stay behind to see if we can contact the other party. No matter the result, we'll meet up at the planned location. Isn't it too dangerous for just the two of you? If anything happens to you two, we won't survive either, it's better to die together." The man continued to say, "Do as I said, we've already lost too many people, we can't afford to lose any more." The rest of the people hesitated. They eventually agreed and turned around to pack their things and begin descending the stairs. They jumped out of the windows on the second floor from the back and left towards a distant location. Night fell. The battle continued. The orange firelight illuminated the surrounding area. The skeleton team had killed most of the zombies, and the remaining zombies were still fearlessly fighting the skeletons. Your level has increased to level 7, Intelligence +1, Charm +1. Unlock trait, Soul Sense. Soul Sense, your soul has been strengthened, and you can sense the presence of a soul within a certain range. Invisible and ghostly entities cannot evade your sensing when close to your range. Leveled up. The number of zombies in this wave directly leveled up his level by 1. And at the same time, a trait Soul Sense was also unlocked. According to the introduction, it enables him to enhance the sensing of his surroundings through the soul. This trait, Wu Heng seemed to have seen it in the Book of Necromancy. It seemed to be a trait unlocked only by necromancer professionals who mainly focused on the soul and reached above the 3rd rank. Each rank consists of 5 levels. Levels 1 to 5 are the first rank. Levels 6 to 10 are second rank. Levels 11 to 15 are the 3rd rank. Did he unlock this skill now? Wu Heng attempted to close his eyes and concentrate. The next second, everything around him was blank, and a surge of light flashed in his mind. In addition to the large number of skeletal undead, he could also sense Li Yaheng in the truck, the woman curled up in the cabin with her head in her hands, and Xiao Xiao floating in the distance. As well as some insects. Indeed, it is a powerful ability. It can actually detect these too. But it's clear there is a certain limit to the distance, which is approximately within 5 meters around him. Further distances still needed to be observed with the naked eye. In the future, I could fully rely on this ability to survey my surroundings. I reopened my eyes, keeping my attention on the ongoing battle. Big Guy and Second Chunk, as well as 2 giant zombies, were entangled in combat. Fist against fist, they landed heavy blows on each other. The gecko zombie and my skeleton gecko were in a chase along the outer wall of the staircase. Meanwhile, Lai Yi, still on the rooftop with his sniper rifle, fired occasional shots, providing suppressive firepower and support to the battle below. Wu Heng looked at the scene, heavy smoke billowing, and the ground littered with bodies and fragments of bones. The entire battle had raged from day into the night. It gave off a sense of a prolonged battle. It was a good thing that the combatants were all zombies and skeletons. If it were ordinary creatures, they would have withdrawn due to exhaustion long ago. Bahudong, go help Big Guy and finish this fight quickly, Wu Heng ordered directly. This mutated zombie had intelligence. If it realized they couldn't win, it would choose to flee. Right now, the skeletons have gained a significant advantage. If we continue the attack, we could completely eliminate the zombies. If the mutated zombie tried to escape at that time, it would be hard to capture. We've already lost 1 corpse core from Big Head, we must keep these ones. Bahudong nodded, took a step, and launched himself over the zombie crowd, heading straight for Big Guy's location. He sprinted, leaped, and launched a mid-air punch. Bam! His fist smashed into the giant zombie's temple. An explosion of air pressure followed. The giant zombie's head twisted unnaturally to one side. Its body staggered sideways for 2 or 3 steps, then thudded to the ground. Seeing his chance, Big Guy swung his fist, encased in iron gauntlet, in a relentless downward rain. Like an enraged gorilla. Thuds rang out, and the giant zombie's muscular frame disintegrated like tumorous growths bursting. Lying on the ground, it struggled to counter-attack. Bahudong, too, continued to rain blows on the fallen mutated zombie, brutally beating it to death. After annihilating one, he dove back into the zombie crowd, smashing any that came at him and advancing toward the second giant zombie battling Second Chunk. He joined in the assault. On the other side. Bang! The deafening sound of gunfire resonated from the rooftop again. The gecko zombie, which had been rapidly scaling the wall, was hit in the back of the head by a bullet and fell down. The skeleton gecko leaped from the wall, crashing onto it. At the same time, hordes of skeletons swarmed it. They enveloped it like sticky rice cake. The blade in their hands endlessly hacking at it. The situation was finally stabilizing. Wu Heng directed another fireball spell at the densely packed zombies and ordered, attack with full force. Crash! The undead skeletons increased their assault, striking at the remaining zombies. Again, the battleground fell silent. Only the crackle of the still burning flames echoed. Wu Heng surveyed the corpses strewn about and ordered for the battleground to be cleaned. In the firelight, the skeletons quickly got to work, piling the bodies to one side. The dark blood pooled into little streams on the ground, flowing into the drain. At this moment, Wu Heng looked towards the open space. Xiao Xiao slowly appeared and pointed to the side and said, "Uncle, there are people coming from over there." Wu Heng looked up. At the doorway in the distance, two figures stood. If it weren't for the brightness of the fire, he wouldn't be able to make out their location. Maybe they were afraid of the skeletons, they didn't get too close, they anxiously stood far off, waving something around. "What do they want?" Wu Heng asked. "I eavesdropped a little, they want to pledge allegiance to you but fear you are not human and that you would kill them." Chapter 169, Who are they? Not humans, you shouldn't omit words at crucial moments, Wu Heng corrected. "Oh, hee hee." Xiao Xiao laughed. Wu Heng glanced distantly again. The other party was desperately waving a rag in their hand, trying to attract their attention. They didn't dare to come over directly. Wu Heng knocked on the car door. Li Yaheng popped her bag-covered head out. "What's the matter?" "There are two people over there who want to join us. You go and talk to them, confirm with them. If they want to stay, they need to obey," Wu Heng said. Li Yaheng followed his gaze and saw the figures in the darkness. "Prepare some skeletons for me." Wu Heng gestured, and several large beastmen skeletons walked to her side, directly protecting her. Li Yaheng nodded, confirming that she should be safe, and walked towards the opposite side. She stopped at a distance and, standing amongst the skeletons, ordered, "Come out, throw all your weapons to the side." The two in the dark hesitated and removed their bags and iron pipe knives from their bodies, throwing them to the side. Raising their hands, they emphasized that they were not a threat as they stepped into the light. Li Yaheng was watchful of the two, questioning, "Who are you?" "We are from the Changjing Area Refuge. We've spoken on the frequency before, you should know us if you've heard," the man with a stubbly beard emphasized. "Were you the ones in the fleeing convoy before?" Yes, we were chased by a horde of corpses and panicked." "What about the others?" Li Yaheng glanced at the residential building beside them. "They didn't come down." "We came to talk to you first," the man vaguely replied. Li Yaheng nodded, and continued, "What do you want to talk about?" Before, Li Yaheng definitely believed that the more people, the better. Having more hands enabled them to complete Wu Heng's tasks more efficiently. But the previous incidents have changed her views. More people means more management issues. Those with ambitions could cause trouble to the team if they are invited to join. It could even lead to bigger problems. So she no longer blindly pursues population size. At least she needs to confirm whether the other party is willing to listen to her and whether there are issues with their character. "Are you from the auto repair shop?" the man asked. Li Yaheng's eyebrows raised but she did not deny it. The man was a little embarrassed. He stroked his messy hair and said, "If you are from the auto repair shop, I would like to take my people from the base and join you." Li Yaheng kept her gaze on him, displaying a hesitant expression. And the two men on the other side started getting nervous. At first, they were considering whether to join, but now it seems that it's another matter if the other side will even agree. "How many people do you have?" Li Yaheng continued to ask. "About 20 or so." "And the ratio of the people?" About half are women and children. The rest are men who all have experience and courage in killing zombies." "They won't be a burden to the refuge at all," the man quickly replied. It felt as though they had returned to a job interview in the peaceful times. Necessitated to state one's advantages to gain the approval of the other party. Li Yaheng looked at the two men and said nothing. The two went from being worried to somewhat embarrassed. It seemed like they had nothing worthwhile to offer. But that's pretty much the case. The other party's ability to control skeletons can completely provide a safe place. If they were to go, it seemed they really couldn't demonstrate much value. After thinking about it, the man added, "Driving, lathes, fixing some electrical wires and water pipes, we have people who can do it." Li Yaheng nodded slightly. "Are you their leader?" "I wouldn't go as far as to say I'm the leader. I'm just barely recognized by everyone to lead us to survival." We do indeed have a very safe refuge. But not just anyone can join." "Yes, sir, we understand. If you want to join, 1, you have to obey us. Any previous leader or boss, none of that will work here. Everyone needs to complete the tasks we assign. If anyone wants to cause trouble or has any other ideas, the outcome will not be pleasant, Li Yaheng said. The two looked at each other and said nothing. Li Yaheng continued, in return, we will provide a safe environment, an adequate amount of food. There's no need to worry about danger or hunger. You think it over. If you can accept what I said, then you can stay. The two men turned and whispered a few words to each other. The middle-aged man turned back, we want to join. Good, remember what you said today, Li Yaheng looked at them, okay, have your people come down. Throw away all the weapons in their hands. They evacuated to the original planned location during the day. I will bring them back, the man said. Li Yaheng didn't say much more, glanced at the sky, and said, we'll wait here till dawn. Okay. Then we will go find them first, the man said. Li Yaheng nodded, guarded by the skeletons, she returned to the swarm. Meanwhile, the two from Changjiang area disappeared into the night. How did it go? Wu Heng asked. Li Yaheng stretched her stiff neck and said, the people from the previous convoy want to join our base. Did they agree? I talked to them about conditions and responsibilities, they're willing to accept, shouldn't be any problems, Li Yaheng continued, their people have left before. They're supposed to return here by morning. These people were originally seeking a new refuge. Having seen the power of the skeleton army, there was a high chance they would choose to stay. Wait for them till dawn. I'll go check on that woman. Li Yaheng took a blanket from the car and walked towards the rear. The skeletons started to clean up the battlefield. Several mutated zombie corpses were dragged to their feet. 4 in total. The decapitated commander zombie, which is the big head zombie. 2 tank zombies, 1 gecko scary claw monster zombie. Not a single mutated dog that had been seen before was left behind. After the death of the big head zombie, they escaped and vanished without a trace. At that time, the zombie horde was in chaos, making it impossible to find those mutated dogs. Wu Heng released the bone manipulation skill one by one amidst unstable prompts. Several skeletons stood up one after another. Skeleton Spirit Demon, level 12. Skeleton Warrior, level 12, Skeleton Warrior, level 13. Skeleton Scary Claw Monster, level 14. The levels of the Skeleton Spirit Demon and the Skeleton Warrior had increased. Wu Heng mainly focused his attention on the level 14 Skeleton Scary Claw Monster. After all, this creature had directly swallowed the corpse core of the big head zombie. He compared it over and over again. The basic attributes of the Scary Claw Monster, including intelligence and perception, had also reached above 20. That is to say, these zombies were rapidly enhancing their own attributes after devouring the corpse cores. The effect was similar to that when humans absorbed corpse cores. It was killed just after swallowing the corpse core. Otherwise, its level would be even higher. From now on, you will be called number 2 big head, you will be called 3 heads, you will be called 4 heads, and you will be called number 2 scary claw. Wu Heng arbitrarily named them. Several large skeletons walked out of the pile of broken flesh. Wu Heng took out a stick and searched through the ground pile of broken flesh. He found 3 level 2 corpse cores. The corpse core of the scary claw monster had even more blood vessels and had also begun to turn purple. He found a plastic box, put all the corpse cores in it, and stored it in the space ring. Then he instructed number 2 big head, go, lead some skeletons to clean up the battlefield over there, and bring all the corpses here. Number 2 skeleton started moving. A dense crowd of skeletons began to transport corpses under the silvery moonlight. The sky gradually lit up. Wu Heng and Li Yaheng were sitting in the truck waiting. All the skeletons were carrying a corpse on their shoulders, drenched in blood. Before long, in the distance, a small group of people waved at them. The skeletons parted a path, and the leading middle-aged man brought over around 20 people. They weren't carrying any weapons, only the necessary items such as clothes and food. Li Yaheng nodded and said, your cars are still parked there, let's go back together. All right. The crowd passed through the group of skeletons. They climbed onto the parked cars on the side of the road and carefully followed behind the truck. They set off towards the direction of the repair shop. What about here? Li Yaheng asked. Today, I will accompany you to search the Changjiang area, mainly shops and grain stores. We'll take everything we can. Wu Heng said. All right. They returned to their living area. Li Yaheng immediately called for the original truck team. Accompanied by a portion of the skeletons, Wu Heng began to scour the area they had cleared the night before. They were transporting back truckload after truckload. At dusk, Wu Heng returned to the residential area. Through the boundary door, he directly returned to his living place. He went downstairs with basin and bahudong, and quickly, bunny girl Minnie ran out from one of the rooms on the side. She looked at Wu Heng who had come downstairs from above, then she looked at the first floor. "Oh! Master, you're at home," Minnie said with a bit of surprise. Wu Heng nodded. "Have you prepared dinner?" "Oh, I'll prepare it right now." Minnie briskly ran toward the first floor. Humming a song, she started to busily prepare in the kitchen. Soon, Fox Girl Wei also came back, walked in through the front door. Seeing Wu Heng sitting in the living room, she slightly bowed. "Master." How is the shop?" "The shop was quiet for the past 2 days, but customers have been gradually increasing today. Some people have been asking about place orders and hoping to get some discounts," Wei explained while standing in front of him. Wu Heng thought for a moment. "If they reach a certain quantity when ordering, we can give them a reasonable price. You decide how much of a discount would be appropriate and we can discuss it together." "All right, Master." The two of them had a short chat. Minnie served dinner on the table and called for everyone to sit down. Just as they were about to start eating, the front door was knocked again. Minnie quickly went to open the door. She saw Wen Mancha, who was cloaked in a cape, standing expectantly at the door. Seeing each other, they both paused for a moment. "Who are you looking for?" Is Captain Wu Heng at home?" Wen Mancha asked softly, clutching her collar. "Oh, the master is at home. No, the captain is at home," Minnie said. The door was opened, and Wen Mancha walked in. She glanced at Wu Heng, then looked at the two new beastmen girls. She stood at the door and asked, "Master, who are they?" Chapter 170, The Lady in the Basement. Before he even opened the door, Wu Heng knew it was Wen Mancha knocking. With his newly unlocked soul sense, he could clearly sense the person outside the door, along with the connection generated by the contract lock imprinted on both of them. In the zombie world, he hadn't thought much about it. But now he did. This feature really was good. Whether it was for scouting or for preventing people from sneaking an attack, it was very useful. "Master, who are they?" Wen Mancha frowned, her face instantly cooling. Minnie and Andre Willow, hearing the other also addressing him as master, displayed surprised expressions. Wu Heng introduced them. "Minnie, Andre Willow, they are the new maids, they'll be living here from now on." Then he pointed at Wen Mancha. "Wen Mancha, the leader of the Pint gang, you can call her big sister." The three women looked at each other. Minnie was the first to speak up. "Sister Wen Mancha." Andre Willow also stood up, slightly bending over in formal salute. Wen Mancha being older and a gang leader, in Lundham City, being part of a gang signified power, which wasn't a disgraceful thing. On the contrary, it represented a high status, worlds apart from being a slave. Upon hearing that she was a gang leader, the two looked at her a few times. Their master seemed to be even more formidable than they had imagined. The leader of a gang was serving as their domestic servant. With a slight tilt of her head, Wen Mancha maintained a cool expression and lightly nodded. Hanging her coat on the rack by the door, wearing brown leather armor, she walked slowly into the living room. Once again, she assumed the demeanor of a dignified and imposing gang leader. "Wen Mancha, have you had dinner?" Wu Heng asked. "No." "Come and join us," Wu Heng said directly. Wen Mancha walked over and sat down on the side of Wu Heng. Minnie brought a dinner plate from the kitchen and placed it in front of her. "How old are you this year?" Wen Mancha asked as she nibbled her food, her gaze flitting between the two women. Feeling somewhat restrained under her imposing presence, Minnie replied, 16. 22. Andre Willow also murmured. "How did you become the master's maids?" The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Minnie quietly looked up at her, answering in a low voice, "The master bought us." "And you too." "Wen Mancha, eat first. We can discuss later." Wu Heng interjected, attempting to halt her line of questioning. It was as if they were undergoing an interrogation. Wen Mancha ceased her questioning, eating while sharing a warm smile. She relayed to Wu Heng some affairs concerning the local gangs. After dinner, Minnie and Andre Willow began to clean up. Wu Heng said, "Wen Mancha, come with me." They made their way up to the study on the 3rd floor. Wu Heng closed the study door. The 4 skeleton ghost hags had been sent to the zombie world when the 2 new maids moved in. There, they could still read and learn skills normally. Master, Wen Mancha was about to speak. But Wu Heng interrupted her, put your hands on the table. What? Wen Mancha noticed Wu Heng was serious and placed her hands on the table. Wu Heng looked around the study, not finding anything suitable, he picked up a slipper from the floor. Smack! A crisp sound echoed. Still bringing your gang mentality here, bullying others, hey! Smack! Another slap, Wen Mancha let out a small hum. She still retorted, who told the master to go behind my back and hire 2 young and beautiful maids, and they are of different races too. Wu Heng stopped. It seemed he could sense the crisis in her tone. Compared to the other 2, Wen Mancha was indeed older. Putting down the slipper, Wu Heng sat down, patting his thigh. Her face was slightly flushed, but the resentment from before was gone. She rubbed her bottom and walked over to him, sitting on his lap. Worried, hey! Now that the master has 2 more maids, will you still like me? Wen Mancha asked softly. How can I not like you when you are this good? They are both so young and of different races, don't all men like that? Wen Mancha continued. With one arm around her, Wu Heng raised his hand to undo her leather armor, you're not less than them, relax. Then, who do you like more? Wu Heng looked into her hopeful eyes, removed her armor, threw it aside, and proceeded to undress her. In the end, she was left wearing only a set of black, thin lingerie. Picking her up, he laid her down on the table. I like you. Hee, the master is so nice. Wen Mancha's arms hung around his neck. Main hall on the first floor. Minnie ran down from the second floor, clutching Andre Willow's arm, whispering, the master is hitting her. Don't randomly listen in. Andre Willow replied. No, really, it seems like he said she was bullying us, then started hitting her. Minnie insisted. Really? Yeah, seems like he didn't go easy on her, those 2 slaps were pretty loud. Andre Willow also glanced towards the upper floor, whispering, if the master is willing to intervene, she won't bully us in the future. Yeah, we're not afraid of any gang. Minnie whispered. Inside the study. Wen Mancha bit her lip. Wu Heng covered her mouth, her tongue curling and grasping his thumb, sucking on it as if she were an infant. After a while, both were laying on the desk. You've put more effort than usual. Wu Heng teased. Well, there's competition now. On the day that Rocky comes back, he even thought about using me as a chip to offer to the people from the White Wolf gang. Wen Mancha laughed before rolling over to snuggle into his arms. Chapter 171. Don't overthink it, we never abandon or give up. It feels pretty nice to have a master now, said Wen Mancha as she rolled over and gave a kiss. She continued, Master, I have some news about the investigation on the outlaw you asked me to conduct. Oh? What news? Wu Heng had been dealing with matters in the zombie world at Changjing area for the past few days. Not much had been accomplished on the association's side, either. Furthermore, if he was to accumulate more merits and faster upgrade to the rank of vice executive, he needed to focus on capturing the outlaws. Wen Mancha caressed his muscles, saying, there's a rumor saying a bandit stole a batch of goods from a trader and intends to sell them to make money to flee. They have been contacting some gangs in the outskirts of the city recently. Robbed the trade convoy? Wasn't it the Hammer Party? No, the Hammer Party has their own channels. They are just some bandits, but their leader is definitely an outlaw, or else they wouldn't dare enter the city, Wen Mancha gave her analysis. Ordinary murderers and bandits could enter Lundham City, besides the association's outlaws. Lundham City simply didn't care. If they didn't even dare to enter the city, they were most likely important outlaws. Where is it? Are you planning to trade with him? In an abandoned stone building on the outskirts of the city, we aren't planning on trading, but a gang from the outskirts plans to trade with them, said Wen Mancha as she climbed atop Wu Heng. Wu Heng frowned in thought, on what day is the trade taking place? It's scheduled for the day after tomorrow. I came to tell you in advance. Good job, you are reliable as always, Wen Mancha. Stop it. Wen Mancha slapped lightly but her motions became more vigorous as she whispered, if Master decides to intervene and kills them, I want to take over the goods. It would be a great help to the gang. If there are goods, I don't mind giving them to you. But remember, other members of the squad get a share of the money. Give me a discount, and I'll pay." Wu Heng chuckled, "All right, if we get the goods, they'll be yours." "Thank you, master." After fooling around in the study for a while, they walked towards the bedroom, getting ready to rest. Early the next morning, Wen Mancha gently helped him get dressed. Enviously, she said, "I'm really jealous of them for being by your side every day. You've been complaining all night. You are the big sister, you should behave like one and take care of them more." Wu Heng slapped her butt as he spoke. "I know. I won't get angry. After all, I am the one master likes the most." Wen Mancha clung to him again and whispered, "Master, do you prefer my wildcat costume, or the one from last night?" "Last night's?" "Humph, it seems like now that you have someone different, you don't like the wildcat costume." "Not again." After sweet talking for a while, they went downstairs again. After breakfast, they were about to go out and attend to their own matters. Before leaving, Wen Mancha took out 2 money bags from her pocket and handed them to Minnie and Andre Willow. Her expression was still cold as the powerful sister-in-law. "I came in a hurry, and didn't bring any gifts as the big sister. Take these, buy some daily necessities for yourselves." The 2 women were stunned. They subconsciously took the heavy money bags, appearing somewhat flustered. Thank you, Sister Wen Mancha." As soon as they came to their senses, they thanked her immediately. Wen Mancha nodded, "If anyone bullies you, come see me. There are some things that the master can't handle personally, I'll help you solve them." After speaking, she gave Wu Heng a smile, took skeleton and left. Wu Heng was speechless. It seemed that last night's talk was still useful. At least, she really did come across as a big sister. She had a strong street gang vibe though. He also instructed them briefly before leaving the house. Minnie pulled Andre Willow aside, whispering, "You see that? Master hit her. Otherwise, she wouldn't be this nice today." "Yeah, it's good for us anyway," Andre Willow responded. "You know, last night, Master must have hit Sister Wen Mancha all night. I heard her moaning for a long time." Andre Willow was taken aback, and her face turned somewhat red. She pinched her cheek. "In a few days, you'll understand." Heading to the association, he collected 4 reply letters at the front desk. The lounge was empty. Wu Heng, the team leader, hardly ever visited the association, let alone the other members. They sat down on a sofa and began reading the letters. The first one was from Slither. The first half was relatively normal, narrating the recent situation in Blackstone Town. The second half was more caring, but it didn't specify anything. He just stated that he would be coming to Lundham City in a few days to select a few girls to replenish the staff at Moneycat, and he would visit then. The letter, due to the Hammer Party issue, was held up at the border. Slither had already arrived, but the letter hadn't. Now that their relationship was established, the polite words in the beginning seemed superfluous. The second letter was from Muley. The whole letter was just complaints about how boring it was in Blackstone Town. Nothing interesting, nothing delicious. Then she asked him for the method of making potato chips, planning to make them herself at home, in case something happened to Wu Heng and the skill was lost. "Thanks a lot, my dear niece." If she was greedy, she should admit it. The way she put it made it sound like he wouldn't live long enough. The third letter was from the previous team leader, Atruk, regarding work matters. Chapter 172. The fourth letter is from the previous member, Kavina. She first apologizes for not being able to reply in time, then she also talks about some matters regarding her local association. The circumstances are similar to Wu Heng's. Kavina didn't reach level 8, instead she became a captain due to her level 3 merits and the deacon's direct recommendation. Therefore, after she arrived, she attracted quite a few cold stares. She and Wu Heng are different. Wu Heng, when all's said and done, still has some decent trump cards left, being able to complete both bounties and tasks. As for Kavina, she's performed rather ordinarily. Being unceremoniously promoted to this position, she feels somewhat awkward. Her words were filled with gloom as if she was in a very bad mental state. She began to reply to several letters. As for Kavina's situation, she didn't have any solutions either, she could only try to comfort her. She couldn't very well send her a handgun now, could she? Such things were her trump cards, unless this world also possesses them, only then can she consider letting them out. After she finished replying to the letters, she directly submitted them to the front desk. She also took out her tablet and snapped a saving of the newly posted wanted posters. Finding there wasn't much else to do, she quickly left the association and took a stroll around the town. In the afternoon, Wu Heng returned to his residence. Many had gone to the shop to help in the morning, so there wasn't anyone else at home. After tidying up the office a bit, he directly headed to the zombie world. In the middle of the apartment building, 3 corpse mountains piled up to the height of 2 people were stacked. Wu Heng first stepped out of the housing complex to take a look. The lifestyle items that Li Yaheng and the others had gathered were inside cardboard boxes outside the housing complex, occupying a large area. "Come over here and move these things inside the housing complex." Wu Heng called over a few skeletons. The skeletons formed a line and began moving things inside. Wu Heng stood at the door, directing for a while. Re-entering the housing complex. Over the mountains of corpses, he casts Dead Bones Battlefield. A circle of grey-white light spreads out. Masses of corpses lost their flesh, and one by one, skeletons rose to their feet, joining the ranks of the whole group of skeletons. Wu Heng sat inside the housing complex, while reading the rune book in his hand. He's waiting for his spiritual power to recover. After that, he can continue to use his skills to convert more skeletons. As dusk was about to fall, at the entrance to the housing complex, Wu Heng and Li Yaheng stood together. "How are the people who joined yesterday?" Wu Heng asked. "No problems so far. They are all very obedient, have been assigned different tasks. The women and children are scavenging for daily necessities, while the men are making iron spears and javelins in shifts." Li Yaheng replied. Wu Heng took out the javelin he bought from the weapons store from his space ring and handed it to him, saying, "This is a normal javelin, use it as a reference." The javelin is not quite the same as the short spear Li Yaheng constructed. Both ends are sharpened. The tip of the spear is somewhat heavier, which helps when falling and piercing the ground, instead of a thrown iron rod, which strikes the opponent. Therefore, the javelin made of rebar needs to be improved slightly. "All right." Li Yaheng nodded. The two of them sat together and chatted for a while. He told her to gather a group of people she trusts. There cannot be problems with management. After talking for a while, they parted ways and returned to their respective places. Through the boundary door, he returned to his own residence. Today, when Mancha did not come, Andre Willow reported about the situation at the store. The 3 of them chatted downstairs for a while. Then each returned to their rooms to rest. The next day, in the association's rest area, Wu Heng sat in the main seat, and behind him stood 3 figures. Basin, Bahudong, and Lai Yi who is tall, wearing a round helmet, and carrying a sniper rifle. The skeletal dog wasn't brought along, pretending to be something else would be difficult. Duke and Mata walked in succession. "Captain, are you looking for us?" Duke asked in a coarse voice. "Yes, go register for a cart, we have a task." "Let's go out." Wu Heng directly replied. "Oh great, finally a task." Duke immediately left to prepare the cart. Once everything was ready, they quickly set off for the information location provided by Winnie. Near noon, the group of 3 with 3 additional skeletons reached the trading location. Wu Heng gave Lai Yi a hand signal, and he promptly ran towards the distance, mounted a hill behind them, and pointed his gun muzzle at the area ahead. Up ahead is a dilapidated stone house. Thorny vines covered the building, but the structure itself was intact. Looking from afar, you could see 2 groups of differently attired people. One group's members' clothes were different, their helmets and armors seemed to be hastily patched together. They looked like mountain bandits who hadn't received supplies for a long time. The other group's main attire was leather armor, a few were in metal plate armor, they should be the gang members who were here for the trade. There were over 10 people guarding the outside. There should be even more people inside the building. Both sides' members arrived quite quickly. "Hey! Captain, there are people guarding the front and back, a total of 12 people, there are also some on the hillside," Mata said softly. Rangers and tamed beasts can share their vision. Although the black-feathered eagle didn't fly up, standing at some high places, it can also get a better view of the surroundings. "Wait a bit," Wu Heng said. He is also waiting for Xiao Xiao's news. After giving orders, there were no responses for a long time. As the seconds ticked by, Wu Heng's face began to turn ugly. Xiao Xiao still hadn't returned. Could there be some problem? Who could control a ghost? Captain. They might be leaving. Duke said softly. At the second floor window, one could see some people starting to pack up. Chapter 173. It seems like the transaction is complete, and everyone is planning to go home. Wu Heng looked up, deciding he wouldn't wait any longer either. If Xiao Xiao was really in danger, he had to rush in to rescue her. Now being a soul himself, if he was destroyed, there wouldn't be any chances to save her. He quickly turned his head, gave a signal to Lai Yi on the distant slope. Bang! The sound of a gunshot echoed. The person standing by the window suddenly slumped backward as their forehead exploded. There was a moment of silence in the stone building, followed by two groups of people looking at each other in surprise. With a shout, they all jumped into a fight. The sound of clashes and weaponry filled the air. The people from both sides guarding outside also sensed something was wrong. Seeing the fighting inside, they also drew their weapons. Let's get closer, but hold off attacking for now, Wu Heng said. They kept their bodies low, using the grass and trees for cover, and cautiously moved forward. Stopping at a distance of over 200 meters, they started to watch the brawl. The battle was still brutal. The gang members and the bandits were all tough characters. Neither their aura nor their killing techniques were weak, people kept falling in puddles of blood. People were dying or lying on the ground, howling in agony. As they watched the number of people outside the building dwindling, the fighting inside carried on. Charge! Don't spare anyone, Wu Heng ordered. Ah! Duke yelled, charging out immediately. He frightened a nearby bandit, then flew forward, his enormous axe smashing the bandit's skull. Mata started to run sideways quickly. With the shared vision of the black-feathered eagle, she began firing arrows at the people on the hillside. Mata kept firing arrows, forcing the opponents to retreat again and again. Wu Heng threw fireballs from a distance while Basin and Bahudong rapidly closed in to attack. They quickly eliminate the remaining people outside. Pausing at the entrance of the stone building, they heard the fight still going on inside. Duke, clutching his battle axe, was about to charge in. Wu Heng stopped him and carefully sensed what was inside. There were 5 people left on the 3rd floor and 2 energy fluctuations underground, one of which was his own ghost, Xiao Xiao. He pulled out several poison smoke thunders from his space ring and tossed them into the building after igniting them. Outside, it was difficult to cast the fog skill inside. The poison smoke thunder was still useful. Boom, boom, boom. Thick smoke started spreading inside the building. They start to hear the adversaries inside coughing and cursing. Watching as they had no intention of running out, Wu Heng ordered, go in and kill them. Basin and Bahudong charged in immediately, meeting an intense round of gunfire. After the gunshots came intense sounds of combat. There were constant thuds as heavy objects and blades struck the walls. But under the effects of the poisonous smoke, their combat abilities were severely limited. Soon, Basin and Bahudong gained the upper hand, breaking the enemies' necks and killing them instantly. As the battle ended, silence descended once again over the area. The smoke had not yet cleared. The 2 skeletons dragged the bodies out of the building and placed them in the open area outside. At this point, Mata returned from a distance. She was also dragging a body with her. Wu Heng eyed the fading smoke and then the bodies lying on the ground. He pulled out a tablet, handed it to Duke and said, check against these faces, see who's the bounty. Yes, Captain, Duke nodded, taking the tablet. He arranged the bodies and started comparing the faces. Wu Heng, along with Basin and Bahudong, descended the spiral staircase. The damp and dim basement was filled with green plants. Though there was little sunlight, vibrant flowers were in full bloom. It seemed like a semi-underground garden. There were few things in the basement. An old wooden table and an empty rocking chair lazily swinging back and forth. Xiao Xiao was floating in mid-air. She shrugged helplessly, I couldn't help it. This lady wouldn't let me leave. I didn't understand a word she said. Wu Heng glanced at the rocking chair and softly asked, leader of the 12th team, Wu Heng. How may I address you, madam? The rocking chair stopped swinging. A translucent figure appeared on the chair. Glenda. Chapter 174, Long Time No See. The rocking chair came to a standstill. A figure in a gown, wearing a lady's hat, appeared out of thin air. Mature and dignified, she seemed like a noblewoman who had stepped out of a high-class family. Glenda. The woman gently uttered, snapping her fingers. The scenery of the basement began to change. The mottled walls were once again covered in brightly colored wallpaper, while the moss and dirt-covered floor became shiny and smooth. Furniture and well-kept potted plants sprung up all around. The place was no longer a basement, but resembled a wealthy manor. An illusion. The changes started to take place right before Wu Heng's eyes, and he immediately sensed something was wrong. Simultaneously, a strong resistance surged deep in his consciousness. The illusion shattered, all the imaginative scenes disappeared, and the basement returned to its shabby, mottled state. The woman slowly rose, making a gesture of pouring tea. Wu Heng glanced at her. She seemed unaware that the ambience she'd conjured had already faded. She was still going through the motions as if the illusion was still in effect. "Has my child disturbed the lady?" Wu Heng asked in a soft voice. The woman sat back down in the reclining chair, snapping her fingers again. Xiao Xiao, who had been suspended in mid-air, regained its ability to move and quickly flew to Wu Heng's side, crouching behind him. Peeking out from behind his shoulder, it said, "Uncle, she doesn't seem like a good person." Wu Heng nodded without responding. The woman across from him cast him a glance and explained, "I haven't had contact with outsiders for a long time." Seeing her, I wanted to ask about the situation outside, but it seemed we speak different languages. Even though they were both in spectral form, the languages they had learned in their previous lives differed. Xiao Xiao spoke Chinese, while she spoke the local tongue. The two could hardly have any conversation at all. Yet, it was different for Wu Heng since he had the aid of a language translation system, so he could communicate with both parties. "Children from my hometown are yet to learn the local language," Wu Heng explained, before asking, "Has the lady always lived here?" The woman nodded, answering softly, "Yes, for many years. In the past, different factions or mercenaries would come here for trade. Now, visitors to this place are becoming fewer and fewer. It's incredibly rare for specters to form. It required special conditions and a formidable spiritual power prior to death. Not everyone who dies becomes a spirit. In a way, specters are immortal. If they were easy to form, the affluent individuals nearing the end of their lives would have long since created their own spectral family. Earlier, in the mining village of Blackstone Town, infant specters, which were equally hard to form, showed signs of life. With a bleak environment and prolonged exposure to necromantic magic, they became violent and uncontrollable evil spirits. The fact that Xiao Xiao and the lady in front of him had managed to form specters was quite remarkable. "Did you see those people conducting their transactions here before? And you simply let them carry out illegal transactions here?" Wu Heng continued to ask. "Appearing in front of outsiders would only create trouble for me. There's no such thing as legality here, as long as they don't disturb me," the woman answered. Wu Heng agreed. For meddling in others' affairs, he might soon find a commission to cleanse the spectre posted on the association's mission board. The woman before him was smart, she knew better than to expose herself to outsiders. Pat, pat, pat. At this moment, footsteps sounded from upstairs. Then, it was Duke's coarse voice ringing out, "Captain, are you downstairs?" The footsteps were getting closer. Duke came straight downstairs. The two specters vanished instantly, leaving Duke to see only Wu Heng sitting on an old chair. Duke scratched his head, "Captain, what are you doing sitting there? How is it? Did the identification come through?" Wu Heng asked. "It did. There are two fugitives. One has a level 3 merit, the other offers a high-level tool as a reward," Duke revealed with a wide grin. This was quite a haul. Not only were there bounties, but merits to collect as well. And the merchandise. Loads of fabric and potions. Mata said they were hallucinogens. "There's also quite a few silver coins," Duke reported. Wu Heng nodded and continued, "Search around the vicinity. Both parties should have prepared carriages. Count all the goods and coins and wait for me outside." "Oh, all right." Duke scratched his head again and went back upstairs. As Duke left, the two specters reappeared. "It seems your crew listens well to you," the woman said, glancing towards the staircase. "Trust is mutual." That makes sense," the woman nodded, continuing her questioning, "Are you a necromancer? Or do you practice some other profession?" "Necromancer," Wu Heng confirmed. "How did you end up here? Mages seldom come to such chaotic places." "I was assigned here by the association. For me, it doesn't matter where I go," Wu Heng answered, and then asked his own counter-question, "Did the lady live here in her past life?" "Yes, This place was my home. Time has changed so fast. Don't you have plans to go out and check it out? Wu Heng looked up at her. The woman turned her gaze on him, staring unblinkingly. Wu Heng continued to smile, planning to accelerate the pace of their conversation. She might be willing to chat endlessly, but he needed to be back before the city gate closes. Both of them have been sussing each other out through their conversations, trying to uncover underlying details. It's hard to believe the other party would intentionally hold Xiao Xiao hostage after learning he was a necromancer, without having any ulterior motive. Based on his observation, the woman did not seem like a vengeful spirit. At most, she could be considered a homebody spirit indifferent to others' affairs as long as she was left in peace. Furthermore, her abilities seemed significantly stronger than Xiao Xiao's. Chapter 175. If she went with him, it could be a help. Do you want me to be your spirit servant? The woman asked directly. It could be beneficial for both of us. You can go out and see the world. Lundham City might have changed a bit, and you can't always stay trapped here, can you? Wu Heng began to persuade. The woman lay back down on the lounge chair and started swinging slowly, creaking as it moved, seemingly caught in hesitation. According to her own words, this place is her home, and she has been living here for a long time. To suddenly step out, she really needed to think about it. Wu Heng didn't interrupt her and silently waited by her side. Xiao Xiao still hung on his shoulder, whispering, "Uncle, what are you guys talking about?" I asked her why she was bullying my child. She said she's been bored for too long here and wanted you to keep her company. But we can't communicate, so I said that's not acceptable. What if she scared my child? That's a violation of personal freedom. Wu Heng explained, using emotional gestures. Exactly, you tell her. She scared me back then. Xiao Xiao chimed in. I told her, but she said this is her house. She's been trapped here for a long time and hasn't had any company for so long. So she wanted you to talk to her. When I thought about it, I felt quite sorry for her. Xiao Xiao tilted her head, feeling that made quite a bit of sense. This place is so ragged, and she's all alone without even a lamp, she is quite pitiful. So, she just apologized, and seeing she had a rather good attitude, I forgave her on your behalf. That works too. The two of them were chatting. The woman on the lounge chair turned slightly to give them a glance. She turned her head and said, I can go with you, but you must promise me one request. Wu Heng stopped talking to Xiao Xiao and asked her, what request? I need to hear whether it can be done. When you are powerful enough, help me kill a man. Who? I'm the team leader of the association, I have my moral bottom line. Wu Heng emphasized, afraid she might propose something like a ritual requiring the death of countless people. The woman gave a faint smile, my husband. I don't know if he's still alive, but if he is, I want you to help me kill him. The tone of these words was unusually calm. As if the man she was talking about had no relation to her. May I know the background? Wu Heng asked. There's nothing to hide. He murdered me and took everything I had, turning this home into what it is now. As a ghost, I intend to take revenge on him. The woman looked over and asked, has this touched your moral bottom line? Sir Captain. Well, if there isn't a twist in the story, I agree to your request. Wu Heng responded. The relationship between a necromancer and his spirit servant is that of master and servant. The necromancer commands the ghosts while his soul power nourishes the ghosts. It is a mutual aid relationship. But in their roles, the necromancer is the master, and the ghost is the servant. Even if she were lying, considering their respective roles further down the line, he would always have the absolute right and had nothing to fear. Very well, I am prepared to be your spirit servant. The woman took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Wu Heng nodded, using his spiritual power to envelop her body. Gradually, he could feel his soul mark imprinted inside her soul. Successfully contracted a ghost. Wu Heng was delighted and immediately investigated the ghost's attributes. Ghost. Level, 10. Attribute, Agility 22, Vitality 18, Intellect 28, Perception 16, Charisma 26. Traits, Invisibility, Ethereal Movement, Push by Thought Power, Illusion, Possession, Soul Binding. Invisibility, the ghost can make its soul completely invisible. Ethereal Movement, enter ethereal state, allowing you to pass through other creatures and objects. Push by Thought Power, can affect objects within range by thought power. Illusion, creates an illusion with soul power, forming a virtual illusion around, which can be broken by intelligence above 25. Possession, possesses humanoid creatures around, causing the target to fall incapacitated and lose control of the body. The ghost gains control, charisma above 20 can't be possessed. Soul binding, places a restriction effect on a soul target, limiting its mobility. A level 10 ghost. This level was already considered not low, and given the harsh conditions for a ghost's survival and leveling up. There were 3 new skills compared to Xiao Xiao. Illusion is the skill used to create the illusion, which she had just cast. Soul binding can place a restriction effect on souls, which should be the skill she used to trap Xiao Xiao. Wu Heng's gaze fell on possession. This skill was quite similar to the classic characteristics of ghosts in traditional ghost stories. It could possess sentient beings and take over control of their bodies. Needless to say, this woman was much more powerful than Xiao Xiao. Of course, Xiao Xiao was still young and just became a ghost, her potential for growth was still high. Welcome to the team, Glenda. Wu Heng smiled. Thank you, I look forward to your guidance, Captain. Glenda gracefully rose, hovering in the air to show her respect. She truly resembled a fine lady from high society. Just without a body. Do you have anything else you need to prepare? In the secret compartment in the corner of the room, there's some money I saved. You can take that with you. Glenda stood up, walked to the corner, and pointed to a moss-covered stone slab. Chapter 176. Wu Heng pulled out his dagger and pried open the slab. Below lay a wooden box, already rotted from dampness. Upon opening it, inside were somewhat oxidized 5 gold coins and a substantial number of silver coins. It seemed that Glenda's previous life was more affluent than most people's. All right, you return now, and wait until we get to the city, then we'll see what changes there might be, Wu Heng said. All right, Captain. The woman smiled slightly and slipped directly into his body, lifting a corner of her skirt. Xiao Xiao, standing to the side, had wide eyes, asking, what happened, what happened? How did she get inside? Wu Heng explained, she wants to leave with us, to take a look outside. I thought she looked rather pitiful being alone, so I agreed. Xiao Xiao immediately asked, what about me? Xiao Xiao is always Xiao Xiao. What if she bullies me after this? Xiao Xiao asked, looking somewhat worried. Whoever dares to bully my child, I will hit them. If she bullies you, tell me, I'll spank her, Wu Heng guaranteed, patting his chest. Okay. Xiao Xiao immediately smiled upon hearing she has a backer. But we should also get along well. Understood, uncle. Xiao Xiao then swiftly slipped back into his body. The matter of the ghost was resolved. Wu Heng then left the stone tower. The sunlight outside was still dazzlingly bright, and the ground was neatly littered with a large number of corpses. Each corpse had been searched once over, and all the valuable items were ransacked. On the other side of the open space were several crates. Inside, one could see many pieces of cloth. At the entrance, there were also 3 horse-drawn carriages. Captain, did you have an upset stomach? Duke asked from atop of the carriage. What upset stomach? I just sat for a while down there. Wu Heng walked over to the spoils of war and asked, have they been counted? Duke looked at Mata. Mata said, as for the goods, the main items are the cloth and potions. As for the currency, there are 3 gold coins and over 1,300 silver coins. For the sake of easy trading, this included the exchanged silver coins for gold coins. We will share the money, and I'll give the goods to the people who provided the information, Wu Heng stated directly. It's up to you, Captain, I have no objections, Duke said. I don't have any either. All right, let's split it like that. Be careful with the gold coins, don't let outsiders see them. You understand what it means to not show off your wealth, right? Wu Heng cautioned as he divided the silver coins into 3 parts. Understood. After sharing everything, he had them move the goods and the bodies of the bounty hunters onto the carriage. He continued, you 2 wait for me by the road, I'll join you shortly. Okay, sure. The 2 agreed in unison, driving the carriage away. Wu Heng then opened the boundary door and moved all the corpses into it. Then he went over to join the duo by the road, heading towards the city. Returning to Lundham City, Wu Heng instructed Duke and the others to return first to the guild for autopsy with the corpses, while he drove 2 carriages directly through the back door into his own shop. He parked the carriage in the yard and tied up the horses to one side. Horses were very expensive in this world. They could be rented from the guild, but if they were lost or died, the bounty from the wanted notice wouldn't be enough to cover the cost of the carriage. He relocked the back door. Then he went straight to the front hall to have a look. At this time, quite a few people had come into the shop. There were individuals making purchases, and also those planning to place large orders. Andre Willow was recording accounts and quoting prices, and Minnie was introducing goods to some casual buyers. It seemed that these goods were quite popular here. In fact, there were only the 2 of them in the shop, which was a bit of a strain. The arranged Jianyi, Jianer, Ni, and the other attendant could at most serve as guards and security. They were not capable of serving customers. Some more help should be hired. But trustworthy people were hard to find, so for now, the 2 of them could only be busy. Wu Heng stepped out, whispered a few words to Andre Willow, and then left the shop directly. Later, Weir would notify Wen Mancha to come over and pick up the goods. After processing the goods, Wu Heng took a detour through a couple of streets and headed towards the Wind Drooping Grass Tavern. That was the tavern where Wu Heng and Duke had previously helped catch a murderous bloodletter. By this time, the tavern had already filled with people. The smell of wine and a stuffy heat greeted him as he walked in. Wu Heng entered and chose a corner seat to sit down. At the same time, he brought out the contracted ghost, Glenda. Although she was in invisible mode, you could still feel her floating beside him. Has anything changed compared to before? Wu Heng asked. I'm not sure, I rarely come to such places, but it seems quite lively. A voice sounded from the side. Wow, let's just watch for a bit, we'll check out other places when we leave, Wu Heng said. At that moment, the female beastman tavern owner walked over. She smiled and said, Captain, it's been a while since you've been here. Yeah, business seems pretty good around here. Just so, what can I get you? As agreed before, drink whatever you please, on the house, the tavern owner said generously. A mug of beer. And for these 3 gentlemen, the owner asked, looking at the 3 figures sitting nearby. They're my attendants, they don't drink. All right. The owner looked around, then leaned in a little closer, whispering, Captain, do you want me to find a girl to keep you company? No need, I will leave after a while, Wu Heng declined graciously. All right, I will prepare it for you right away. The beastman owner walked away and returned shortly with a beer and a few small dishes. Captain, do you frequent this place? Asked Glenda from the side in a whisper. Wu Heng picked up the beer and took a sip, then said, there was a twisted blood-letting murderer here before. Our squad helped them catch him. The owner, to thank us, promised that we could drink for free when we visit. Ah, I see, I misunderstood, she said. While they were chatting quietly, Wu Heng suddenly felt the gaze of someone staring at him. He looked to the source of the gaze in puzzle, spotting a well-dressed middle-aged man sitting at a table not far away, who glanced over at him from time to time. The man saw Wu Heng looking over, got up with his drink, brought his attendant, and walked over. He sat down in front of Wu Heng. With a smile over his face, he twirled a large gold ring featuring an eye design on his finger. Mr. Wu Heng, it's been a long time. Chapter 177, Give us our things back. The figure was overweight, decked out in a ballooning dark blue suit. Adorned with gold and silver jewelry, he seemed to be of higher status. In the pub of the outer city area, when one dares to dress this way, it indicates absolute confidence in oneself or their bodyguard. The man naturally took the seat opposite them. Basin and Bahudong were both highly alert and watched him closely. Wu Heng searched his memory. It seemed like he didn't recognize the man. But he wasn't sure. After all, he had spent some time in Lundham City and had caught several fugitives in succession. It was possible that he might have encountered this man at some point. His status as the association's team captain still held some weight around here. Seeing no malice from the man, Wu Heng casually replied, What brings you to the outer city area for drinks today? The corpulent man paused, studying Wu Heng up and down anew. With a smile still on his face, he leaned back in his chair, twirling his ring on his finger. Captain Wu Heng, have you truly forgotten me? Wu Heng looked at him again. I seem to have forgotten somewhat, perhaps you could jog my memory. The man stared at Wu Heng once more. Then he laughed and said, it's normal for the captain to forget me. When you were arresting the fugitive last time, there were so many people, indeed it's not easy to remember. Wu Heng watched him. He felt that the man's answer was rather vague, and his attitude was somewhat inconsistent with what it had been earlier. It seemed as though he was brushing Wu Heng off. Before Wu Heng could probe any further, the man picked up his glass, rose to his feet and said, "Please continue, Captain Wu Heng, I must take my leave now." Finishing his statement, the man promptly left without looking back. Watching him, Wu Heng glanced sideways. The invisible Glenda followed after him. Not long after, Glenda flew back and directly entered Wu Heng's body. The scene outside came into view in his mind. The fat man walked out of the pub and was immediately surrounded by a few bodyguards. You could see the fat man talking to someone, but all the sounds were cut off by a wave of energy. Glenda, who was not far away, couldn't hear the conversation. After leaving the alley, they boarded a carriage and headed for the inner city. At this point, Glenda returned directly. This fat man. Could he have been testing him? From chatting with Wu Heng to casually asking a couple of questions, it was as if he was confirming something. He seemed to have let his guard down a bit, and the man seemed to have detected something from the conversation. He made a mental note to ask Wen Manjia to look into this fat man's identity later. Given his attire, he probably wasn't an ordinary person. After sitting in the pub for a while, he listened to the bard's song. Wu Heng left the pub with the skeleton and Glenda. He didn't let Xiao Xiao out in such a place. After all, children should not be exposed to this kind of environment. By the time he returned to his residence, it was already somewhat dark. Minnie was preparing dinner, and the two of them were waiting for him. Even though Wu Heng had some drinks at the bar and wasn't really hungry, he hadn't eaten much. Upon seeing they were waiting for him, he sat down at the table to chat while eating. Andre Willow spoke about the business at the shop. Business had been improving these past few days. Not only had the number of customers increased, but people also started to buy items from the store in bulk to sell in other cities. This was good news, as the sales volume would increase dramatically. After they finished eating, Wu Heng continued to ask, "Wei, Minnie, what are your professions?" Andre Willow replied softly, "I am a woodland ranger, at level 7. Wu Heng looked at the white-haired, animal-eared girl. She had a rare profession and her level wasn't low either. How did she end up being mixed up into slavery for him? Seeing her gloomy mood, he didn't press for more details. In this world, countless strong individuals died outside. It wasn't unusual for some to become slaves for various reasons. What about Minnie? Wu Heng looked up. On the other side, he saw Minnie with a despairing expression. Her pair of rabbit ears drooped lifelessly. She carefully looked up towards him and said softly, "Master, I don't have a profession. The village I used to live in was poor, and we didn't have any legacies." Minnie was already 16 years old, and according to the rules of this world, she should have selected a profession a long time ago. Now that she still hadn't chosen a profession, it suggested that she had essentially given up on the path of being a professional. Looking at her pitiful expression, Wu Heng continued to ask, "What profession do you desire? I'll get a job change certificate for you tomorrow." Minnie blinked in surprise, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Really? Yes, it's nothing. As a captain, getting a job change certificate is not difficult," Wu Heng replied casually. Job certificates were issued downward by the association. Of course, they had to be purchased with money. Spending some money to help his maidservants choose a profession wasn't a losing deal. "I'm not sure what to choose. If Master has any recommendations, I will listen to Master." Wu Heng thought for a while and said, "You could be a ranger or a martial artist. A ranger is ranged and can scout, late starters won't be affected too much. As for martial artist, Bahu Dong can teach you, it's like having a teacher guiding you. Sister Wei is a ranger, so I'll be a martial artist," Minnie stated after contemplating. Being a ranger was a common profession. On the other hand, a martial artist was relatively rare and they had formidable close combat abilities. "Okay, just be prepared. Training can be tough, so don't cry when the time comes," Wu Heng teased. However, Minnie took it seriously, "I'm not afraid of hardships, as long as I can have my fill of food." Chapter 178. After dinner, the trio dispersed. Wu Heng went to his study, took out Xiao Xiao and Glenda, and allowed Xiao Xiao to watch TV in the room while Glenda could roam invisibly around the city. They were instructed not to wander too far, or approach the central district. When night fell, Wu Heng also went to bed to rest. Deep into the night, at a mansion in the inner city center. A spacious, brightly lit great hall. Around a round table in the middle sat 3 lavishly dressed men and women. Etched on the dining plate on the table was the word Life Extension Technique, with a splayed out primate, its intestines gutted, posed on it. A pair of eyes, incessantly darting left and right. Watching the people at the round table use their knife and fork to eat parts of their own body. Squeak! The heavy and luxurious door creaked open. A corpulent man in deep blue formal attire slowly made his way in. He twirled his ring and took a seat on an empty chair. "You're late again, Raelian." The person next to him cut through some juicy flesh with his knife and fork, put it in his mouth, and spoke. "I ran into an old acquaintance on the way over, and it seems he has forgotten me." "Who? Who else?" "The Captain Wu Heng who killed the blood worship sect." A fork and knife were passed to him. The plump man stood up, cut a piece of the meat, and put it on his own plate. At these words, everyone paused their actions. One of them asked directly, "You mean, our guy could have failed?" "I'm not sure yet, but the chances are high that he did." "Hat! Useless fellow!" As the fat man continued eating, he conversed, "So what should we do next?" The group fell silent for a while. Finally, one of them suggested, "We should make contact with him, retrieve the special item in his possession. If it's lost, we'll all be punished." "All right, I'll make a trip there tomorrow." Continue eating." The group resumed their meal. The next day, Wu Heng went to the front desk and purchased a job change certificate. He then directly headed toward the team's resting room. Duke and Mata were sitting there and chatting. A new set of clothes was inside Duke's armor, and Mata's falcon-keeping arm gear had also been replaced with a new one. It seemed that the spoils from yesterday allowed both of them to make some upgrades. "Good morning, Captain," the two saluted in unison. Wu Heng nodded, distributed the bounties he received from the front desk to the two, and continued, "The level 3 achievements from this mission will be recorded in your official records. They will assist in your promotions in the future. There are also rewards of advanced and intermediate tools. Once we get the approval, we can choose together." "Oh, Captain, we will follow your decision." Duke chuckled, holding the money bag. After all, with a bundle of younger brothers and sisters at home, it was good to bring money back. Wu Heng nodded and continued, "Our next mission will still be to hunt down wanted criminals. Don't spend all the money. Cultivate some informants to provide us with information." "Ah, Captain, how are we going to cultivate them?" "Interact more with the pub and gang." "Oh, okay." After discussing their future tasks, the three left the association separately. The bounty for arresting wanted criminals is much higher than the normal rescue mission. They had plenty of money to spare. After leaving the association, he went straight to the Snake Badge Consortium across the street. Lazia was still in her figure-hugging silk dress, with a bit of light makeup on, ready to greet in person. "Good morning, Mr. Wu Heng. Are you here to see the consignment missions today?" "What, any news?" "There's news." Lazia gestured to the doorman outside and sat down after he came in and whispered, "The burial ground building you custom ordered has been delivered. If you hadn't come, I would have had someone notify you at the association." Upon hearing this, Wu Heng's heart lifted as well. He had waited quite a while for this item. Finally, it was completed and delivered. "What about the skill book commission?" Wu Heng continued to ask. "There's no news about the skill book yet," Lazia replied softly. There's no hurry." Outside, the staff hadn't brought the stuff yet. Lazia chit-chatted idly, "I've visited your store these past 2 days. You have good business. In a few days, it might become the busiest convenience store in the whole town." She didn't think much of the convenience store before. But now, the store's revenue greatly surpassed her expectations. Who would have thought that it would carry so many unique types of daily use items? Moreover, the prices were quite affordable, certainly friendly for the average consumer. "Let me know the next time you visit. You can pick whatever you like," Wu Heng generously offered. This head of the Snake Badge Consortium likely wouldn't need to worry about money. He could afford to be a bit more generous in words as well. "It's a deal then. Don't regret it later." "If it's for you, why would I regret it?" Lazia glanced at him with a smile. The two chatted for a while. The staff walked in and handed over a storage sachet. Because it's a structure, it requires the use of storage tool for transportation, Leziah explained. Wu Heng looked at the item in the staff's hand. He asked, "This, I'm afraid I can't really carry it away, can I?" Leziah thought for a while before saying, "The storage tool can be lent to you for now. But we'll need it back within 3 days, as it's consortium property." Wu Heng immediately agreed, "All right, thanks." Chapter 179. Just like using the space ring, he cast his spiritual power into it for a look. He indeed saw a few massive columns and some building components. Leziah continued, "In addition to the previous deposit, you'll need to pay an additional 5,500 silver coins to complete this transaction." Oh my, that's expensive. Even though he was mentally prepared, it still felt quite costly. But there was no other choice, he couldn't haggle over the fee for this commission. He took out 5 gold coins and 500 silver coins from the space ring and handed them over. Those 5 gold coins were the ones Glenda hid underground. He had just acquired them, and now he was giving them away. "Very well, sir, the commission is completed." Leziah leaned closer and reminded softly, "Mr. Wu Heng, this storage sachet is the consortium's property. Please make sure to return it after you're done. I am under great pressure myself. Rest assured, I will return it to you tomorrow." "Thank you, sir." Once their talk finished, Wu Heng left the consortium immediately. He returned home. Through the boundary door, he went back to the zombie world. On the vacant ground outside the neighborhood. Whoosh! The whistling of breaking through the air echoed above. Dense spears like a gigantic black net fell from the sky onto the asphalt road, causing a continual clanging sound. After several days of training, although the skeletons hadn't unlocked the spear-throwing skill, their overall spear-throwing performance had greatly improved compared to a few days ago. The new spears seemed to be better, Li Yaheng spoke softly. Wu Heng bought standard throwing spears from the blacksmith's shop. Li Yaheng brought them back and started to improve the spears they had made themselves. In fact, it wasn't much of a complex task. They just looked at the standard spears, measured how long and broad they were, and copied the design accordingly. After making a few of them, they picked up the pace. Then they started producing them in large quantities. It's a lot better than before," Wu Heng nodded in approval. "Continue making them. Continue making them, at least each skeleton should be equipped with 3, Wu Heng made his request. Li Yaheng sounded a little surprised, "All of them?" There were about 17,000 skeletons now. Assigning them all in a single community was not possible anymore. So they were divided and placed between 2 communities. If each one needed to be equipped with 3 throwing spears, as well as the production of long spears, it surely wouldn't be a minor task. "Slowly, there's no rush," said Wu Heng, looking at her. "Okay, I'll try to get them to speed up. Is there any news lately? Some refuge bases have been set up around the world, taking in survivors. They'll even organize rescue missions for people with special expertise like doctors, electricians, and carpenters," Li Yaheng explained. "Learning never gets wasted." "Yes, indeed. Should we also start actively recruiting people?" Li Yaheng asked further. Having thought about it, Wu Heng said, "We can announce to the public that if anyone wants to cast their lot with us, we can take them in." "Okay. Prepare a bit tomorrow, I'll make a trip back to the prison," Wu Heng suddenly recalled. They were going to evacuate here soon. He would still need to set up the newly acquired building in the prison area. "Oh okay. I'll arrange it. Tomorrow the convoy will directly deliver a batch of supplies there." "Okay." He left the zombie world and sat down in the lobby on the first floor for a while. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle knock on the door echoed from outside. When he opened the door, he did not see his 2 mates but rather the fat man he had encountered the previous night, who was accompanied by 4 silver armored guards. Standing at the doorway, his face lit up with a smile. Wu Heng frowned, "What brings you here today? Come for a chat." "Haha, Captain Wu Heng, relax. I just want to discuss some business with you." The man glanced into the room and continued, "It isn't convenient to talk here. May I come in and sit?" Wu Heng glanced at the guards outside the door and made way. "Come in, leave your guards outside. My house isn't big." The man laughed, nodding at the guards outside. He then confidently walked into the room. After surveying the room, he promptly sat down on the living room couch. "What's the matter? Just say it." Wu Heng asked directly. Well, I'll get straight to the point then. I would like to buy back the sacrificial wand and blood cup you have. The man maintained his smile. Wu Heng looked surprised. The other party knew he had got these two things. Immediately, he guessed something about the man's identity. Chapter 180, Make a Friend. Wu Heng squinted his eyes, carefully observing his counterpart. In his own hands, he held 4 unique items. The corpse wrap, sacrificial wand, illusion veil, and blood cup. The corpse wrap and the illusion veil were bought with his own money. The blood cup was a spoil of war from defeating the blood worship sect. The people of Lundham City might be able to infer that the blood cup was in his possession. But almost no one knew about the sacrificial wand. This item was the unique object that Yuzd had used to try to possess him. Its purpose was to commune with the evil god. Since arriving in Lundham City, he had kept it in his space ring without ever taking it out. Being able to mention this unique item out of the blue, Wu Heng was reminded of another identity Yuzd had previously mentioned. The Sky Eye Cultivation Association. An organization he could not find any information on. Moreover, judging from the probing yesterday, the other party had probably seen through his identity. They dared to come again today, with a very clear motive, and they were also well prepared. Given that both sides had laid their cards on the table, Wu Heng no longer felt the need to put on a show, directly asking, "How do you plan on recovering these 2 items? The sacrificial wand and the blood cup." It turned out that both of them belonged to them. Thinking carefully, these 2 items indeed had some similarities. The sacrificial wand could enable someone to take over and be reborn, and the blood cup could also affect life. Both were related to one's own life. As long as you return them to us, you will become a friend of ours, a friend we will remember forever. The fat man was still smiling. Oh, he wants to freeload. Wu Heng looked at him and continued, special items have always been expensive. Even among friends, they can't be easily given away. Besides, this is only our second meeting, so we can't be considered friends. The man squinted his eyes. These 2 items belong to us. If they're in my possession, how could they be yours? If anyone came to me and claimed that something was theirs, should I give it back to them? Wu Heng mocked with a smile. Although he was safe, Yuzd had thoroughly prepared at the time. In crueler terms, the secret cultivation hall was just Yuzd's accomplice. Failing to murder, and then shamelessly asking for the murder weapon back. If it was a matter of money, he would at least consider the price. After all, these 2 items had not served much purpose while in his possession. But demanding them back outright was simply too bold. The fat man, twirling the ring on his finger, thought hard, we can buy them back. What's the price? 2,000 silver coins for the sacrificial wand and 1,500 silver coins for the blood cup, what do you think? Too low. 1,500 silver for the corpse wrap, 2,500 silver for the illusion veil. The corpse wrap had a strong side effect causing bodily decay when living beings used it, so the price was lower. The illusion veil was not of any particular extraordinary effect, so it cost 2,500 silver. But both of these, each of them was related to life. Since the other party was so interested in these 2 items, he definitely couldn't let them go at such a low price. So, Captain Wu Heng, what kind of price would you like? Wu Heng thought carefully and said, 50 gold coins for the wand, and 30 gold coins for the cup. The fat man's smile disappeared instantly, replaced with an angry expression. After taking a deep breath, he said, this is an outrageous price. No, life is priceless, and I haven't calculated the mental distress yet, especially since you were an accomplice in Yuzd's actions. The man looked Wu Heng up and down. I came here with good intentions, Captain Wu Heng, aren't you afraid of getting yourself into trouble with this attitude? Wu Heng also laughed. A cultivation group threatening a captain of the association, you sure have the guts. The man took a deep breath, his eyes glancing at the 2 figures next to him wearing round helmets. He resumed his smile. I can't make the decision for this, I need to go back and discuss it. Maybe we will see Captain Wu Heng again. Alright, there isn't always someone here, you can notify me at the association. Alright. Well, let's not bother the captain any longer. The man stood up and walked out. As he left the room, the man's face instantly darkened. Without saying a word, he led his escorts out, got into the carriage. Wu Heng stood by the door, waving goodbye to them. At the same time, he released a ghost to tail the carriage from a distance. After they had left, Wu Heng closed the door. He sat down on the sofa and started recalling his entire journey from Blackstone Town. Which meant that Yuzd did not simply choose a city with low restrictions on necromancers, but had made some sort of agreement with the cultivation hall in advance, and had decided to come here. As soon as he had arrived, he had been instantly noticed by them. Perhaps they had tried to contact him in many ways during this period, but he had not noticed. Until last night, when they came straight over to test him and affirmed the fact that he had not been possessed by Yuzd. Annoying fellows. He had come up with an outrageous price. Yet, they still wanted to go back and discuss it. That proved that these two unique items were very important to them, and they might need to use them soon, or that losing them would cause them great loss. Although he was not entirely confident that they would dare to do anything to him, he had to be cautious, to avoid any tricks they might pull behind his back. After sitting downstairs for a while, Wu Heng went up to the third-floor study directly, took out pen and paper, and wrote a letter to Slither at Blackstone Town, asking about the Sky Eye Cultivation Association. Slither was a secret speaker of the association and was also a steward, holding a relatively high position. He should know some information. Since their mutual understanding last time, he could be trusted even more. After writing the letter, he put it in an envelope and sealed it with wax. After sitting for a while, the ghost who was set to tail them, Glenda, flew back directly. The carriage went to a building in the north. I didn't follow in as it might have been dangerous. Glenda floated in the air and said. Just remember which building it was. Wu Heng stood up, picking up the sealed letter from the table. Let's go, take a trip and send the letter. Wu Heng left home for another visit to the association. He delivered the letter he had just finished writing to the receptionist. He could only hope that Slither would quickly reply to his message. This world didn't have telephones, modern conveniences were lacking. Upon his return, Minnie and Andre Willow, the two maids, had returned home. Together they cooked in the kitchen, chatting and laughing. After these few days, their initial apprehension from being bought had eased. After all, Wu Heng did not strictly control them, and gave them a fair amount of freedom. Dinner was served. The three of them ate together. Wu Heng said, Minnie, waiter, in the coming days, when you go out, you should always have a guard with you, close the shop early, and try to return home before dark. The two women looked up with puzzled expressions. After all, I am the captain of the association, and I have arrested quite a few wanted criminals, potentially making some enemies. Always be careful not to get implicated. Oh, understood, master. Minnie replied. Waiter nodded as well. The chances of the secret cultivation hall taking direct action seemed slim. If they were really that extreme, they wouldn't have tried to retrieve their possessions from him a second time. But this matter served as a reminder. One incident usually implicates other issues. The wanted criminals he killed, or the factions he offended, could potentially involve other people. Care must always be exercised. Especially Minnie, who wasn't even a professional. Waiter was a level 7 ranger, she could run away if she encountered danger. With Minnie's tall and long legs, she probably couldn't even outrun a professional. Soon, the three of them finished dinner. After Minnie cleaned up the dishes, Wu Heng pulled out a scroll and said, Minnie, here is a boxer's profession scroll. Train hard and build up your physique. It will be safer when you go out. Wow, thank you, master. You're so nice. Minnie happily accepted, her eyes filled with gratitude. Minnie used the profession change scroll. The light flashes, her temperament, seemed to have changed somehow. Wu Heng said, Bahudong, you teach her. Bahudong approached Minnie, demonstrating by her side, while Minnie learned from him. Although Minnie was young, she had a tall figure. Bahudong's movements were full of power, every punch and kick he gave brought a wave of air that burst out. On Minnie's end, although her shouting and punches looked more like fancy footwork, they carried a sort of charm that was quite heart-stirring. After watching Minnie's practice for a while, as it got late, they each retired to their own rooms for rest. The next day, Wu Heng added 6 additional large orc skeletons to his residence, for the purpose of enhancing security. Then, he directly went to the zombie world. On the side of the road, the car team from the car repair shop was already waiting there early. There were 5 trucks, 1 bus and 3 vans in total. Small cars were also modified with steel bars and iron plates welded onto them, interspersed in the middle of the trucks. Wu Heng boarded the central bus, commanded the skeletons to board the trucks, and the convoy set off toward the prison. The journey was clear and unobstructed. In the afternoon, the convoy appeared on the outskirts of the prison. On the city wall, stationary skeletons stood holding rifles. They were as still as sculptures and they gave off a formidable feeling. "Open the gates!" Wu Heng commanded the big head skeleton behind him. There was no need to notify the inside. When he got close to the wall, the big head skeleton could directly transmit commands remotely. The skeletons inside the prison quickly opened the gate. The convoy drove in. At the same time, the survivors in the prison ran out from a workshop on the side. They began to help unload the goods from the trucks. They moved efficiently. Wu Heng went straight to the area where the skeletons were. The entire prison had been divided into two areas. Wu Heng himself, along with the skeletons, occupied a separate building in the administrative office area. The remaining area, including the dormitory building and the renovated workshop, was for the other survivors. After all, they were not prisoners, and he wasn't around much, so he needed to provide others with living conditions. Wu Heng looked around near the office building. He picked an area that felt about right. He took out the building components reserved for the burial ground. It comprised 3 enormous steels, each a full 3 meters high and half a meter wide, engraved with dense symbols and patterns. Next, there were 4 divided oval stone discs, also covered in patterns. They emitted an overwhelming ancient aura. These stones cost several gold coins. He looked at the skeletons around him. He pointed at a nearby spot and commanded. "Come, smash the cement on this spot until you see the soil beneath." Chapter 181, Always Generous to Friends. Upon hearing Wu Heng's order, a cluster of skeletons carrying tools surrounded him. Wu Heng strolled around the office building for a loop. When he returned, the original cement ground had been dug out into a pit of soil. Wu Heng took out the Book of Necromancy, referenced the construction methods written in it, and began to direct the skeletons in assembling the building according to the design. The entire building structure resembled a module-based assembly. First, 4 semicircular discs were combined according to their size into a structure of large circles encasing smaller ones, followed by 3 stone columns over 3 meters high being erected in the positions left for them in the ring. Several modules were pieced together like shapes to forms, creating a complete building. Before long, Li Yaheng brought over a heavy container filled with golden-colored liquid metal. "What should we do?" Li Yaheng asked. Wu Heng pointed to several connection points in the building. "Be careful, pour it in there." Li Yaheng nodded, waved an indication to the 3 people behind her to pour the liquefied metal into the specified positions. The golden liquid filled the indentations, connecting the modules into a complete structure, forming a unique and complete pattern. "Do you need anything else?" Li Yaheng continued to ask. Wu Heng shook his head. "Go rest, I'll notify you if there's anything else." "Okay." Li Yaheng left with a few others, leaving only Wu Heng and the multitude of skeletons. Time passed slowly. The liquid metal in the structure began to cool gradually. Wu Heng continued to cast necromancy magic on the 3 steels. According to the Book of Necromancy, doing this is to memorize the source of the magic, otherwise, the summoned skeleton would not know who to listen to. When magic power had been infused into all 3 steels, a faint wave of light expanded outwards, activating the building. "Bring those corpses over," Wu Heng ordered. A few skeletons by his side went over to the side, dragged the killed zombies over, and threw them directly into the center of the disc. As the corpse entered the disc, the soil in the middle began to churn like boiling water, and gradually swallowed up the body in the middle. Approximately 2 to 3 minutes later, a complete skeleton warrior slowly crawled out from the muddy sand. With its hollow eye sockets scanning the surroundings, it then stepped out of the building and bewilderingly stood to the side. The churning soil continued to swallow the second corpse. Wu Heng looked at the newly emerged skeleton warrior, and ordered, "Pick up the weapon." The skeleton walked over, bent down to pick up a kitchen knife lying on the ground. Wu Heng nodded in satisfaction. The effect was pretty good. The records in the Book of Necromancy turned out to be reliable. He was truly afraid that the summoned skeleton warriors wouldn't follow his commands. Then this money would be really wasted. After all, the purchase of the building and the casting of the liquid gold cost quite a lot of money. It would be enough to buy several hundred sets of equipment. The construction was completed. He also achieved one of his objectives. There was no need to come in every day after this, with the first task being to convert the skeletons. The building could transform them on its own. He took a stroll around the nearby area, then headed towards the survivors' residential area. He made a round in the prison with Li Yaheng. This was mentioned to him by Li Yaheng when he arrived earlier. Making frequent appearances in front of others would be beneficial for the stability of the entire prison. After a round, Li Yaheng took Wu Heng to the ward to check on the severely injured girl. The doctors had given up on her, but Wu Heng managed to save her. She was actually not that old, just 21 years old and hadn't yet graduated from college. But she was in a pretty battered state. This incident had caused quite a stir in the prison. It was quite miraculous to be able to save someone in such a situation. Currently, there were 2 doctors in the prison's hospital. An initial male doctor with the surname Guan, and Dr. Zheng, who was rescued from the building materials warehouse. Both of them were responsible for the medical side, and they also taught 2 apprentices who acted as assistants and nurses. After a round, when there was nothing else to do, Wu Heng returned to his room, and then went to Lundham City. At this time, it was already nearing dusk. Minnie and Andre Willow have returned early. After dinner, Minnie, dressed in a yoga outfit, started training with Bahudong. With her delicate body, and young, energetic physique, calling it training was more like watching an enjoyable performance. After training for a while, Minnie, drenched in sweat, came over and kneeled next to Wu Heng, resting her chin on his thigh. Gasping for breath, she asked, "Master, how did I do with those 2 moves just now?" It looked pretty good. If I go out, will I be able to beat the gangsters?" Minnie continued to ask. Wu Heng glanced at her and said, "You might get them more excited, how about focusing on running away for now?" Andre Willow at the side held in her laughter. Minnie's expression dipped, "That can't be right." Wu Heng stroked her head, "Just keep practicing. Some people have been training for years, so it's a bit unrealistic that you could beat them just after 2 days. "Ah, that's true." Minnie nodded, thoroughly enjoying Wu Heng's head rub, then asked, "Master, the fabric of this outfit feels so comfortable, it must not be cheap, right?" "It's not really expensive, it's produced in my hometown. You can't find it here." "Oh master, you're too good." Minnie hugged his leg and acted coquettishly. A pair of resilient touches constantly rubbed against his calf. Wu Heng glanced at Andre Willow beside him, seemingly oblivious, and lightly pinched her rabbit ears, "Keep on training." "Yes, master." After a short rest, Minnie got up and resumed her position. She resumed her training with Bahudong. Hearty laughter echoed around the room. Early the next morning, Wu Heng first went to the association, but found no members present. He directly headed to the Snake Badge Consortium. Having visited several times before, he no longer needed an escort. After greeting the people there, he proceeded to a side lounge. Shortly after, Lazia entered, her hips swaying as she walked in a long dress. Seeing Wu Heng, her bright smile said, "Good morning, Mr. Wu Heng." "Good morning. I've come to return the storage sachet." He then returned the previously borrowed prop. The space inside the sachet was much larger than his space ring. The price was definitely steep. Wu Heng desired it, but he wasn't crazed enough to forcefully take it from the consortium. He would have plenty of opportunities in the future. Moreover, he couldn't afford to damage the relationship he had established with the consortium. Lazia accepted it and handed it over to the staff. She smiled, saying, "Mr. Wu Heng, true to your word. You returned it so quickly. After all, you took some risk as well. As I no longer needed it, I returned it." Lazia's smile brightened. The Snake Badge Consortium and the Professional Association cannot be said to have a particularly good relationship. At most, they were in a state of peaceful coexistence. However, regarding the young and affluent team captain before her, her attitude shifted from serving a wealthy client to finding him more agreeable. Even sitting and chatting leisurely didn't feel like a waste of time. She flippantly stretched on the nearby sofa, showing off her voluptuous figure, and smiled as she said, "Thank you, Captain Wu Heng. The future requests will have to trouble Miss Lazia." "Of course. Then I'll leave now," Wu Heng stood up and stated. "Feel free to drop by. I'm more than happy to chat with the captain." Lazia followed suit, affectionately linking her arm with his, and they walked a couple of steps out together. Wu Heng was momentarily stunned by her gesture. The other worker in the room tactfully lowered her head, avoiding watching the pair. Walking up to the lounge door, Lazia withdrew her arm. Sure, I too would love to chat with Miss Lazia. I'll drop by when there's a chance. Wu Heng replied with a smile. Although Lazia appeared charming, she was definitely not as frail as she appeared. The local head of the consortium was akin to the council of the association. Council appointments were only given to those above level 13, with significant merits on their record, and who were extremely prominent in both intelligence and ability. Lazia, as the representative of the consortium, must have a substantial level and strength. Her beauty was just superficial. He pushed open the door and exited. Lazia only returned to the room slowly after seeing him to the door. After leaving the consortium, Wu Heng went to the shop. When dusk fell, he locked up the shop and headed home with 2 maidservants. They hadn't even left the outer city area when several figures blocked their path. One of them was the fat man who wanted to reclaim the sacrificial wand and the blood cup from him. Standing in the front, he adjusted his heaving belly and said with a smile, "Captain Wu Heng, about last time, I want to have a chat with you. There's nothing to discuss, I have already told you the price, you just need to prepare the money," Wu Heng directly replied. "This time it isn't just me. Please, follow me to the tavern right ahead," the man pointed backward adjacent to them. Wu Heng followed his gesture and glanced at the direction. It was a tavern situated on the same street. After a moment of contemplation, he agreed, "Fine, lead the way." Given the time and location, the man probably wouldn't dare to do anything untoward. Even if something did happen, he was more than capable of defending himself. "All right, this way please." They all walked towards the front, pushing the tavern doors open. It was empty. Only a man dressed in purple sat at the wooden table in the middle, surrounded by several guards in silver armor. "Please." Wu Heng walked over and sat down across from the man. The man looked somewhat elderly, with white hair and wrinkled skin, yet his behavior indicated he was a nobleman. "Captain Wu Heng," the man spoke softly. "Yes, and who might you be?" Wu Heng asked in return. "Gianluca, I conduct some business in the city." "All right, let's cut the small talk. Why have you called me here today?" Wu Heng asked straight away. The man looked up explaining softly, "There seems to have been some misunderstanding between us. We always wished to maintain a cordial relationship with Captain Wu Heng. We are quite cordial. So, what's the point?" Clap. Clap. Upon the man lightly clapping his hands, several figures emerged from one side of the tavern. 2 men held a tray covered with a red cloth, while 5 young women, both humans and beastmen, trailed behind them. Upon reaching the dining table, the women swiftly undressed, revealing their naked bodies. The men also lifted the red cloth on the trays, revealing neatly stacked silver coins beneath. Minnie and Andre Willow, standing at the door, immediately reddened in embarrassment. Wu Heng's brows rose. "What's the meaning of this? We are generous towards our friends. This is a gesture of apology for the incident last time." Chapter 182, Make a Convenience. Women, power, status, a better life, are often in the hands of the few. As long as Captain Wu Heng is willing to join us, none of these will be an issue. The white-haired man raised his glass and sipped lightly, his gaze subtly layered as he looked across. "Join you? Secret Cultivation Hall." The captain is indeed well informed. "We are indeed the Secret Cultivation Hall, but not the sinister cult you may imagine. We are more of a mutual aid society. Resources and business channels are mutually beneficial among members. Everyone has moments of peril when they can't solve problems on their own. When that time comes, you will feel the greatness of the Secret Cultivation Hall," the man explained softly. "Including helping others to kill." Wu Heng continued to stare at the man. "Sounds nice, but it all comes at a cost. Most organizations operate in a similar manner, with people joining for different reasons. To get what you want, you must also pay an equivalent price, or prove your worth." Yust's life came to an end. The Secret Cultivation Hall provided him with a sacrificial wand, and also made some sort of agreement with Yust. At the tavern then, the fat man had mentioned it, although he didn't reveal the specific details. Such thing as free help doesn't exist. Even a high monk's relief of suffering aids his own cultivation. The man did not deny, just shrugged and did not answer the question. He continued, "In addition to money and women, the Secret Cultivation Hall offers more benefits such as connections, props. With your joining, we can guarantee that you will reach the level of a deacon within 3 years. What do I need to give in return? Wu Heng continued to ask. That depends on what you have to offer, Captain. As long as you are willing to contribute to the secret cultivation hall, you'll always find a way to demonstrate your value, the man said with a smile, glancing at the society insignia on his armor. Wu Heng followed his gaze and looked down. He got his hint. Lazily leaning back in his chair, he nonchalantly said, let's put other matters aside for now. Do you still want those 2 special items? If you don't intend to purchase them, I'll donate them to the society in exchange for merit. The old man scrutinized him. He waved his hand, and the women and tray bearers all turned to leave. Thin veils were left behind on the floor. These 2 items are important special items to us. We hope that you will return them to us for a fee. We are willing to pay 8 gold coins. This is not a low price for special items. Wu Heng's asking price was 80 gold coins, which was high. After all, the secret cultivation hall had conspired to kill him. Returning their belongings conscientiously now would be really humiliating. Hearing him say so now also confirmed the 2 special items' importance to the secret cultivation hall. At least, if these 2 items aren't retrieved, they will definitely have a hard time explaining them. You've boasted about the secret cultivation hall's might just now. Can't it even afford this amount of money? Are 80 gold coins too much? Selling this tavern should cover it, said Wu Heng. Gold coins cannot be counted this way. Any merchant in the city would be unable to raise such funds in such a short time. The man took a deep breath. I hope the captain will reconsider and meet us halfway. All right. 70 gold coins, that's my final offer. If you can't accept, I will donate it to the association directly. You can then negotiate with Central and see how much they want, Wu Heng continued. The man narrowed his eyes, at a loss for words. Then he showed a bland smile again. All right, we need some time to raise this capital. We will notify you when the time comes, but please take good care of the special items in the meantime. Sure. Wu Heng nodded and stood up straight away. I won't disturb your meal any more then. See you when I see you. With that said, he walked towards the door. He left the tavern with his 2 mates and the skeleton, and headed towards the inner city area. The tavern fell silent once again. The fat man walked over and sat down across from the white-haired man. He said, You just agreed to him? He's obviously asking for a king's ransom. With so many of us here, it will be hard to come up with so much cash in a short time. Humph. The old man snorted coldly. This young whelp really thinks that by holding 2 special items he can threaten us. The fat man's face darkened. You want to kill him? Just had such a good opportunity and could not kill him. If he fails now. If he fails, he will be wanted by the society. The secret cultivation hall will have a hard time saving them. The old man fell silent for a moment, then continued, First, let someone raise the money, while keeping an eye on his moves. He seems to care about those 2 girls. He especially came to pick them up today. You mean get to him through those girls? Keep an eye on the people around him. All right. At this moment, several more people walked out from another area. They brought prepared food to the table. The 2 began to chat casually as they ate. On the way back, Minnie hugged his arm and whispered, Master, are those guys bad guys? Well, they're certainly not good guys. We'll close the shop earlier these few days, Wu Heng said. Will they attack us? Andre Willow asked. Can't say for sure, but we'll have to be careful, Wu Heng said. Chapter 183. This issue was a bit tricky. Wu Heng was not about to easily hand over the 2 special items. As a weapon that tried to kill him, he would at least need to bleed the opponent financially. However, the opponent clearly couldn't foot such a grand bill. Perhaps, they had other plans. All right, we'll be careful, Andre Willow said. The group continued to walk home, and Wu Heng could feel Minnie's arm clinging to him. He glanced down and asked, Minnie, why aren't you wearing your armor? Even the worst armor is made from leather. But Minnie clearly wasn't wearing hers. It's so hot, and we were in the shop, so I didn't put it on, Minnie replied. Make sure to wear it when we head out tomorrow. Oh, understood. They arrived home. The 2 headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Wu Heng sat on the sofa for a while, before the ghost Glenda flew back from outside. Floating in mid-air, she said, I still can't hear what they are talking about, but looking at their lip movements, they mentioned raising money and women. I suspect they may actually be targeting your two little maids. The last time, when Glenda was following them, she couldn't hear what they were saying. Upon his return, Wu Heng checked the book of runes again. There was a rune that could provide a soundproofing effect. It's called the Silent Shield, and it was commonly etched onto some jewelry. Things like pendants, earrings, and other magic items. When worn, people from outside couldn't hear you talk, except for designated targets. The sound would be absorbed by an invisible shield. He didn't know if the other side used this, but the effect should be similar. Wu Heng nodded, indicating he understood. It seemed that the opposite party hadn't really planned to raise money honestly. And really, this should have been obvious. The world was in chaos. How could anyone amass such a large amount of money honestly? I see now. Glenda beckoned with one hand, a book flew off the shelf and hovered in mid-air, and she began to read it. Wu Heng let Xiao Xiao out and took out his iPad to watch some cartoons. Glenda's abilities far outclassed Xiao Xiao's. In the beginning, Xiao Xiao's telekinetic power could only push and pull. For example, closing doors and pushing fallen leaves. The effect was akin to a breath of wind. But after practicing for a while, she could now control the iPad stylus to switch to the next level of animation or drag progress bars. Glenda was much more proficient, she could remotely fetch items that were not too heavy, and she could even flip the pages of a book. She was a fairly mature ghost. Both ghosts were left in the study room. Wu Heng went downstairs to have dinner. He instructed the pair to take some days off from the shop, claiming it was their vacation time. Although the two were a bit curious, they nodded and agreed. After dinner, the sky gradually darkened. Wu Heng practiced with his sword on one side, while Minnie continued to practice her martial arts with Bahudong. When Andre Willow went upstairs, Wu Heng sat on the sofa reading the Book of Necromancy. Minnie finished training and approached cautiously. "Master, let me give you a shoulder massage." Wu Heng asked curiously, "You know how to do this?" "I've seen others do it before when I worked, it didn't look too hard," Minnie said with a smile. "Sure, let's give it a try." Wu Heng laid on the sofa. Bunny Girl knelt beside the sofa, stretched out her small, fair hand, and began to knead his shoulders. "Master, is the pressure all right?" It's quite good. Thank you, Master, for buying me the occupation change certificate. My biggest dream has always been to become a professional," Minnie said softly. "Then you must practice hard in the future." "It's tough work being a professional," Wu Heng said. "Minnie is not afraid of hard work, as long as the master feeds me." Minnie pressed a bit more, then said, "Master, you can turn over now. I think we can skip the front. We need to practice it too, so I can often give you massages in the future." Wu Heng shifted to lie on his back on the sofa. Minnie gently massaged him a bit and blushed, asking, "I can't put much force from this position. Can I get on top?" Minnie carefully climbed onto the sofa. Wu Heng looked up at the girl whose face was now completely red. She wore a brownish training top and form-fitting blue-grey yoga pants. A large patch of sweat had soaked through the collar of her top due to the training just now. Wu Heng placed his hand on her slender waist. "Master, I sweated quite a lot, I might be dirty." Minnie said softly. "It's okay." Minnie blushed even more, gently leaning forward. Slowly, she became softer and softer, lying completely on top of him with her fluffy ears tickling his chin. Wu Heng grabbed at her top, and the bunny girl naturally raised her arms in response. Right when he pulled up half of her top, Andre Willow walked downstairs with something in her hand. She looked at the two on the sofa, her eyes gradually widening. After a short pause, she turned and left. Minnie's body turned completely red. "Master, I'm going back to my room." After her quick words, she hurriedly climbed off the sofa and ran upstairs. Wu Heng's hands were left hanging in mid-air. She just left like that? This little girl. The next day. Zombie world. Inside the burial ground, another sizable heap of corpses had piled up. These were the bodies of either people or zombies that had died before the takeover that the skeleton had found while patrolling around the prison. Bodies were constantly submerged by the mud below, transformed into skeletons, and then walked out of the building. It indeed cost quite a bit to construct the building. But the function was quite significant. It greatly saved Wu Heng's time and the consumption of his spiritual power. During the previous period, Wu Heng was like clocking into work. He had to transform bodies every morning and evening, which was quite troublesome. He confirmed that the building was still operating normally. Wu Heng walked outside the office building. He took out the walkie-talkie and called Li Ya-heng. After a moment, Li Ya-heng came over. Standing by his side, she said, "Qiangzi and the others drove back yesterday, they'll bring a group of people and goods over tonight." According to their agreement, Wu Heng planned not to run back and forth from now on, and left the collecting work in the residential area to the people at the auto repair shop. A group of skeletons was also left behind, led by number 2 Big Head, mainly responsible for the security of the auto repair shop. At the same time, they continued to transport the skeletons over here in batches. Most importantly, they transported the alchemy lab of the alchemy skeletons. You've handled it well," Wu Heng said. Li Ya-heng continued, "Do you still remember the flame god shelter I mentioned to you?" They still exist. Not only do they still exist, but they are also very active on the radio. From what they say, they seem to be developing quite well." "How so?" Wu Heng asked curiously. "Quite well, how could it be? A superpower controlling fire alone might not be able to defeat his tens of thousands of troops. They have established a trading market, inviting survivors nearby to exchange resources there." Wu Heng furrowed his brows. "Ah, that. It seems to be really fast. They've developed this quickly." After their superpowers awakened, they quickly rose to power and gathered quite a few survivors. "What can be exchanged in that trading market?" Wu Heng asked. "Their main trades are for necessities like food, sugar, salt, and corpse cores. They're offering guns, armored vehicles, and other weapons." Chapter 184, There's an armored car? They have armored vehicles. Wu Heng was somewhat surprised. They claim they have armored vehicles, which seems about right, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to expand so quickly, explained Li Ya-heng. Her explanation made sense, as it would be challenging to grow so rapidly with just one person possessing superpower. They also established a free market, inviting the surrounding survivor bases to trade. They likely obtained a considerable amount of modern equipment. When it comes to normal combat strength, zombies are not that powerful. Even second-level mutated zombies find it hard to gain much combat advantage when faced with modern weaponry. Giant zombies rushing out would be quickly turned to mush under concentrated military fire. It's easy to understand why zombies have an advantage under the present circumstances. Large-scale indiscriminate zombie outbreaks. This quickly plunged human society into paralysis. If it were a normal battle, on one side would be zombie hordes and on the other a modern human army. A fair and just duel. Zombies are unlikely to hold any significant advantage, even if their virus could spread. But that's not how things unfolded. No one was going to fight a fair and just duel with you. How do we trade for those armored vehicles? Wu Heng was also somewhat interested. They didn't specify, but based on current exchange terms, they mostly trade food. Li Ya-heng thought for a moment and replied. Wu Heng replied, not saying much else. Li Ya-heng continued, Wang Chenggang has ingested a level 1 corpse core. Who? The bearded leader of those guys from the Changjiang area asylum, she clarified. Oh, him. Has he awakened his superpower? Li Ya-heng had become the leader of the car repair factory, as it was initially her family's business. The others were all saved by her. After meeting Wu Heng, she became a coordinator and was fully affirmed as the leader. The Changjiang area asylum had more people at its peak, reaching 70 to 80. Strength speaks the loudest in a diverse group of people. Wang Chenggang was able to become a leader. Both luck and strength put him among the elite. Without Wu Heng and his group of skeletons, he would make a more suitable leader for the asylum. However, with Wu Heng here, having the upper hand, Li Ya-heng was the leader. He took a level 1 corpse core and did not awaken a superpower. I heard he was unconscious for several days, his hands and feet were tied, and he almost starved to death by the time he woke up, said Li Ya-heng. It seems he is quite physically resilient. Yes, Qiangzi said that only the chosen ones can awaken superpowers. Wu Heng looked at her and asked, do you also want to awaken a superpower? Well, I don't know. I actually envy those who can stand alone and become powerful. But, I feel that if I ingest a corpse core, I might turn into a zombie. My family preferred boys over girls when I was young, and made me quit school early to fix cars. I never got lucky when it came to game draws. I don't think I have such a blessing, Li Yaheng said self-mockingly. Seemingly, Wang Qinggang's experience had put pressure on her. In this post-apocalyptic world, strength is crucial. Although Wu Heng trusted her, she also needed to earn some respect. However, her self-confidence was not that high. In a few days, I will help you ingest a corpse core to see if you can awaken a superpower, Wu Heng thought for a moment and then said. Li Yaheng looked up at him, somewhat surprised. She had indeed helped Wu Heng obtain quite a few corpse cores. But, her roles had only been that of a driver and guide, she had no right to divide them. Since they were talking about it now, she just wanted to vent, but she did not expect him to readily agree to let her ingest a corpse core. No need, given my physical condition and luck, chances are I won't survive it, Li Yaheng politely declined. Start exercising intensively these next few days, I'll let you know when it's time, Wu Heng said decisively. As the base population increased, managing it was becoming increasingly challenging. Furthermore, Wu Heng needed to spend most of his time in another world. If Li Yaheng did not have a certain level of strength, problems would easily arise. Even without outside interference, people inside may harbor thoughts of seizing power. There were quite a few corpse cores accumulated with him. Giving them to individuals who can assist would not be a waste. So, letting her improve her personal strength, even if it does not substantially boost combat power, ingesting a corpse core would give the impression that she is a person favored by destiny and courage in the eyes of the survivors. No one wants to follow someone too mediocre. If Li Yaheng lacked the talent to awaken her superpower, he could consider buying her a scroll for a profession. However, this step would require 100% trust from her. At least after getting a new slave scroll, he would choose to let her use it. People's hearts can change. He would have to be careful. Wu Heng pondered about it briefly. Li Yaheng hesitated, then said, all right, then. Thank you. By the way, it's already autumn. I plan to have some people make a batch of cotton clothes and quilts. We have quite a few sewing machines. Wouldn't it be more convenient to gather some ready-made stuff in the outside stores? Wu Heng pondered. We need to scavenge, but we also need some to block the doors and windows. There won't be any heating when winter comes. Wu Heng agreed with her reasoning. Okay, go ahead and make the arrangements. The two of them chatted for a while before leaving the prison grounds together. Behind the prison was an endless empty lot. Now, it was covered with weeds as tall as a man's waist. Wu Heng glanced at the expanse of the field. He commanded the horde of skeletons that were following him, start cutting the grass. Whoosh! The mass of skeletons sprang into action. With kitchen knives in hand, they rushed into the field, slashing wildly at the grass. Since they had moved here, they need to demarcate an area for the skeletons to train. Besides using the spears, they need to train in spear throwing as well. There wasn't enough space within the prison for that, but this open field would do. In no time, the weeds had been cut. He asked Li Yaheng to have people bundle the grass into straw dummies for spear practice. The rest of the skeletons began practicing spear throwing. The next day, in the morning, Wu Heng received the intelligence that Wen Mancha had sent him. There were traces of a wanted criminal in a building in the outer districts of the city. Wu Heng packed up his items. He quickly headed to the association, gathered his team, and directly went to the outer districts to investigate their target. In the piss-stench-filled dim alleyway, they silently stared at the building across the street. Before long, Glenda flew back into his body. The scene he saw was shared in his mind. In the dim room, a few human men were sitting at a wooden table. One of them was muttering as he distributed money to the others. It seemed as if they had just finished a task and were now dividing the spoils. 4 were distributing the spoils and another one was standing at the door. Wu Heng took out his tablet, compared it to the wanted list, and recognized one of them. The bounty was 370 silver coins. Boss, what's the situation? Duke asked as he covered his nose. Minor wanted criminal, the bounty is only 370 silver coins. Boss, it's not a small sum. Some other small teams wouldn't even catch a wanted criminal in half a year, Duke continued. All right. Then let's act. We'll barge in and wipe them out. Okay. The group quickly walked to the front door. Duke raised his battle axe, ready to smash the door. Wu Heng stopped him, simply saying, open the door. The invisible Glenda passed through the wall, directly possessing the man guarding the door. Under the surprised gazes of the people in the room, the door was unlocked, revealing those waiting outside. Duke yelled and charged in. Chapter 185, Cold Arrow. Duke roared. He picked up his battle axe and charged directly in. The men inside were in the middle of dividing loot and paused in surprise before quickly reacting. They each reached for their weapons. Thump! A dull thud echoed as the nearest one was sent flying out. He crashed into the wall behind him and slowly slid down. Meanwhile, Duke swung his battle axe, continuing killing the others. His powerful swings shattered all furniture in his path, and silver coins scattered all over the floor. At the entrance, Bahu Dong immediately killed the man who opened the door. The rest followed him into the room. Holding their weapons, they quickly joined the fight. They began clashing with the wanted criminals and their associates. For a while, the whole room reverberated with the sounds of shouting and weapon clashes. Outside the door, the intensity of the fight drew quite a crowd. Soon, the last enemy fell. Duke grabbed a cloth and started wiping off the blood on his axe, saying, "Captain, all taken care of, easy peasy." Wu Heng glanced around the room. The setup was simple. Tables, chairs, a wooden bed, and some personal items. This must be a temporary hideout for these wanted criminals. He randomly opened two drawers. Inside were some moldy fruit cores. They must have been there for a long time. Nothing valuable. Wu Heng said directly, "Duke, verify the identity of the wanted criminals. Mata, collect all these silver coins, we'll split them when we get back." "Yes, Captain." The two men began to work. Duke took over the tablet and began to verify the identities of the criminals, to see if anyone else was also on the wanted list. Mata started to pick up the coins scattered over the floor. These spoils of war also made quite a decent profit. Clatter! At that moment, there came a flurry of footsteps and clamoring from outside the door. Looking out through the open door, you could see a large crowd wearing various types of mix-matched gear, parting from the onlookers and gathering at the doorway. Their equipment was disorganized, which was characteristic of gang members. Wu Heng glanced at the group outside and asked, "Duke, have the identities been confirmed?" "Confirmed, only one person is wanted." Duke replied. Wu Heng took back the tablet and said, "Leave the wanted criminal there for now, let's go and find out what these people want." "Oh!" People outside were still shouting for them to come out. Duke walked out of the door, his hulking figure, silver armor and battle axe in hand. The clamoring froze and the volume decreased. They cautiously stepped back. "What do you want?" Duke asked directly. The gang members in front parted, opening a clear path. A middle-aged man wearing leather armor and a goatee strode up. He glanced at the imposing beastman, showing no sign of fear, and said, "This is the territory of the Scorpion Gang. You dared to break in and kill people here, you must have a death wish." The division of territory by different gangs was a unique approach in Lundham City. According to Wu Heng's understanding, it was outsourcing security. The gangs managed some law enforcement and collected taxes for the city hall in return. They were also part of the forces under Lundham City. They still had some backbone. Duke looked down at him and said, "We are from the association. We are here to capture a wanted criminal based on our intel." "Association? How can you prove?" Duke took out the association's emblem, showed it to the man, and continued, "You have no business here. You may leave now." At that moment, another person approached them. They whispered something in the ear of the man with the goatee. The man with the goatee glanced inside, where a few people were picking up silver coins. He stated outright, "You can take the wanted criminal, but the belongings inside belong to the old owner of this house. You can't take them. We won't touch the items in the room." Duke responded. "Those silver coins are included." "You can't take them," the man asserted. Duke instantly understood the man's intention and immediately retorted, "On what grounds? You haven't lifted a finger, and yet you want a share of the spoils." With that, Duke took a step to block the man's view of what was inside. "Well, you can't see it that way. The association can't just take things from other people's homes." The man raised his hand and the gang members behind him stepped forward. Duke looked more serious and turned to the back, "Captain, they want us to leave the silver coins. We should take the wanted criminal and leave." Wu Heng came out with a few skeletons. He looked at the leading man and said, "The association is hunting the criminal. All gang mercenary groups should cooperate." "Yes, we're cooperating. But now that you're done, we need to reclaim management of the area." Who says we're done? How do you know there's only one wanted criminal here? Or maybe you don't know if there are any criminals in the areas you manage? Wu Heng retorted. The man was not flustered at all and crossed his arms saying, you can't just say whatever you want, this. Whoosh. The man's words were interrupted. The sharp sound of something cutting through the air resonated. A chilling light shot out of the crowd and headed straight for Wu Heng's chest. Wu Heng's eyes contracted, a strong sense of danger welled up from deep within him. He wanted to dodge, but his body couldn't keep up with his brain. The arrow seemed destined to hit him in the chest. Bahu Dong stepped diagonally, blocking him. He grabbed the chilling light and threw it to the side. It was Bahu Dong's ability, capture flying arrow. The next second, Wu Heng's body reacted. Duke immediately stepped forward, grabbed Wu Heng's waist, and rushed back into the safety of the building. Bahu Dong and Basin, both moved forward. They pushed down the goateed gang leader to the ground, the sharp edge of a knife against his throat. Gurgle. The gang members around them immediately reached for their weapons, and were about to rush in. The goateed man shouted, Scorpion Gang, don't move, it's a misunderstanding. Sheath your weapons. Killing the captain of the association. He would have to be sick of living to do such a foolish thing. Let alone he, the leader of a small gang in the outskirts of the city. If you ask whether the people of the consortium would dare to kill the captain, would the city lord's mansion dare to? He had no clue where the arrow came from. But if they started fighting, there'd be no way to clarify anything. The gang members didn't move forward. The man was shoved to the ground, spat out the soil that had gotten in his mouth, and continued to shout, the captain inside, it wasn't my people who made the move, you must investigate clearly. Inside the room, Wu Heng looked grim. He checked himself, confirmed there were no injuries, and then heaved a sigh of relief. He nearly lost his life outside. Captain, I'll go out and kill them all. Duke said angrily. Don't go out. Be careful of a surprise attack. Mata also walked over, hid by the window, and took a look at the outside situation. She squatted down and picked up the crossbow bolt from the ground to examine it. She said, it's either from an arm crossbow or a small crossbow. They were prepared. Wu Heng nodded. It had been prepared in advance. At this point, the door opened. The goateed gang leader, being held at knife point, was dragged inside. He was thrown onto the ground, wiping cold sweat from his forehead while explaining, it wasn't my people who did this. It has nothing to do with me at all. Chapter 186, I wouldn't dare to. Wu Heng stared at the man before him. His hand gripped the sword hilt tightly. He wanted to kill Wenshi outrightly. But the guild members outside the door deterred him from taking action. If he angers these members and initiates a chaotic fight, it would play right into the hands of the anonymous archer. He drew in a deep breath to calm himself down. Upon reflection, the likelihood of a guild being involved was indeed slight. After all, no one would want to bear the blame for killing a squad leader over a frivolous matter. Moreover, the man was APPR-ended on the spot. I believe you, Wu Heng said. Yes, 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 it can't be me. I would never do such a stupid thing even if I were crazy. The man immediately echoed. Wu Heng continued, I believe you, but tomorrow the whole outer city area and even the outer city will know about the Scorpion Gang's assassination attempt on a squad leader. What kind of face-saving measures do you think the association will take? This. The cold sweat that had just stopped started to soak his forehead again. Does the truth really matter? The guilds to manage the outer cities really function as muscle for the city lord's mansion, collecting taxes. If one group falls, another rises to take its place. He would undoubtedly die if the association held him accountable. Captain, I swear, it wasn't me. Wu Heng asked, why did you block us? The homeowner reported a fight here, so we came over. The man replied promptly. I'm asking you, why did you stall us with all that talk? Normal association action. Normally, not even the Iron Guard Knights of Inner City would intervene much, let alone a local guild. It felt odd that these men prevented them from leaving. The man recalled for a moment, and immediately replied, my subordinate said there was a lot of money in the room. I had a momentary lapse of judgment and got chatty with you. Oh, how he regretted this. If only he had let them go earlier. Instead, he let it turn into this mess. Call your subordinate in. Wu Heng ordered. A glimmer of hope appeared in the man's eyes as he opened the door and yelled out. Soon, a man wearing leather armor, his hair disheveled, walked in. He cautiously observed the people in the room. Wu Heng asked, "What were you doing just now? What did you say?" The subordinate was a bit cowardly and kept glancing at his goat-bearded boss. Upon hearing the question, he replied, "I was just standing in the back and didn't do anything." The goat-bearded man yelled, "Wasn't it you who said there's a lot of money here? Be honest." The subordinate suddenly realized and said, "I didn't see it. I also heard it from some people saying that there was money all over the ground." "You saw it at that time too, there was indeed a lot of money inside. Another person involved? Who did you hear it from? Point the person out." I don't know, it seemed to be a man, about 30 years old." "You son of," the goat-bearded man got up and kicked him. Clearly, the goatee man also realized that something was wrong. They, his men, were probably used by someone. Such incidents were not unprecedented in Lundham City. Often, it was not important who the true culprit was. As long as some people died and the situation was seemingly resolved, that was the end of it. The man before them was unscathed and still willing to listen to their explanation. If he had been injured, or worse, dead, they would all have to die with him. Wu Heng let the subordinate go outside to take a look around. Indeed, the man was nowhere to be found. Wu Heng fell silent, choosing to wait patiently instead. Soon, the invisibly cloaked Glenda and Xiao Xiao each returned. The shared images showed an even larger crowd of onlookers. No suspicious person was found, everyone was discussing the anonymous archer. Looking at the two men before him, Wu Heng said, "Let's go, come with me. You will be subjected to the association's investigation. If you didn't do it, you should be let off." No, I'm not allowed to enter the inner city area. As long as you know it wasn't me, that's enough." The goat-bearded man replied hastily. He regretted it bitterly. How did he get involved with the association's affairs? Think carefully. If you come with me now, I'll vouch for you. If the association sends people to arrest you, you'll be on their wanted list. The man swallowed and hesitated for a moment before replying, "Okay, I'll go with you. Get your men to disperse the crowd and prepare the carriage." "Okay." The man immediately went to the door and started directing his men. The crowd was dispersed, and a carriage was parked outside. Wu Heng and the body of the deceased fugitive got into the carriage together. Under the escort of Duke and others, they headed toward the inner city. The Adventurers Association. Gomez the Deacon personally interrogated this outer city gang leader. A squad leader of the 8th squad had been killed a few days ago and his killer still hadn't been caught. Now the 12th squad has faced an assassination attempt. This was a monumental disgrace to the Adventurer Association of Lundham City. His anger as a steward had reached the tipping point. He almost killed the goatee and his minion to take a post-death question, as corpses couldn't lie. But in the end, he didn't. The gang that managed law and order in this territory also belonged to the city lord's mansion, so they had to save each other some face. Soon, Wu Heng returned from the interrogation room. Duke and Mata got up immediately and asked with concern, "Captain, how did it go?" Wu Heng sat down on the sofa and said, "The steward is taking this matter very seriously, but no results came out, be cautious these 2 days." "Oh, we will be fine, Captain. You take care though, it seemed like they were targeting you." Wu Heng nodded, it felt that way to him too. At that time, Duke was talking to them outside for a long time without any anomalies. But when he went out, he was hit with a surprise attack after saying only a few words. Luckily, Bahu Dong blocked it, otherwise, he might have died outside. "It's fine, let's split the money now, and then we will all go home, I will let you know when we have a task," said Wu Heng. Then, he divided the reward for the mission and the money they had scavenged. After everyone got their share and chatted for a bit, they all went home. Dusk. Con. There was a knock on the door. When the door was opened, Win Mancha, the wife of a gang member, stood at the door with her arms crossed. "Sis," Minnie called out sweetly. Although she yelled every day that she would beat down the gang members once her training was complete, she acted obediently in front of the sister-in-law of the gang. Responded Wen Mancha, after taking off her coat hurriedly upon entering, she quickly walked into the house, saying, "Master, I heard you had a dangerous encounter today, hope you aren't hurt." While talking, she rushed over, bringing a fragrance along with her. Wu Heng asked, "It's okay, how's it being talked about outside? People outside are saying that the Scorpion gang tried to kill you, but they didn't succeed. When Mancha checked him all over. They had a contractual relationship with each other. If Wu Heng died, the slaves with the soul brands would also be affected. Those with low levels would disintegrate directly, and those with higher levels would have their soul state affected, turning them foolish in the future. Therefore, their fates were completely tied to Wu Heng's. If anything happened to Wu Heng, none of them would survive. Seeing that Wu Heng was unharmed, the other two maids also came over immediately, faces full of concern. It has nothing to do with you, someone is causing trouble, said Wu Heng. Did the Scorpion gang do this? Asked Wen Mancha. It probably isn't their doing. You arrange for someone to keep an eye on this matter for now, see if we can find out who it is, Wu Heng said. The association is also taking this matter very seriously now, and the various teams have started investigating this matter in secret. Relying only on the association to identify the murderer wouldn't be sufficient. After all, he didn't have any fellowship with the rest of the teams. Nobody would investigate this matter wholeheartedly. I understand. I can arrange for people to flatten the Scorpion gang tonight if you want, Wen Mancha said directly. Wu Heng pinched her little face, no need, they were probably just being used. He had some guesses in his heart. The first possibility was the accomplices of the fugitive he had captured. At that time, they were outside and saw their companion being killed, so they launched a surprise attack from the dark. The second possibility was the Sky Eye Cultivation Association. They wanted to take action directly because his asking price was too high. The third possibility was that the enemies of the Scorpion gang were framing them and launching a surprise attack. The fourth possibility was previous enemies or accomplices of the fugitives he had previously captured. If he went down this line of thought, the scope would be too wide, making it hard to investigate. The first three possibilities were more likely. Fine, but we can't let this matter go. If there is trouble on the Scorpion gang's territory, I will make them pay the price, Wen Mancha said, grinding her teeth. True to her gang-style demeanor. By the way, do you know someone named Gianluca? Wu Heng asked. This was the name of the old man from the Sky Eye Cultivation Association who planned to give him 5 women as friends. It was still necessary to investigate his identity. In all likelihood, they were behind this. Wen Mancha shook her head, I'm not clear. What industry is he from? I will ask someone to ask around. Apparently, he is the owner of the Blue Roar Tavern and has some other businesses in town. I don't know much about him, said Wu Heng. All right, once I go back, I'll have people inquire about him. It won't be hard if we are just asking for information, Wen Mancha said. The two of them chatted for a bit more. Minnie and Andre Willow, seeing that Wu Heng was all right, went back to preparing dinner in the kitchen. Wen Mancha gave them a secretive glance. She got up and sat down in his lap. Master, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. The information was wrong, and you were put into danger, Wen Mancha said with a regretful look on her face. Her soft body brushed against his, emanating a gentle scent. It's not your fault, the information was correct. Wen Mancha pressed against him, whispering softly, no, when one makes a mistake, one must be punished. Wu Heng held her waist, looking at her flushed face, he understood what she meant. Ever since Wen Mancha had signed the contract with him, it was as if she had unlocked some kind of switch. She was becoming bolder and bolder. Chapter 187, Mutated Cow. The next day, early morning. After breakfast, Wu Heng saw off Wen Mancha, who had stayed overnight. Wen Mancha was still somewhat ashamed of the assassination from the day before, after all, she was the one who provided the information about the wanted criminal. However, this incident wasn't heavily related to her. If the assassination was really aimed at her and didn't occur at this time but at another, it would be more dangerous. Moreover, last night saw a suitable punishment. Returning to the living room, Minnie and Andre Willow were discussing a serious clean-up of their living quarters that day. They also wanted to tidy up the front and backyards, planting some flowers and plants. These few days, Wu Heng had forbidden them from leaving the house, halting the shop operations for a few days as well. After all, the motive for assassinating one of their own still wasn't certain. It was safer for them to stay at home. He gave them a few instructions before heading directly to the 3rd floor and passing through the boundary door to the zombie world. Zombie world. Exiting the office area room. As he went downstairs, he saw several alchemy skeletons. They had arrived yesterday with the convoy and would be working on alchemy here in the future. On the third floor, Wu Heng allocated several rooms to the alchemy skeletons. All the office furniture inside was removed and replaced with alchemy workbenches. At the same time, he directed the skeletons to move all the refrigerators and freezers prepared outside and bring them inside. The refrigerators and freezers were used to store some materials, as well as the concocted potions. Previous conditions did not permit for this. Now, with a separate power supply and storage system, coupled with the few people in the prison and the skeletons not relying on visual senses during their shifts, there was no need for searchlights. The power inside the prison was more than enough for their basic needs. Compared to the living conditions in the residential area, this was a significant improvement. Wu Heng observed as the skeletons brought in and connected the refrigerators and freezers and then instructed them on how to use them. The alchemy skeletons did not talk, but they were intelligent and had no issues learning these basic operations. Once this was all over, the first alchemist respectfully handed over 2 potions made from first-level corpse cores. Strength-enhancing potion. Description: a potion developed from extracted energy from mutated creatures. It has potent enhancement effects on living beings and a slight chance to awaken bloodline power. Wu Heng took the potions and directly put them into his storage space. He didn't plan to use these 2 potions immediately but wanted to use them as rewards, distributing them to Li Yaheng and Wen Manxia. The 2 of them had different tasks, but their own roles were quite significant. Both were required to manage a group of people. Especially Wen Manxia, who despite her low level, managed more than 1,000 gang members. If she didn't have some substantial power, one day there might be issues. These potions were perfect for them to use. Wu Heng then left the office building and went downstairs to the residential area. In a short while, Li Yaheng hurriedly came downstairs. In her hand was an iPad, on which she had opened a digital map, saying, "I found an offline version of the digital map in here." Wu Heng took it and flicked through it. Many features couldn't be used, only the map page could be zoomed in and out, displaying roads and shops. He tried to search for gold shops, but there was no response. It appeared it couldn't be used. Li Yaheng pointed at several locations. These areas are shopping centers and pedestrian streets where resources are concentrated. Wu Heng nodded. The map could only display some of the buildings and names in the city area. The search function couldn't be used either. Li Yaheng pointed at several places. These locations are shopping centers, grain and oil stores, and can be swept for a lot of resources. Wu Heng nodded again. This digital map was indeed useful, at least it provided clear marking for the environment and roads in the surrounding area. After some thought, he asked her again, "When you have time, confirm the locations of some of the gold shops and silverware stores." "Oh, okay." Li Yaheng responded, and then continued, "Wasn't it said that we could announce our acceptance of survivors on the radio broadcast? Wang Ke has said her grandmother's village is nearby. She wanted to ask if you could go and check." Wang Ke. Wu Heng still had some memory of her. She was the intern saved from the hospital by him. She was also the first survivor rescued by him and Li Yaheng. Thinking for a while, Wu Heng said, since the plan for the day was to scour for resources, it didn't matter where they went. They could gather resources from peripheral villages and towns just as well. They could also go and check on her grandmother. These were not major issues. "All right, let the convoy prepare. We'll go and check on Wang Ke's grandma today. We don't know whether she survived or not as it's been a while. It'll give Wang Ke some mental preparation," Wu Heng said directly. After all, a few months had passed. Even fit young individuals who could survive were few. The chances of an old lady surviving were even slimmer. However, since she was a family member of a survivor, they had to go and check. Whether she was alive was up to her luck. "Okay, I'll prepare immediately." Li Yaheng gave her agreement and turned to leave. Half an hour later, a convoy lined up outside the main gate. Some people were moving necessary supplies into the vehicles, such as food, car repair tools, and spare petrol. With the increase in manpower and tools becoming complete, things were getting more standardized. There were 5 trucks, 3 commercial vehicles, and 1 minivan in total. The front of the trucks was fitted with bumpers and steel spikes, making them look like ferocious hedgehogs. The commercial vehicles behind were also modified, with steel bars on the windows and a layer of protection added to the outside of the tires to prevent them from being attacked by zombies. They appeared far safer now. Wu Heng directed the skeletons to board the trucks while he got into the minivan driven by Li Yaheng. Apart from Li Yaheng, inside the van was Wang Kai, wearing anti-stab clothing and a shared bike blue helmet. Upon seeing Wu Heng get in, she immediately stood up and bowed, "Your Majesty, thank you for helping me." "No problem, in face of difficulties, we help each other," Wu Heng replied, taking a seat in the passenger seat. Li Yaheng looked over, "Shall we set off?" "Let's go." Li Yaheng nodded, picked up the walkie-talkie, and directly announced the departure. The gates opened, the convoy started, and directly left the prison, heading into the distance. After approximately 1 hour, more and more zombies were attracted by the noise of the convoy, rushing onto the road from both sides and crashing into the vehicles. Meanwhile, a sizable horde of zombies started to form behind. Bzzz. The sound of electric currents echoed. "Sister Hong, there are discarded cars blocking the way ahead," came a voice from the walkie-talkie. "Can we ram them?" Li Yaheng asked. "It's risky, there are too many, we might damage the vehicles," the voice responded through the walkie-talkie. Li Yaheng looked towards Wu Heng. Wu Heng said, "Stop the vehicles, exterminate these zombies, then continue to move forward." Li Yaheng spoke into the walkie-talkie, "Reduce the distances between vehicles, prepare to stop and clear out the zombies. Drivers, lock the doors, stay inside." The entire convoy started to close the gaps. Gradually, they came to a halt in the middle of the road. Wu Heng turned to the big head skeleton in the back seat and ordered, "Dispatch the skeletons from the vehicles to eliminate the zombies outside." Clink! Clank! All the skeletons jumped off the vehicles. They advanced to meet the approaching zombie horde head-on. 2 waves clashed, the sounds of fighting and raucous roars resounded throughout the entire area. There were no unexpected events during the fight. Even the carrier big guy, Bahudong, and some of the special skeletons did not join the fight. The levels of the skeleton horde were getting upgraded, and their attributes were also improving. Given the same numbers, the skeleton horde had higher attributes. Suddenly, the fight ended. Li Yaheng exited the vehicle, drove a forklift down to clear out the discarded vehicles blocking the way ahead. Meanwhile, Wu Heng had the skeletons move all the bodies to the sides of the road. The road cleared quickly. The convoy restarted, heading forward. It wasn't until noon. After clearing out a few incoming waves of zombies on their way, the convoy started to approach the village. "Sister Hong, we're about to enter the village market." The voice from the walkie-talkie was Qiang's. The road was getting narrower, limiting the speed of the convoy. Zombies from both sides of the road lunged towards, and the pounding sound echoed as they hit against the vehicles. More zombies began to surround the convoy. Even though it was just a village, the population was much larger compared to the one we saw at the building materials warehouse. Wu Heng ordered, "Stop! Eliminate the zombies." The convoy slowed down and parked on the roadside. Subsequently, large numbers of skeleton soldiers leapt down from the vehicle. They formed a spear array at the front to block the surge of zombies rushing from the market. The remaining kitchen knife skeletons directly attacked the zombie hordes on both sides. An intense combat began again. Zombies fell like wheat under a scythe. The battle ended. The skeletons returned to standby, and tranquility descended over the entire area. The only sound left was the humming of the vehicle engines. "Clear the bodies." The skeletons sprang into action again, clearing away the corpses that were obstructing the road. The convoy drove into the middle of the market. Shops of various kinds lined both sides of the road: grocery stores, knitting shops, farming tool stores. "We should be able to find quite a bit of stuff here," Li Yaheng said as she looked around. "Right, we'll head to the village first, and loot this area on our way back," Wu Heng stated. The convoy continued to move forward. They drove out of the market junction. "Wang, that group of houses over there is Dama village." Wang Kai pointed to a group of single-story houses in the distance, introducing it to Wu Heng. Looking over towards the distance, a sizable village came into view. The living conditions appeared to be considerably good, with many houses lined with white ceramic tiles and numerous colorful steel buildings with blue roofs. "Was the population of the village substantial previously?" asked Wu Heng. Wang Kai shook his head, "I'm not sure, as I rarely visited. However, I heard that the development here was quite good, both agriculture and animal husbandry received considerable support. Recent years seemed to see the development of some surrounding villages. As for the level of development, he, living in the city, didn't have much contact with them. But from the looks of it now, the living conditions didn't seem inferior to the cities. Thoughts of the zombie outbreak and the densely populated areas came to mind. The likelihood of survival seemed minimal now. "Grandma," Wang Ke asked softly from behind. "Stay calm. If Grandma wasn't lucky enough, we've done our best." Li Yaheng, who was driving the car, gave a word of consolation. Wang Ke nodded and didn't say anything else. After coming to the prison, he met other survivors. Only then did he realize how fortunate he was, having been saved by the people at the auto repair shop in the beginning. If he had fallen into the hands of Chen Jinlong, his fate may have been much worse. Of course, he hoped his grandmother could have lived, but if he really couldn't find her, or if she had turned into a zombie, he would accept it. After all, his survival already used up all his luck. The road was getting worse, the bumpy country roads caused the vehicle to sway. The tools inside the vehicle rattled due to the bumpy road. This road, according to Wang Ke, had received assistance, without which, it would have probably been a mere dirt road. About 10 minutes of driving brought them near the blue factory buildings. The buildings here occupied a large area, and on the small concrete buildings near the road, one could see signs indicating a supermarket, a dormitory, among other things. It seemed to be a factory. Moo. Suddenly, a strange sound of a cow came from the factory. Everyone in the vehicle frowned simultaneously. "There's a cow?" Crash. Suddenly, with a thunderous sound, the black iron gate of the factory was directly knocked open. A giant, rotting dairy cow rushed out of the factory. Under the stunned gaze of everyone, it ran into the middle of a truck. Crash. The convoy immediately halted, and the tires stirred up dust on the ground as the vehicles eventually came to a stop. "What the hell is happening? Seems like we're under attack." "It's a zombie cow, the cow is attacking the convoy." Chapter 188, Convoy Obstructed. The dust and smoke faded. A giant cow appeared in sight. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, its thick limbs and bulging muscles seemed formidable, its eyes were the size of fists, full of red veins, pair of giant horns, as thick as forearms, were embedded in the body of the truck. The reinforced steel plate was dented, a great power grazing the truck and shoved it sideways for a certain distance. Wu Heng looked at the unexpected cow. His eyes widened in surprise. This creature had also undergone mutation, almost reaching the size of an elephant. Cows are naturally strong creatures. After its drastic growth in size, its charge was evidently more terrifying. The truck wasn't completely overturned because of the heavy and plenty of reinforced steel plates, otherwise, it would have been a wreck with no survivors. In the intercom, the driver was desperately calling for help, saying the body of the truck was violently shaking and could be capsized at any moment. "What should we do?" Li Yaheng asked. Wu Heng was about to comment. "Moo moo moo." From the side of the factory, there was continual mooing and the sound of hooves trampling the ground. Sitting in the vehicle, one could clearly feel the shaking that was like an earthquake. Startled, Wu Heng immediately said, "Get down." Bang bang bang. 5 more giant cows charged towards the stopped convoy. Immediately, the ground shook as if heaven and earth were being overturned. Wu Heng's vehicle toppled to one side, and the commercial car in front spun 3 to 4 times before it came to a halt. Damn it! The vehicles, painstakingly remodeled, were overturned by the cows. Wu Heng unbuckled his seatbelt with one hand, checked Li Yaheng and Wang Ke, seeing that neither of them were injured, he picked up the intercom and said, "Don't get out of the car." Then he turned to the big-headed skeletons and continued to give orders, "All skeletons attack and kill these monsters." Crash! The skeletons climbed out of the vehicle and charged directly at the mutated cows. The mutated cows, that were constantly trying to attack the convoy with their horns, turned their bloodshot eyes towards the oncoming swarm of skeletons. Bellowing to the sky, they charged. The force generated by the stampede was like that of a moving car. The front line of skeletons was sent flying into the air, turning into a bone rain scattering all over the sky. The damage caused by this charge reminded Wu Heng of the cavalry. Anyone in their path would be turned to corpses. As Wu Heng unbuckled Li Yaheng's seatbelt, he said, "Also you guys, big guy, second chunk, Lai Ai, and Bahudong, head out and help. Try to kill all the cows to the others behind him." Several skeletons complied, crawling out from the upside doors. Each picked their targets and moved towards the mutated cows. Lai Ai quickly scanned the surrounding, he climbed onto the second floor of a nearby cement building. He set up his sniper rifle. After quickly aiming, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The deafening gunshot echoed. In the distance, a giant cow, smothered by the skeletons, had its forehead blow open. Its body, rigid from agonizing running, suddenly went stiff. It fell with a thud. The surrounding skeletons immediately pounced on it, holding kitchen knives, incessantly hacking down at the fallen mutated cow. It convulsed twice on the ground, before getting up again. With filthy blood dripping from the wound on its forehead, it shook off the skeletons on its body. Its large eyes started to focus on Li on the small building, and it charged directly at him. Bang! The gunshot sounded again. This time the bullet hit the cow's eye, went through the skull, and blew out from the back of the head. The cow stumbled a few steps forward, its front leg collapsed and it fell on its knees. Then the rest of the body followed suit. The skeletons clinging onto it, hacked it a couple of times before dismounting. They continued to attack remaining mutated cows. On the other side, Big Guy got hold of the neck of a cow and took it down with a sweeping kick. Then he brought up his giant fists and started to hammer on the cow's head ceaselessly. These giant cows had immense power when they ran. But their overall stats obviously could not match the stats of Big Guy, a stage 2 mutated zombie. After getting hammered for a while, the cow's eyes burst open and the entire head was concaved in. In the location of Second Chunk and Bahudong, a similar fight was taking place. The mutated cows were fierce, but not as intense in combat as imagined. Indeed, only when they charged did they pose a significant threat. The entire battlefield was filled with a dense army of skeletons, killing the mutated cows in all directions. Amidst the gunshots and high-level skeletons undermining them, the cows were continually falling and dying. After Bahudong crushed the skull of the last mutated cow, the chaotic scene finally restored its calm. After having Xiao Xiao checked that the blue factory was safe, with no other threats left, he let Li Yaheng and Wang Kai crawl out of it. Get the cars in place. Li Yaheng nodded, instructed the rest who were in a somewhat shabby state, to lower the forklift and straighten all the overturned vehicles. The folks from the auto repair shop were furious. These trucks and passenger cars were their pride and joy. They had put in a lot of effort to arm these vehicles, collecting materials for the job and burning midnight oil. They maintained the vehicles well, yet they were hit so badly by these cows. Everyone, especially people like Qiangzi, kept grumbling while they worked. On the other side, Wu Heng led several skeletons and went straight into the blue roof factory. There was no need to guess its function now. This was a cattle farm. The farmstead was vast, and within its blue-roofed building lay massive cattle pens. Let the skeleton push open the door. The stench was so overwhelming that it nearly made him faint. The inside of the hangar was now devoid of danger, with each individual cattle pen filled with the corpses of dead cows. There had to be dozens of cows here, most of which had not mutated and remained their original size. The several ones outside must have been the mutated cows from the farm. Wu Heng looked around and quickly withdrew. He went on to give the command, remove all the corpses from inside and outside. The skeleton entered the blue tent, carrying out the corpses of the cows. There were 6 mutated cow bodies of elephantine size, and over 30 regular cow bodies, all in decay and covered with maggots. Wu Heng had the skeletons guard the outside of the hangar. He targeted one of the mutated cows, casting the bone manipulation skill. The necromantic magic enveloped the corpse. Flesh fell away, revealing a large skeleton that slowly rose to its feet. The bovine skeleton, with its massive, sturdy horns. The bones were sturdy, still exuding a powerful sense of strength. Skeleton giant horned cow, level 8. Level 8. Attributes: Constitution 15, Strength 21, Agility 12, Perception 5, Intelligence 5, Charm 2. Features: Hollow skeleton, basic soul fire. Abilities: Charge, Headbutt. Charge: when this unit is in a charging state, Agility +7, Strength +5, the effects of negative statuses affecting movement are lessened. Headbutt: inflicts impact damage on the target. When in charge, effect has knockback and knockdown effects. A level 8 mutated zombie. That is to say, the mutated cows here could very well upgrade to level 2 mutated zombies over time. Not only human zombies are progressing, these animal-type zombies are also advancing. If they all reached level 2 as mutated zombies and launched an attack on the convoy, there's a chance they could directly puncture the steel plate, overturning all the vehicles. He rummaged around its head. Found a corpse core amidst a swath of tattered flesh. Though still level 1, the core was noticeably larger, nearing level 2. He continued to use the bone manipulation skill, causing one mutated cow after another to rise. He obtained 6 corpse cores in total. Not to mention scavenging for war trophies, the corpse cores alone were a huge haul. They also compensated for the long time absence of level 1 corpse cores. Upon return, he could have alchemy skeleton increase the production of corpse core potion. He stowed away the corpse cores. After drinking 2 bottles of spirit potion to recover some spiritual power, Wu Heng again cast the spell, Dead Bones Battlefield. All of the cows rose to their feet. Apart from the mutated cows, the regular ones were not only short, but also lacked soul fire, appearing stupid and dull. At this moment, Li Yaheng walked in. Glancing around at the skeleton cows filled the ground, she told him, the overturned vehicles have been righted, some are damaged, but that doesn't affect normal driving. Let's go, reach the village before dark. The two, along with the skeleton, left. They had people bring over the truck's steps, and the skeleton cows walked into the back of the truck along those steps. Once everything was ready, the convoy set off again. They passed through the factory area and entered the village. Zombies appeared sporadically along the way, but there weren't many, just a few isolated ones. Those that lunged over were immediately crushed into bits by the convoy. The entire village was not like a town with orderly buildings. There was a large open space, with each household maintaining a certain distance from one another. Along the way, they could even see some bungalow shops, restaurants, supermarkets, and even an internet cafe. However, the number of zombies was not quite right. This village was not badly off, there should be hundreds of households at least, but since they entered, they had only encountered a few zombies along the way. Fewer zombies is better. Maybe, there is a good chance that Wang Kei's grandmother has indeed survived. Squeak! The convoy slowed down again, avoiding the piles of earth in front. My home is just ahead, Wang Kei said somewhat nervously. They were about to confirm whether his family was still there, and he was starting to feel apprehensive. Zzz. Over the radio, came the voice of the leading vehicle again. Sister Hong, which way do we go? Li Yaheng picked up the radio and replied, straight ahead, the 4th intersection. All right. The convoy continued to move forward, at a slow pace, watching their surroundings carefully. At the same time, in a building in the distance, several men were gathered, one of them holding a flashlight, looking out into the distance. Holy shit, Brother Zhang, we've got some big game incoming, a skinny man in a leather jacket exclaimed. Several trucks, they must carry a lot of goods. Hey? People are actually coming to this little place, another muscular man snatched the binoculars and looked ahead. Indeed, there was a convoy, made up of nothing but trucks and vans, obviously carrying loads of stuff. Don't tell me this is a rescue team, the one called Brother Zhang wondered. The skinny man quickly responded, Brother Zhang, what would a rescue team do here? They can't even save everyone in the city. I guess it's people from some base. I heard on the radio that the Flame God Shelter was a base established by occupying a village. They're probably thinking the same thing. Brother Zhang, they must have a lot of resources. Brother Zhang continued to peer through the binoculars, pondered for a moment, and then said, Monkey, go tell the boss and see what he thinks. The rest of us will go take a closer look at their setup. All right. The skinny man scampered off to the back. The others, holding steel rods and machetes, followed him towards the direction of the convoy. Chapter 189, Several Gathering Points. The convoy continued forward. Guided by Wang Kei, they slowly stopped at the crossroad. They first had Xiao scout the nearby buildings, and after confirming there was no danger, everyone disembarked. The entire village seemed hollowed out, empty and covered in weeds. It held an eerie atmosphere. There were no zombies, nor signs of any survivors. Everyone got out of the cars and checked the surroundings. Qiangzi and the others inspected a nearby barber shop. They reported, it looks like it's been searched. The kitchen and food stocks are gone. Probably been looted. Seems like there really were survivors here. They must have cleared or led away the zombies here. Qiangzi, you guys stay here and repair the cars. We'll move on in a moment. Wu Heng said. All right. Qiangzi and his people nodded. During the stay at the cattle farm, the convoy suffered significant damage. especially the few vans, which were in a sorry state. They hadn't repaired them there and then, but now was a good chance to do so. Everyone started getting busy. Wu Heng, Li Ya-heng and the others entered the alleyways. Wang Ke seemed nervous, pointing at a building up ahead. She said, "That's my grandmother's house. Let's go." The walls of the courtyard weren't high, the black metal gate was covered in clear bloody handprints, traces that it had been vigorously hit by zombies. The gate wasn't locked, a gentle push opened it. The courtyard centered around a cement pathway. On one side were chicken and duck pens while the other side was a vegetable patch which was now overrun with weeds, half a person's height. After confirming there was no danger, the group went straight into the building. The house was in chaos, with clothes and bedding strewn about and the furniture clearly having been searched. Will you? Wang Ke began to sob softly at the side. With the courtyard's gate standing wide open, and weeds everywhere, it was clear that no one had lived here for quite some time. Wu Heng glanced around the room and said, "Stop crying. Your grandmother might not have run into trouble." Wang Ke lifted her head in confusion. Wu Heng continued, "Have you ever seen a zombie rummaging through cabinets? This place was probably looted by people, that's why it's in this state." Wang Ke looked at the mess on the floor. "It does seem like that." Li Ya-heng also comforted her in a soft voice, "Weren't we prepared for the worst? If you cry like this, what about the others?" "I'm sorry, Sister Heng." Ding ding. At that moment, a harsh horn sound came from outside the gate. Everyone's faces stiffened, they headed towards the sound. They hadn't yet left the alley. When Qiangzi came towards them and said in a low voice, "A lot of men are coming from that side. They claim this is their territory. They're looking for some perks. They dare to stop our convoy?" Li Ya-heng asked. "They probably didn't see the skeletons in the car. They're acting very cocky." Qiangzi continued. The back of the truck was covered in a canvas. You couldn't see what was inside from the front or side. They probably hadn't seen the skeletons. Otherwise, just seeing the skeleton horde, let alone fighting, would induce a strong psychological pressure on any normal human. Even during the zombie outbreak, the sight of skeletons wielding kitchen knives was intimidating. "Go tell them that we're only looking for people, and we will leave as soon as we find them. This place will still be theirs and we won't take away any of their resources." Wu Heng directly instructed. After all, they are the ones who had cleared the zombies here. There was no need for any conflict. "Fine." Li Ya-heng led Qiangzi and some others and walked straight out to the front. There were a few men standing opposite. They wore leather boots and jackets, holding various pipes and machetes in their hands, just like the delinquents from Hong Kong movies. Seeing a woman in a navy blue stab-resistant suit walk out, their eyes shifted. After confirming that Li Ya-heng didn't have a gun around her waist, they relaxed a bit. Li Ya-heng directly said, "Gentlemen, we're here to find someone. We will leave as soon as we find them, and we won't take any of your resources. Please allow us to do so." Instead of replying, the lead man asked, "Are you guys a rescue team?" In this context, a rescue team usually referred to military or government personnel. Not individual shelters. "No, we're just a regular survivor group," Li Ya-heng answered. "Oh." They sized up Li Ya-heng and the convoy behind her once again before asking, "What's inside your cars?" "Aliens and an aircraft carrier. Why, does that concern you?" Qiangzi bluntly asked. "Fuck. You've got quite a temper. You're in our territory now, how is it not our concern?" one of them retorted. Li Ya-heng stopped Qiangzi, who was ready to argue back, and continued, "We'll leave after picking up the person. We don't want any conflict with you. Hat. Open all the compartments, let us inspect to see if you stole anything around here. Once we've ascertained there's no issue, then you can leave." The man continued, signaling his followers with a glance. Several of his henchmen, each gripping an iron rod, stepped up to inspect the vehicle. Wu Heng heard clearly from behind. He recognized that they were planning a daylight robbery. He promptly pulled out his gun and stepped forward. The men before him froze at his mocking laughter, their steps retreating slowly. "Reasoning gets us nowhere, it's the gun that's persuasive. Damn, they have a gun." The leading man retreated with a tight face but kept his composure. "We outnumber you. You only have a gun while we have far more brothers. I'd advise you not to." Bang! The gunshot echoed. The bullet instantly penetrated the man's skull. His words abruptly stopped, and his eyes bulged out as he fell backwards. The remaining men turned deathly pale, abandoning everything to escape into the narrow alleyways on either side and vanished completely. Qiangzi and others, looking at the dead body on the ground, were shocked by their decisive action. The trigger had been pulled without giving the other party a chance to speak. "Turn the convoy around and get ready to go back," ordered Wu Heng. Qiangzi and the others immediately got into the vehicle and began to slowly turn around. On a village road like this, turning a truck around was quite a task and had to be done delicately. "Drag the corpse over here." Wu Heng walked into a nearby barber shop. Basin, who was nearby, dragged the body inside. Wu Heng promptly cast the communicate with the dead spell, and the corpse sat up instantly. "How many survivor gathering points are there in your village?" Wu Heng asked directly. The corpse raised its head. "There are 2 in total. One in the north and some villagers hiding in the southern part of the area." This small village had surprisingly divided into 2 locations. Having estimated the situation, Wu Heng immediately ordered, "Which part is the old lady from next door in?" "She's not in the north. We didn't take the old lady in. If she's alive, she could be in the southern part," the corpse said. Wu Heng nodded and then dismissed the necromancy spell. The corpse fell to the floor with a thud, silent now. Wu Heng, together with Li Yaheng, walked out. The convoy had completed its turn and was ready to leave any moment. Upon getting onto the bus, he glanced at Wang Ke, who was seated. Wu Heng said, "Head south, we'll try to find her one last time. If we can't find her, we go back." Li Yaheng nodded, picked up the walkie-talkie, and instructed, "Head south." The convoy started and sped down the road towards the south. The other side. A convoy of motorbikes rode through the rough terrain, kicking up a cloud of dust. Suddenly, they saw a group of men rushing back and came to a stop. "Why are you guys back? What about the convoy you mentioned?" The man at the front, with long hair and a half-smoked cigarette in his mouth, shirtless with slightly dark skin, yelled at his subordinates who had run back in panic. The men who had run back, out of breath and propping themselves up on their knees, answered sporadically, "Brother Zhang has been killed. They had a gun and started shooting without much talk, and our brothers scattered and ran back." More of his men appeared from behind, running towards them. Every single one of them was part of his crew. They scrambled as if escaping from a disaster. "They had guns? How many guns?" he asked again. "We only saw one, the others don't seem to have any." "Damn, just one gun and you are all panicking," the man cursed. "Did they actually have a lot of supplies in their vehicles?" "We didn't see, but there were 5 trucks and some were passenger and commercial vehicles. Probably a lot of supplies." The man hesitated for a while, put out the cigarette on the floor, and said, "Go back and get Molotov cocktails. If we snatch this cargo, we can live comfortably for a while." All of them turned around and began walking back. The convoy entered the building area south of the village. From afar, they saw a factory building with a red flag sticking out. Several people were on the wall with knives and iron bars, watching vigilantly. The convoy stopped at a distance. "Wang Ke, what's your grandmother's name?" Li Yaheng asked. "Yang Huifen." Li Yaheng turned on the vehicle's external speaker, and shouted, "Are there any old ladies named Yang Huifen inside? Her granddaughter Wang Ke has come to pick her up." Sudden commotion arose on the wall. At this time, there were still family members coming to pick someone up? What's going on? She must be an important person to have this sort of treatment. Then someone hastily clambered down from the wall and ran into the building. Chapter 190, Thanks for the Blessings from the Immortal. Inside the building, in a small room isolated on its own, the offering table was full of household protective talismans. An elderly woman with silver hair was kneeling in front of the table, muttering prayers. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. A questioning voice came from outside, "Aunt Yang, what's your granddaughter's name?" The old woman stood up from the ground and turned her head to say, "Wang Ke, what's up? Got news about her?" Lots of cars came from outside, saying your granddaughter has come to fetch you. Old woman stood up, her tone a bit suspicious, "Really? Do you think I'm joking about this kind of thing? They're calling from the car convoy, saying they've come to pick you up." The man continued. The old woman fell to her knees with a thud. She knelt again in front of the altar, repeatedly bowing her head, "Thank you, great deities, for protecting my granddaughter. Thank all the deities for their protection." She softly gave her thanks a few more times. Only then did she stand back up and say, "My granddaughter's name is Wang Kei, she works at the district hospital. Then you come out with us first, if it really is your granddaughter, you can go with them. Judging by their car convoy, their life must be better than here." The man said. "Though the survival camp has some resources, it's still a remote place. The food will run out one day. Having an old person here is a burden, only out of village solidarity and respect have taken care of her up until now. If her granddaughter is indeed here to take her away, it would also lighten the burden on the camp." "All right, wait a minute." The old woman got on her knees again, started muttering, then carefully packed away the deity figurines she had been offering to. She followed the man out of the small house. After the call was made twice, there was still no answer from the other side. Wang Kei sighed and said, "Sister Heng, it's enough. It seems my grandmother isn't here. Let's go back. You all have done enough for me." Li Yaheng also sighed slightly. As she picked up the walkie-talkie preparing to order the convoy to turn back, a loudspeaker voice came over the wall of the building. "Let Wang Kei come out, we need to take a look." Their faces lit up immediately, and they all turned to look at Wang Kei sitting in the back seat. Wu Heng said, "Get out of the car, let them take a look, but don't go over. There shouldn't be any possibility of a sniper rifle here and it should be safe to let them have a look from a distance." Wang Kei nodded, opened the car door, and walked out. She waved from afar to the people in front. Those on the building seemed to be discussing something in low voices. Then, the main gate opened up and an old woman carrying a large bundle of things came out. She looked a bit disheveled, but her stride was steady. An excited expression came over Wang Kei's face, and she rushed forward to meet her. It seemed that they had truly found her relative. Wu Heng said to Li Yaheng, "Let Wang Kei take her grandma to the back car so she doesn't get further shocked outside. Let them get in the car first." "Oh right." Li Yaheng picked up the loudspeaker and said directly, "Wang Kei, sit in the back business car with your grandma." Wang Kei helped her grandmother, complaining about all the unnecessary things she was still holding onto. She then gave a thumbs-up sign to the car window and walked toward the back commercial car. Meanwhile, inside the building, another man came out and went up to the leading car, speaking something while leaning on the car window. On the walkie-talkie, Qiang's voice came through, "Sister Heng, they're asking which road we came from and what's the situation outside." Li Yaheng looked over. Wu Heng said, "Tell them the truth. If they are willing, we can also take them with us." Li Yaheng replied using the exact words on the walkie-talkie. After the communication with the leading car, a reply came through the walkie-talkie again, "They're not coming with us." "All right, the convoy should leave the village by the original route." The man from the survivor camp left. The convoy started moving, preparing to depart the same way they arrived. On the passenger car, Li Yaheng, holding the steering wheel, said, "The people at this survivor camp are not bad, they were even caring for the old lady. It wouldn't have been surprising if the old woman had been hiding alone in her house with some food supplies. But, the fact she has been well taken care of in this survivor camp is indeed surprising. Old and young, their positions are quite tricky at this time. If you're not a close relative, outsiders are very unlikely to want to support you, given that in terms of physical strength and ability, you're not suitable for the current environment. No one would be willing to share their hard-found food with a stranger, especially an elderly. Indeed, it seems that the old woman has a good reputation in the village," Wu Heng said. "This visit has also been quite fruitful for us. Not to mention there's still a market on the way that we haven't scavenged yet. Just those few mutated cows and the corpse core are enough for him to justify the excursion." It made him reconsider his future targets. Finding mutated zombies is not an easy task. It might be better to try to find some farms or zoos on the map, which may have some animals that have undergone mutation. Li Yaheng looked at the sky outside and continued, "It's getting late, we might have to travel during the night now." "No problem, it's not a big issue," Wu Heng wasn't worried at all. Returning the same way wouldn't pose much danger. Li Yaheng smiles, The convoy continues to move forward. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie is filled with urgent voices again. "Sister Heng, there are quite a few people behind us, chasing us on motorcycles, and they're faster than us." Everyone was stunned, looking in the rear-view mirror toward the back. Although the convoy was quite long and it was hard to see clearly. However, you could still vaguely see people on motorcycles approaching quickly. Li Yaheng picked up the radio and asked, "Are they the survivors who took in the old woman?" The commercial vehicle carrying Wang Ke and her grandmother responded, "No, grandmother said those people are another group of survivors, they often clash with each other over spoils, probably the ones who just tried to rob us." Simultaneously, the last vehicle reported, "They are armed and a few of them are holding bottles similar to Molotov cocktails and speeding towards us." Well, it's actually those guys. They ran away before, surprisingly to return. Wu Heng released Xiao Xiao, let her float in the air for a look, then shared what she saw. There are about 7 or 8 motorcycles, followed by 2 vans. Several of them were holding bottles with liquid in one hand and a burning cloth in the other, with one hand on the handlebar. They plan on stopping the convoy and continuing to loot resources. If we stop now and the other party throws Molotov cocktails, even if we kill them, we will lose a few vehicles. The vehicles that were hard to remodel would be a pity if they were destroyed here. Wu Heng returned his gaze to the skeletons sitting in the back and said, "Li Yaheng, have the convoy slow down, let Li Yi get on top of the vehicle and kill those Molotov cocktail holders." Li Yaheng followed the order and began notifying the convoy. Li Yi immediately opened the roof of the bus, crouched down to get out, raised his sniper rifle and aimed into the distance. The next second, bang! A gunshot suddenly sounded above their heads. A crack could be heard as the Molotov cocktail in a man's hand instantly shattered. With a fire blast, the man holding it was engulfed, while the remaining ones were frightened and fell over from breaking too abruptly. Bang! The second gunshot rang out and another man's Molotov cocktail exploded. The flames engulfed the man, turning him into a screaming fireball struggling painfully on the ground. Everyone was stunned by the sight before them. Someone yelled, "They have a sniper, it's a military convoy. Damn it, retreat!" The motorcycles started up again and all raced off in a flurry. The convoy slowly came to a stop in the distance. Through the radio, reports confirmed that no one was in danger. Li Yaheng turned to Wu Heng, "They've retreated, shall we continue on?" Wu Heng thought for a moment. He said quietly, "Let's go, follow them. We can't get back tonight anyway, let's see what they're up to." "Is that a good idea?" Li Yaheng asked. "It's fine. If they bother us after dark, more issues might arise. Moreover, they've provoked us twice, we can't just let them off so easily." "Okay." Li Yaheng continued to relay the commands. The convoy turned around and pursued in the direction the motorcycle crew had gone. Chapter 191, Kick the Iron Plate. Dusk, the horizon was dyed in a sweep of crimson. In a courtyard up north, a 3-meter-high wall was lined with iron bars, and in the middle sat a black metal gate. Upon the wall, a few men who had made it back were standing. Lurking behind the wall, they remained on high alert, peering outside. The long-haired leader took a strong puff of his cigarette, violently kicked his subordinate, and cursed, "Didn't you fuckers say he only had a handgun? Why the fuck were there snipers, and why were they so accurate?" The junior was sent rolling by the kick. Struggling back to his feet, he defended himself, "Boss, as God is my witness, all we saw was a handgun. We even followed them for a while. Would we joke about something like this?" A few others joined him in support. They stated they only saw one person with a handgun, the most they saw the others with were iron pipes. "Fuck! You all blind or what?" The man cursed in irritation but didn't press further. Chasing after the convoy earlier was clearly asking for trouble. Even in this apocalypse, firearms still held great power. Even those superpowered men broadcasted on the radio. They merely demonstrated some evolved genetic traits but couldn't actually withstand bullets. Now they seemed to have invited trouble from possible military or government forces. They had definitely bitten off more than they could chew. Oh! Suddenly, the sound of car engines echoed from outside the wall. At the same time, the lookout standing on the wall exclaimed loudly, "Boss, that convoy is here. The same cars, they've all come." The man threw his cigarette onto the ground forcefully, immediately climbed up the wall, and carefully peeked outside. The earlier convoy was coming into view. They stopped in the distance. Nobody got out of the cars. They were probably observing this end as well. "Fuck, when will this bullshit end?" The man cursed. After a quick moment of contemplation, he said, "Bring me the megaphone." A large megaphone, typically used by vegetable sellers, was handed to him. The man forcefully tapped it twice. Switching the amplifier on, he yelled out, Dear friends across, it was just a misunderstanding earlier. Please give us some face. Once our basic needs of food and shelter are met, generous gifts will follow as an apology. After calling out, he turned the amplifier off. Then he instructed the group standing below, go check if the gate is securely locked. Don't fuck up again. All right. The juniors rushed towards the iron gate and used a chain to lock it 2 more times. In the direction of the convoy. Everyone inside the vehicles heard the man's calls. Li Yaheng furrowed her brows and remarked, why do his words sound like lines from a movie? It's probably standard jargon in the underworld. Wu Heng replied. Aren't you going to take notes? You're a leader now, you may need it in the future. Li Yaheng teased with a smile. No, that's all you, boss. Take it down if you want. No way, it's too low class. Wu Heng continued, let's get down to business. Tell them to surrender. If they refuse, they will have to bear the consequences. Li Yaheng turned on the car's loudspeaker and said, people inside, listen up. You have a chance to survive if you choose to surrender now. If not, don't blame us for what happens next. Instantly, a voice echoed back from the building in response, it was just a misunderstanding. Does it really have to escalate to this? It's the end of the world, we should be helping each other. How can they be so shameless? Li Yaheng turned to Wu Heng. Clearly, they were the ones chasing and planning to rob them. Now they are talking about helping each other. As if implying, it's fine for me to hit you, but it's a breach of peace for you to hit me. Wu Heng advised, stop wasting time on him, just tell it to him straight. If they do not want to die, they should open the gate and surrender. Li Yaheng switched on the loudspeaker and repeated his words verbatim. The people inside, however, showed no signs of surrender. They retorted, do you really think we're scared? If you dare, just bring it on. I've got a ton of weapons here and can send you all to meet Yama at any moment. Li Yaheng wanted to continue the conversation, but Wu Heng directly turned off the loudspeaker. He turned towards the skeletons behind him and said, Lai, find a sniping position. Big Head, tell all skeletons to get off the vehicle and prepare for the attack. Clatter clatter. The sound of skeletons brushing against each other resonated loudly. All the skeletons jumped out of the cars, their hands holding kitchen knives and spears. They densely filled up the entire street. The last light of the evening twilight shone through their hollow bones. Shit, boss. Those skeletons, they aren't even carrying supplies in their cars. We're screwed. We've gotten ourselves into a serious mess. What do we do now? Those guys aren't even human. Shouldn't we just surrender? The sight of the legion of skeletons outside instantly threw everyone inside the building into chaos. The enemies didn't lack manpower and supplies, rather their vehicles were loaded with underworld monsters. They hadn't paid attention to them earlier simply because they didn't want to stoop low. But now that they were getting serious, it was their own men who were going to suffer. Fuck, will you all shut the fuck up? The boss cursed out loud, his voice shaking. Despite the regret in his voice, he had to curse at his men to get them to shut up. He had regrets, for he had chosen to believe the words of his subordinates. And instigated such a group of people as a result. But now, there was no turning back. The others could surrender, but he couldn't. Because once he surrendered, they would undoubtedly kill the leader to avoid any future trouble. So, surrender was not an option. Boss, we can't do this. They have tens of thousands of skeletons. We can't beat that. The subordinate said from the side. Shut the fuck up. Can you not count? Tens of thousands of skeletons would fill up a whole damn village. Would they all be on this street? The boss took a deep breath, suppressed the fear in his heart, and yelled, going out there means certain death. We've got a wall and an iron gate here. They can't get in. We can even hold back the zombies, and you're scared of them. Can this really work? The little brother's voice trembled. Get the gasoline, get all the weapons we prepared earlier. We can't beat them head on, can't we still hold the wall? A couple of fires, and it'll all be burnt. The man continued to speak. The rest of the men thought it through carefully, feeling that it was somewhat feasible. They quickly sprang into action, moving everything they had prepared to face the zombie horde over. In the coach, Xiao Xiao flew back, floating in the air as she leant sideways, supporting her chin. She said, the people inside don't want to surrender either, they are all preparing things. There are also many bottles that burst into flames when smashed. Who's their leader? Asked Wu Heng. Xiao Xiao thought for a moment, then gestured to her own head, the uncle with long hair, no shirt on top, always swearing when he talks. Xiao Xiao did a great job. Hee hee. Xiao Xiao happily twirled twice in the air. Li Yaheng said, looks like they have no intention of surrendering. Good, it saves us the trouble of dealing with them when they surrender. Wu Heng replied. Even if these people were brought back to the base, they would form cliques in the future, making it hard to manage. Not surrendering, choosing to fight to the end, is better. What do we do next? They have Molotovs. No problem, it's not a big issue. Wu Heng closed his eyes to think. He then took out an old-fashioned incense burner and a faded linen cloth from his space ring, handing them to Basin who was behind. Take this incense burner and put it on their side. He took out a lighter and lit the incense in the burner. A faint fragrance wafted out instantly. Li Yaheng looked on in confusion. Basin, however, draped the linen cloth over himself, and his body disappeared from sight. Next, the coach door opened. There was the sound of someone getting off, and although it was known that Basin had stepped off, there was still no one to be seen. Li Yaheng's eyes widened, watching incredulously the unfolding events before her. They had all attributed Wu Heng's unusual abilities to his superpowers. After all, this newly coined term can apply to all kinds of inexplicable abilities. But a piece of cloth making him invisible was hard to associate with the awakened superpowers, let alone that burning incense burner. Though it didn't resemble anything local, it was definitely an antique piece. The scent it gave off made one feel a bit lightheaded. Soon, the coach door opened again, and Basin reappeared after it had closed. He returned the linen cloth to Wu Heng. Make sure everyone stays on the coach, and wait until dark. Wu Heng declared. Li Yaheng nodded and relayed his words to everyone in the convoy. Both sides stood off against each other, creating a deadlock. The skeleton army stood still on the street. All the people inside the building were also on high alert, carefully monitoring every move from afar. Time gradually passed. The sky dimmed progressively. Clang! Suddenly, a watchman on the wall keeled over, falling flat on his face. The long-haired boss was taken aback and cursed, "Fuck, what's going on?" Before he even finished his sentence. One after another, people on the ground and on the wall collapsed. They appeared to have fainted. At this point, the boss realized something was amiss. He quickly shouted, "Wet your handkerchief, the air is poisoned." Even the stronger ones felt dizzy and staggered inside the building. They searched for handkerchiefs or scarves to cover their mouths and noses. "Uncle, many of them have fallen." Xiao Xiao flew back and reported. Wu Heng handed his iPad to Xiao Xiao and ordered the skeletons behind him, "Skeleton Bull, ram the iron gate." Outside, the skeleton army made a path. The skeleton bull, resembling a giant elephant, began to charge, its footfalls echoing on the ground. On the wall, everyone was panicking. Someone ignited a Molotov cocktail, raised it above his head, ready to toss it. Bang! A gunshot sounded, the Molotov cocktail shattered, and flames cascaded down like a waterfall. Instantly, both the man who threw it and the entire wall were engulfed in flames. Sniper! It was that sniper again. The few others who were holding Molotov cocktails, their mouths and noses covered, hesitated. At this point, the skeleton bull had already reached the iron gate. Its bullhorn, as thick as a man's arm, hit the iron gate with a loud bang that echoed across the sky. Then came the second, the third bull. They successively rammed into the black iron gate. The enormous force caused the bolts on the door to loosen. With a loud clang, the iron gate fell to the ground. Immediately after, a sea of skeletons surged into the building, beginning a bloodbath with the survivors inside. Shouts of killing and the sounds of fighting instantly filled the area. Chapter 192, I Have a Portrait. The battle lasted for about half an hour. Gradually, the building quieted down, and all the skeletons stood by, filling the courtyard. Wu Heng, along with Li Yaheng and several skeletons, got off the vehicle and went over. Firstly, from a corner of the wall, he retrieved the sensor. Then he walked straight into the yard. The bodies had been chopped into a mess, their faces in death were incredibly gruesome. It was basically impossible to tell which was the long-haired leader and which were the ordinary underlings. The flesh and blood were blurred, barely recognizable as human shapes. Wu Heng glanced down at the bodies. Then, along with the others, he entered the building behind. The entire building was filled with all sorts of disarranged daily necessities, looking like a chaotic warehouse. But there were considerable collected supplies. Grains, oils, flours, as well as a large amount of mineral water and snacks. It seemed that the majority of the loot from the village had been scoured by these people. No wonder they all looked so well fed. They still had the energy to rob everywhere. Let people search here, everything that can be taken should be loaded onto the truck. We'll rest here tonight, and leave when it's daylight tomorrow morning, said Wu Heng as he looked around. This food was not a small harvest, it could support the base for a long time. Li Yaheng nodded and immediately went to assign people to start moving supplies from here. Qiangzi and others got off the vehicle and began to move the stuff. Li Yaheng came back and said, they said they would prefer to stay in the vehicle, it's cleaner than the building. Alright, let's stay in the vehicle for now. Okay. Everyone began to get busy. After they had cleared out this place and checked the conditions of the vehicles again under the cover of darkness, everyone went back to their respective vehicles to rest. The next day dawned. The convoy left the village and followed the same route back to the market outside the village. They began to continue scavenging for supplies in the shops on both sides. Li Yaheng, Qiangzi, and others started to scour the knitting shop and a small supermarket. Their costs around the village were low. The stores also had a considerable area. Some of them had retail areas in front and small warehouses directly behind. The amount of supplies was no less than searching in the city area. They moved everything into the vehicle. Wu Heng, along with several skeletons, entered a rural credit society. Blood stained everywhere, with some financial product leaflets sticking to it. He roughly located the warehouse. He took out the bronze key, opened the door directly, and walked in. When he opened the safety deposit box, inside were paper documents, cash, and some paper things that looked like commemorative coins. He didn't know what they were for. He found 2 10 grams gold bars. He put away the gold bars and continued to search in the upstairs offices. In 2 of the rooms, he found some tea, liquor, cigarettes, and held them in his hands as he went downstairs. Upon seeing Wu Heng coming out, Li Yaheng gave a few instructions and walked over, saying, there are a few warehouses, it might take until noon to finish moving. Wu Heng handed her the cigarettes and liquor, saying, try to move as much as possible, if that's not enough, come back again. Even if the supplies could be moved out, these bodies that littered the ground would still need to be transported back. These were all his sources of troops. Supplies were to maintain the survivors' lives, but troops were the fundamentals for him. Okay, said Li Yaheng in agreement. The two stood together and chatted about other things. Meanwhile, in the central gathering area of the village, there was a flurry of footsteps. A man hurried back, entered the base and then rushed to a room without a break. He pushed open the door and gasped, Yang Ji, Yang's Hailong, they. Yang's Hailong was the leader of the shelter in the north. The people from the 2 places had fought numerous fights over the issue of supplies, causing death was a common occurrence. But clearly, the other side had more men, and they were always at a disadvantage. Upon hearing Yang's Hailong's name, the people in the room all stood up, gripping their weapons tightly, their faces serious. Are they attacking us? One of them asked. No, not that, their gathering place, it's gone. Gone. Everyone frowned, understanding the meaning of his words. Yes, it's gone. The doors were wide open, half the wall was torn down in the houses inside, and there was nothing left, no people either, the messenger struggled to explain. The faces of those listening were filled with confusion. A shelter was gone in one night? How is that possible? Zombies? Someone wondered. The messenger shook his head, it doesn't seem like it, I didn't get close, I just took a distant look through the open door. Stop guessing, let's go and see for ourselves. A few people grabbed their weapons and called a few more people in the yard. After leaving, they quickly headed to the gathering place in the north. When they arrived, they were even more astonished. Indeed, the entire area was deserted. There was nobody on the once heavily guarded walls, and there were dark traces that had been burnt by fire. The gate was left open, durable iron plates were covered with sunken holes. It looked like it had been pierced by artillery. Everyone's eyes bulged, seeing it firsthand was more of a shock than hearing it. Indeed, it didn't seem like zombies had attacked. Let's go inside and look. A few people with a fearful heart entered the building and began to inspect carefully. The inside was deserted and part of the building had collapsed. The supplies are all gone, nothing has been left. If the supplies were taken, then it definitely wasn't done by zombies or mutated zombies. The group discussed quietly. At the same time, they were trying to recall what had happened the previous day that could have led the northern gathering place to face such a disaster. Could it have been the people who took Aunt Yang away? The rest of the people also thought of this, their eyes widening even more. Did we make a better choice when we left with them? Stop thinking about it, let's search here, see if there's anything useful left. Okay. The people dispersed and began to search the rooms. It wasn't necessarily just about food supplies. The motorcycles in the yard and the leftover weapons could all be reused. As dusk approached, the convoy, loaded with various supplies, returned to the prison. Everyone came out enthusiastically to greet them, and then started to actively unload the supplies from the vehicles. Wu Heng returned to the office building where he lived. He handed over the 6 newly acquired level 1 corpse cores to several alchemical skeletons. The alchemical skeletons respectfully accepted them and sealed them in the organ jar. Zzz. The walkie-talkie rang, transmitting Li Yaheng's voice. I've arrived. Wu Heng told Basin, who was beside him, you bring her in. Basin went downstairs and when he came back, he brought Li Yaheng with him. Li Yaheng seemed to have applied light makeup and was lightly fragrant, standing there with her gaze evading. You're looking for me, hey? Yeah, this is for you. Wu Heng took out a bottle of the strength potion and handed it to her. Li Yaheng's eyebrows raised, she took it in her hand and curiously inspected it. What's this? Didn't you say last time that you wanted to take the corpse core? This is a potion developed using the corpse core. You don't have to worry about any virus in it. Wu Heng sat down beside and explained. A corpse core potion without side effects? Such technology probably hadn't even been developed by the main station, right? With the potion in her hand, Li Yaheng found it hard to believe. Afraid I'm trying to harm you? Wu Heng joked. No, just a bit surprised. Li Yaheng opened the bottle cap and directly tilted her head back to drink. Her throat rolled as she swallowed the whole bottle of potion. And the next second, Li Yaheng's body began to turn red, and she started to tremble slightly in place. This scene also startled Wu Heng. He immediately came forward and supported her. Alchemy 1, Wu Heng called out. Alchemy 1 came over from the adjacent room. He checked Li Yaheng's condition, then turned and left. Wu Heng was stunned, just about to comment on his attitude. Li Yaheng's symptoms began to disappear at a visible speed, and her entire person returned to normal. She was still leaning against him, not standing up. Wu Heng asked, how do you feel? Li Yaheng said, my muscles are aching a bit, feels like I just ran 3,000 meters in school, it hurts so much. It'll get better gradually, this means your muscles are improving. Did I awaken my superpower? Li Yaheng asked. Wu Heng looked at her, do you feel that you've become stronger in any particular aspect? I don't feel anything. This is a level 1 corpse core, the chance of awakening a superpower is low. You should first adapt for some time, and perhaps when you have the chance to take a level 2 corpse core in the future, you might be able to awaken it, Wu Heng said. Li Yaheng looked at him cautiously, thank you, I feel like you've treated me better than my own father. Cough. You can call me that in private. You. Li Yaheng raised her hand in a hitting motion, but ultimately put it down, it depends on your ability then. Rest well after returning. Tomorrow, a convoy will be arranged to transport all the corpses back. Wu Heng said. Okay, thank you. Li Yaheng stood up. Wu Heng nodded, by the way, the matter about the potion can't be told to anyone. You can't tell your subordinates either, or there will be big trouble. I know. Li Yaheng nodded, thought for a moment and asked, is it necessary to talk about the corpse core? The corpse core can be mentioned. You can just say that you've taken it regularly and luckily succeeded. Okay, I'm going back first. The vehicles need to be checked again tonight. All right. On her way out, Li Yaheng walked over, quickly kissed him on the face, then turned around to run. At the door, Wu Heng stood watching her retreating figure dwindling. He returned to Lundham City via the boundary door. The next day. Lundham City, Association Dungeon. Captain, Lord Captain, please, have the association let me out. I have nothing to do with this. Just as he walked into the dungeon. From one side of the cage, there came a mournful wailing and crying. The once glorious and domineering leader of the Scorpion gang was now disheveled, his body covered in weeds. He had been locked up for 3 days now. He seemed to have lost a lot of weight. Wu Heng sat down on a wooden stool outside the iron cage, looked at him and asked, "Haven't you thought of anyone during these days? It must be that another gang framed me. It has to be. What results has your investigation yielded?" Wu Heng continued. Keeping a person like this locked up was of no use. But he couldn't just let him go. At least not before the results were clear. The captive sat down on the mat beside him and said, "I had my subordinates question the people who were watching that day, one by one, but there are no results yet." Creak. At this moment, the dungeon door was pushed open. A guard brought in a conspicuously gang member-looking man. Seeing Wu Heng sitting there, the guard greeted him, "Captain Wu Heng, this person is a member of the Scorpion gang. He's come to see the prisoner." Leave this to me," Wu Heng said. The guard nodded and turned around to leave. The gang member stood cautiously by the side. He didn't speak for a while. The leader in the cage said, "What is it? Speak up." The subordinate said, "Boss, we went house to house asking about that day's incident, but most. Why are you babbling so much? Just say it." The boss scolded. The subordinate swallowed all the incessant babbling. He immediately said, "One after another people were identified, and finally we discovered a suspicious person who doesn't live near our area." "What does he look like? Do you know?" The Scorpion gang boss continued to ask. "Had someone draw a sketch based on the description?" Saying this, he took out a scroll. When opened, there was a drawing of a middle-aged man with a square face and long beard. Scorpion gang's boss looked at it, his eyebrows furrowed. "I've never seen him before." Wu Heng also took a look. But suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. After carefully distinguishing the sketch, his eyebrows furrowed immediately. Enel, the captain of a team in Blackstone Town. He had come to Lundham City too? Chapter 193, The Consortium Can Protect You. The man in the portrait looked somewhat different from the Enel of Blackstone Town that he remembered. The beard he now wore, his longer hair, but the outline of his facial features could still clearly identify him as Enel. Having stepped down as team leader, had he fallen into hard times for a while? Or was this look deliberately assumed as a disguise? But one thing was certain, he was indeed his former colleague, Enel. His time at Blackstone Town's association wasn't lengthy, and many of his interactions with Enel had been quite minimal. The crux of their disagreement lay with a man named Yuzd. At the time, Yuzd had targeted him. The plan had failed, and Enel, who was standing at the entrance, attacked him. It was clear that Enel was a trusted compatriot of Yuzd. He was privy to some of the plans. Enel's attack did not succeed. Fearing exposure, he left a letter for the team and promptly left Blackstone Town. He claimed he was returning to his hometown. But now it seemed, he hadn't done as he said in his letter. He'd come to Lundham City. Having left Blackstone Town earlier than himself, he might have arrived in Lundham City much sooner too. This forced Wu Heng to question his motives for coming here again. And if the previous assassination attempt was a chance encounter or intentionally planned. "Captain, do you recognize him?" asked the leader of the Scorpion gang, after studying the portrait, turning to Wu Heng. "No, haven't you all met him?" Wu Heng shook his head and returned the question. Enel was linked to the incident of his possession. In Blackstone Town, he had never wanted to make this too obvious, his opinion remained unchanged now. The leader looked at his underling, "Don't fucking draw random portraits." "Boss, what are you talking about? If you don't know the guy, just say you don't, why make up a random person?" the underling defended at once. You're right." Having given it some thought, the Scorpion gang's leader finally said, "Captain, this issue is definitely related to this guy. I'll trouble you to go and let the head priest know. Tell him we've discovered clues and want to capture the culprits to atone for our crimes. Once we've caught this guy, won't it ease your worries too?" Wu Heng raised an eyebrow, but didn't refuse. You're right, I'll inform the head priest. How this all plays out, depends entirely on you," he agreed. "Thank you, Captain." The other party instantly expressed his gratitude. Wu Heng left the dungeon and headed towards the head priest's study. He briefed the head priest Gomez about the recent events in general terms. Subsequently, Gomez met with the gang's leader and listened to his perspective. He examined the portrait. But to the inhabitants of Lundham City, Enel was clearly a stranger. After some discussion, they decided to release the gang's leader to continue the investigation into the matter. Of course, they wouldn't just let him leave without any conditions. He was required to capture the person in question or gather concrete information about him within a week. Without a name or specific information, an arrest warrant could not be issued. Hence, more detailed information was needed. Upon hearing he'd be released, the Scorpion gang's leader thanked them profusely, promising to turn the entire outskirts of the city upside down, if necessary, to apprehend the person if he was still there. The head priest couldn't be bothered to banter with him. After stating a few straightforward facts, he let him leave. As noon approached, Wu Heng and the Scorpion gang's leader left the association premises together. "Keep me informed if anything comes up," Wu Heng declared. "Sure, Captain, don't worry, I'll make sure to capture this punk for you," the other man affirmed. Wu Heng nodded, "All right, get going now." The other man nodded, gathered his underlings, and hurriedly left. Wu Heng stood at the gate for a moment, watching. Instead of returning to the association, he went directly to the consortium. Presently, two main threats were looming over him. The first was Enel, who had been unsuccessful in his assassination attempt. The second was the secret cultivation hall, keen on getting back the artifacts in his possession. Wu Heng had suspicions that these two were somehow linked, otherwise their timelines wouldn't align so closely. But, all these were only his conjectures. There was no substantiated evidence. In the consortium's lounge, Wu Heng sat on the sofa, taking a rest. The door to the room opened and the officer in charge Lezia walked in slowly, her demeanor still stunningly beautiful. "Good afternoon, Captain Wu Heng," Lezia greeted with a smile. Wu Heng returned the smile and said, "Has there been any progress regarding the skill book commission?" "Give me a moment." Lezia responded and summoned a staff member to check the commission's records. The staff member soon returned, holding 2 skill books in his hands. Lezia first glanced at them, then passed the books to Wu Heng. "Seems like your commission has been successful." Wu Heng took the books and started browsing through them. Bone-armored corpse cage. Bone-armored. Description: utilizes necromancy to form white bone armor around the user. It can coexist with physical armor, but cannot coexist with magic shielding skills. This armor provides both magical and physical defense for its own. A magical skill that can form armor-like protection. There's no record of such a skill in the Book of Necromancy. It is either a quite unique ability or a skill developed after the Book of Necromancy was written. But in the skill set of the Mage Camp, there is a skill called Mage Armor. Its effect is to provide a magical force field to increase defense. The skill before his eyes is obviously similar to this type of magic. It's probably developed based on it by using necromancy. In Wu Heng's opinion, this skill is quite useful. The Necromancer, though it sounds evil and intimidating, still belongs to the fragile profession. Once in danger, it's hard to protect oneself and survive. A magic skill that can generate armor largely compensates for this disadvantage. It can reduce certain dangers. He continued to check the second skill. Dead Bones Cage. Description: in the casting range, it turns a specified location into a fixed cubic bone prison. The caster can control the magic energy to adjust the bone density. If the trapped target can't break the prison state with physical attacks, both the body and soul will not escape. The cage will persist if the casting area has ample bones. If there are no bones, the cage made by necromancy will continue to consume the caster's spiritual power until the spell is terminated. Another rare skill. It seems like it was mentioned in the Book of Necromancy, but he can't recall the details. It seems to belong to advanced skills. He doesn't know whether he's high enough in level to learn it. The things this group has collected are really helpful. The 2 skills obtained are more practical and advanced than the last time. The effect of Dead Bones Cage is also straightforward. Using necromancy, a bone prison is formed in the casting area. Once a target is trapped, it won't be able to break the cage physically. Not only can its body not leave the cage, but even its soul can't escape. That is, the target can't escape the cage even in soul form. This also means it can trap spirits. This is quite powerful. Once the opponent is trapped, it's hard to have any chance to escape. It has to be said, this skill is quite powerful. Especially when it comes to trapping souls. Even abandoning the body and trying to escape is impossible. After reading the 2 skills, he put them back on the table. With her legs folded and sheer, soft skin hidden under her skirt, Lazia asked softly, "Team Leader Wu Heng, are you satisfied with the skill books?" Wu Heng glanced over and nodded, quite satisfied. "This commission took a bit more time than expected, I was really afraid you would be dissatisfied." Lazia lightly patted her well-rounded chest. "No one intentionally delayed this matter." Lazia bent forward, revealing a deep crevice under her low-cut dress. She spoke in a somewhat coquettish manner, "Team Leader, the balance of the payment is 330 silver coins. These 2 skill books aren't easy to come by." Wu Heng smiled and handed over the corresponding amount of silver coins, then continued, "Continue to collect skill books for me in the future. Money is not an issue, just try to shorten the time." "Yes, Team Leader." Lazia took the money and filled out a new commission form. Lifting her head, her beautiful eyes met his. "I heard you've encountered trouble lately." Wu Heng was taken aback, then realized she was referring to the incident with Enel. He nodded and said, "Yes, while completing a task, someone shot an arrow at me. I still haven't found the person. Actually, the field special envoy of the association faces high risks, dealing with fugitives and criminals. To reach the team leader level, one invariably has some enemies." Seeing his puzzled gaze, Lazia continued, "I'm curious, given your financial means, it seems unnecessary to hold this position. Why take such a risk?" Wu Heng understood what she meant. Actually, he has considered giving up the position in the professional association. Opening a small store, with a maid to attend to him, life could be quite nice. But on second thought, it's not that simple. This world is chaotic with fights, robberies, and even warfare between the beastmen tribes. Every day, many people are killed in these situations. If he loses the status of the association's team leader, he will encounter even more trouble. Perhaps today he can open a store, but tomorrow, all gangs might come and cause trouble. It seems that he's taking a big risk working for the association. But at the same time, being a team leader of the association is his backup. Unless one is dying, nobody wants to get a warrant easily. Without this status, he has to face every enemy by himself. Then it will be really a situation of either fight or die, with no room to maneuver. Wu Heng looked at the woman who was still waiting for his answer and smiled, "The association took me in when I was in trouble, so I can't just leave." "The team leader is quite sentimental," Lazia professionally complimented him before continuing, "If you're ever really in danger and the association isn't willing to protect you, you can come directly to the consortium. We can ensure your safety." Wu Heng looked up with a surprised and puzzled look in his eyes. Chapter 194, Keeping Distance. Wu Heng looked up, surprised. Before him, beautiful eyes were looking at him intently. Lazia continued, "Captain Wu Heng, I am serious. I may not be able to handle everything for you, but ensuring your safe departure from Lundham City is definitely within my power." Wu Heng smiled, "I appreciate your kindness, Miss Lazia. If there's any way I can assist you, I'll try my best." A promise from the head of a local financial group carries substantial weight. She didn't seem like she was just making thoughtless promises. His relationship with the financial group was more like a partnership, and it surprised him that they valued him so much. It seemed like his appeal to women had significantly increased recently. "Really?" Lazia asked. "Of course. I still haven't reached my target for this year. Can you help me achieve it?" "Damn. Fell for it. What performance indicator? You guys also talk about performance indicators?" Wu Heng asked curiously. "A financial group that talks about performance indicators? I still have to fulfill my gold exchange target. You promised to help me, didn't you?" Lazia continued to probe. Wu Heng coughed lightly, "I'll remember this, just wait for my news and I'll help you reach your target." "Great, thanks a lot." The two chatted a bit more. Then Wu Heng rose to leave. As Lazia saw him to the door, she reminded him, "Remember what I said. If you're in danger, come here. Our financial group still holds certain sway in and around Lundham City." "I know. If I'm in danger, I'll seek Miss Lazia's help." "Then, stay safe." The two said goodbye, and Wu Heng left the financial group's building and headed to his place. When he returned home, "Master, you're back." Minnie, who was practicing, immediately rushed over, her face full of joy. Wu Heng hugged her waist and glanced toward the living room. Andre Willow, also dressed in practice gear, bowed respectfully. With the shop on pause, the two of them stayed home practicing. He closed the door, let Minnie down, and she asked, "Master, should we prepare dinner?" Looking at the sky, Wu Heng said, "Let's wait a bit. Wen Mancha will be coming too, so prepare an extra portion." "Sure, Master." Minnie complied. "I'm going to the study to read. You guys take a break from practicing, don't tire yourselves out," Wu Heng said. "Okay, all right." Wu Heng asked Minnie to prepare him a cup of coffee, and then he moved to the study on the third floor. He took out the 2 books he'd acquired that day, and placed them on the table. The first one was Bone Armored. From the book's content, the inspiration for this magic spell came from the defensive spells in the mage system. Such spells could generate physical or magical barriers. These barriers could negate corresponding attacks or negative states, or even expel parasites from the body. Wu Heng construed this parasitic life form to be more like a biological parasite rather than bacteria or viruses. More like the worms in novels. Of course, even in the defense category, there are many types of spells, the higher the level, the better the effect. Not all effects can be achieved with just a single spell. Bone Armored, for example, utilizes necromancy to form a protective armor made of bone structures, which doesn't hinder you from wearing leather armor or iron armor inside. You can have 2 layers of protection. This is quite nice, as it significantly increases safety. As he turned to the last page of the book, a system prompt immediately appeared. Unlocked skill, Bone Armored. Successfully unlocked the skill. Wu Heng stood up and moved to the center of the study. With a thought, necromancy extended from his body, wrapping around him like tendrils to form a suit of armor made of bones. Every part of his body was covered. Only his eyes, nose, and mouth were left uncovered below the helmet. It looked more like a complete full armor suit. He took a look in the mirror. The bone-crafted design was a bit ghastly, but overall, it looked pretty good. Not bad at all. Like the final boss in a video game, it was pretty awe-inspiring. After he struck a couple of poses in front of the mirror, he released the magic, and the bone-armored suit gradually disappeared. He sat back at the desk, and continued reading the second skill book, Dead Bones Cage. This second skill was more like the plastic energy type of spell. Using necromancy, it creates a cage made of bones to trap or imprison an enemy. There are 2 forms of the magic. One is created under a condition where the bones of the creatures are abundant. It only requires spiritual power to survive, and it can last over a long period. The other is created by necromancy, and it can temporarily trap an enemy, but can't last for a long time. As soon as the magic supply to the cage is withdrawn, it collapses. But for Wu Heng, both forms didn't pose a problem as the zombie world was filled with corpses. This was essentially another control-type spell for him. Gradually, he finished reading the entire book. However, the prompt to unlock the skill did not appear. Wu Heng's eyebrows furrowed in an instant as he looked at the book in his hands and then at his own panel. What's going on? He flipped through it again from the first page to the last. When he had done this 3 times, only then did the prompt appear. Skill unlocked, Dead Bones Cage. Still, it must be that the skill level was too high, and it could not be judged in terms of intellectual properties. He had to read it 3 times before it was unlocked on the property panel. He placed the 2 books on the shelf. Before long, the sound of conversation came from downstairs, followed by Minnie's voice, "Master, Wen Mancha is here." Wu Heng opened the door of his study, let her come to the 3rd floor. Tap tap tap. With crisp footsteps, Wen Mancha, draped in a gorgeous shawl and dressed in a blue dress, walked up the stairs. She entered the study room and carefully closed the door. She gave him a flirtatious look and softly called out, "Master." "Sit." Wu Heng said. Wen Mancha took off her shawl and draped it on the back of a nearby chair. She swayed her waist lightly, walked over and sat directly on his lap. Wen Mancha's figure was voluptuous, her round buttocks, like cotton candy, wrapped his legs. One hand hung around his neck while the other played with her hair. She whispered, "I thought you didn't like me. I always have to come to you, it feels strange. Today, when I received your message, I was so happy." After that, she leaned her chin on his shoulder, licked his earlobe and gently bit it. At noon, Wu Heng had someone send her a message. The content was simple: "Come for dinner tonight." It wasn't signed, but Wen Mancha knew who invited her for dinner. The primary goal, of course, was to inquire about the task she was assigned before and the mission that would follow. Wu Heng hugged her waist, softly caressing her back. What for? Didn't we just meet a couple of days ago? I missed you. Wen Manchu cooed and leaned in to give him her red lips again. They held each other for a moment. Their slow separation only ended then. She hung onto his body. Wu Heng gently stroked her soft silk dress and asked, "Did you find out about the person I asked you to investigate?" Wen Manchu whispered, "Yes, I have all the information. Gianluca is a noble merchant of this city. The pub you mentioned in the outer city area is but a small insignificant property of his. According to the information I collected, his business ventures include a weaponry store, jewelry store, mercenaries, and local gangs. He is a significant figure. For a small gang like Wen Manchu's, Gianluca is their biggest financial backer. If they ever garner the support or approval of such a person, they cannot instantly rise to the top of the world, but they can indeed distance themselves from being a small gang. They can raise themselves by several levels. So, he's quite powerful. Among the people in the city, he is top tier. He is wealthy and has a mercenary group he sponsors. Besides, he's associated with the local gangs. So, he is quite a powerful character." Wen Manchu swayed her waist and continued her elaboration. Wu Heng nodded. "It seems, this Sky Eye Cultivation Association is indeed not a simple one. I might need more gold coins. Do you have a problem with him?" Wen Manchu continued to ask. "Well, you don't need to worry about this situation now. I have other missions for you," Wu Heng continued to speak. Wen Manchu leaned back a little and asked, "What mission?" Wu Heng continued, "There has been some progress regarding the person who tried to assassinate me last time. The Scorpion Gang and the Association are both looking for him. I hope you can find him before them, kill him, or give me specific information directly." Wen Manchu wrinkled her eyebrows, processing the result of the investigation. During this period, they were also investigating this matter, but they were doing it quietly and seemed to be slower than the other party. "Who is he?" "He was a former team leader from the association and he doesn't belong to the association now. He had some conflicts with me before." The Scorpion Gang got a sketch of the suspect, and it should be him, Wu Heng stated directly. Since it involved the association, it seemed more troublesome than expected. Wen Manchu thought for a while, then continued to ask, "Do you have a picture of him?" "Yes." Wu Heng showed her the sketch that he had taken with his tablet. "What's his level?" "Approximately a level 9 or level 10 warrior. He used to be the team leader of the association and has rich combat experience. You have to be careful if you want to deal with him," Wu Heng warned. "Okay, after I go back, I'll arrange it immediately. As for gathering information, my people are very efficient," Wen Manchu whispered softly. Wu Heng nodded, "Okay, I'll trust you on this. Don't worry, Master. If he dares to take action against you again, we'll drag him out," Wen Manchu said decisively. "All right." The two stayed in the study for a while. The voice of Minnie calling for dinner came from downstairs. The two people straightened their clothes, walked down the stairs together, and sat down together for dinner at the dining table. The next day, Wu Heng went to the association. At the front desk, he picked up several replies. He went to the lounge. Wu Heng quickly tore open Slither's reply. As expected, it was about the secret cultivation hall. According to Slither's understanding, Sky Eye Cultivation Association is a secret organization formed by a group of wealthy and powerful individuals. In the early years, it would not appear in the public eye. It belonged to the covered controllers behind the scenes. But in recent years, they have started recruiting members and have become increasingly active. Recently, there have been signs in many places that the secret cultivation hall was trying to infiltrate the association, and the headquarters was fiercely investigating this matter. From his words, it could be detected that Slither was extremely wary of them. The final warning he gave was, "Do not believe everything they say, maintain distance." Chapter 195. An organization composed of the wealthy and powerful. These 2 points alone prove that they hold a substantial portion of resources. Even if they can't compare to associations and consortiums that have gained early fame, they're definitely not a small organization like a local gang or cult. Otherwise, the association wouldn't fear them infiltrating it, nor would Slither seriously warn herself to stay away from them. Given this, thinking back to Uzd, the secret cultivation hall, and the content of their agreement, it's not difficult to guess. They extended Yuzt's life in exchange for his services as their internal informant, gathering intel, or directly assisting in accomplishing certain tasks. As long as one becomes a team leader or steward, they could accomplish much. Later on, when they invited Wu Heng to join, they likely had the same idea. Their need for spies within the association doesn't really depend on Yuzd, perhaps a good number of people in the association have already been bought. After all, wealth is a target everyone chases. According to the agreement with those from the secret cultivation hall, it's time for the transaction now. Either give me 80 gold coins to buy back the 2 special items, or Wu Heng will directly donate them to the association, in exchange for merit. It's just that, they haven't contacted him yet. Wondering if they are preparing something. He should be cautious, or take the initiative to eliminate some potential risks. There's a second page to Slither's letter. It's about personal matters. Expressing her fondness for the bracelet he gave her when they parted, she wears it every day, and when she sees the bracelet, it's as if Wu Heng is by her side. Then there are some changes and staff movements in Blackstone Town. They are bits of scattered news. Although there is no explicitly flirtatious language, you can still sense a longing reminiscent of a long-distance relationship between the lines. Slither now seems significantly different from her initial impression, less like the powerful woman managing Money Cat and an association steward herself, but more like an ordinary woman. Wu Heng finished reading with a smile on his face. Honestly, after reading the letter, he started to miss her too. If the bronze key could reach anywhere, he could also go to Blackstone Town to see her. After reading Slither's reply, he proceeded to open the second letter. Upon opening it, seeing the sloppy handwriting similar to his own, he knew that it was Yuli's letter. The opening line was asking him why the comics he gave her were all in unintelligible symbols. She even compared them with a symbol book, but couldn't translate the content. She could only look at the pictures and guess the general plot. It was extremely frustrating. Asking Wu Heng to translate it for her, to be given back to her later, or she would come directly to him for him to read aloud the content. Although she wasn't polite. But Wu Heng and Yuli have the best relationship within the team. She's still somewhat wild, but carefree as a child. After reading Yuli's letter, there also was a reply from Atruk, the former captain of Blackstone Town. The content was only simple pleasantries, and a reminder to pay attention to his safety. Wu Heng took out letter paper and wrote replies to all 3 in turn. In the reply to Slither, he asked her to continue gathering information about the secret cultivation hall. After all, she belongs to the secret speaker circle, there must be some way within it to exchange information. Also mentioned was his killing of a wanted criminal and acquiring a special item from the secret cultivation hall, the blood cup, which they want to buy back. Should he sell it back to them or directly submit it to the association? Wu Heng mentioning this issue is also to leave himself a way out. Slither mentioned in her heart that the association is investigating the infiltration of the association by the secret cultivation hall. He should not get involved in the chaos and get himself implicated. With this letter, he can explain the reason for his contact with the secret cultivation hall. It should seem reasonable for a newly appointed team leader to consult the former leader on what to do. The second reply is for Yuli. He listed out the main characters and their relationships from the comic for her. This should allow her to understand the general idea and direction of the plot. For the rest, he'll translate it when he gets a chance. Such a thick stack of comics would not be easy to translate. Especially since he's still not fluent in writing the language here. The final reply is for Atruk. He generally wrote about the situation here. After finishing writing all of them, he put them in envelopes and sealed them with wax. He opened the door and let the staff send them to the front desk to be mailed in a few days. After sitting in the lounge for a while, Wu Heng decided to get up and leave. With a creak, the door of the lounge was pushed open. The team member Mata walked in, her leather armor-clad body striding with a longbow on her back. On seeing Wu Heng sitting in the lounge, she immediately said, "Captain, I've got some intel on a wanted criminal, are you free now?" There's still no accurate news of the assailant who tried to assassinate Wu Heng last time. It doesn't seem to be a good time to go on a mission. But for capturing a wanted criminal, if they miss this time, the target might leave the city in a few days. It won't be as convenient to capture them as it is now. What kind of intel? Wu Heng asked. Mata sat down and directly said, "I received a message. Some people have come to the city's outskirts, they are contacting several gangs, wanting to sell a batch of goods. It's very likely that they're escaped wanted criminals. In truth, wanted criminals aren't difficult to identify. Those who are cautious and skulking about in everything they do are mostly wanted criminals to a great extent. Chapter 196. At the outer city area. Yeah, at the Black Antelope Horn Tavern in the outer city area. You'll find all sorts there, even some fugitives hide out there. No one really interferes. Mata continued to explain. Wu Heng sat in his seat, thinking. Even though Anil hadn't been caught yet, it was pretty much confirmed that he was the one responsible. As long as they were careful, there shouldn't be a problem. They couldn't just keep hiding here, not completing the mission. After deciding, he directly said, "Send word to Duke. When he comes, we'll set out." "Yes, Captain." Mata stood up and gave an instruction to the staff outside the door. Then she sat back down in the room, waiting silently. Not long after, Duke walked in, swaggering while carrying his battle axe and a grilled cake. Seeing Wu Heng and Mata sitting in the room, he smiled with slight embarrassment. After stuffing the grilled cake into his backpack, he asked, "Captain, do we have a mission?" Wu Heng nodded. Mata brought information about a mission. "It's in the outer city area again. Let's go there together." "Okay, Captain." The group made quick preparations. Then they left the association directly and made their way towards the outer city area. Black Antelope Horn Tavern. The group pushed the door open and entered. Instantly, they felt several pairs of wary eyes scanning them. As time passed, every gang and organization already knew about the newly formed 12th Squad from the association, especially because of the distinct characteristics of Wu Heng. He was rather recognizable all over Lundham City. Along with the local Duke and Mata, they would likely be recognized as the association's members as soon as they went out. Wu Heng and his people entered the tavern and settled down at a vacant spot. The bartender immediately approached them with a full-faced smile, asking what they would like to drink. The trio ordered some alcohol and a few side dishes. They completely looked like they came for a meal. As the drinks and food were served, the three of them started chatting and eating. Seeing no suspicious movements, the onlookers gradually relaxed their caution. Mata took a sip of her beer and quietly said, "The guy at the stairs leading to the second floor is on guard. They've booked a room upstairs, we just don't know which room specifically or if there is a wanted man among them. No rush, let's wait and see." Wu Heng directly replied. Meanwhile, he released his spirit creature, Glenda, making a simple hand signal. Glenda immediately flew upstairs. Gradually, more people started to fill up the tavern. Some began to get loud and boastful, drinking and chatting, while some even flirted with the girls serving alcohol, starting to get touchy. The women didn't dodge, simply reciprocating a bit, hoping to get some tips. Duke and Mata were both seeming a bit out of place. While sipping their drinks, their eyes involuntarily scanned their surroundings. They were trying their best to put on a poor act. Fortunately, with all the noise and chaos, they were no longer the center of attention, as other gang members had also entered. The observers had too many people to keep track of. After a while, Glenda returned from upstairs and entered Wu Heng's body. Simultaneously, the images from the upstairs room popped up in front of him. Two different groups of people were sitting on either side of a long rectangular table. One side was clearly a local gang, dressed raggedly, but each member had the same gang tattoo on their bare arms and wrists. The other side consisted of several middle-aged men, clad in silver armor, also seeming like tough individuals to deal with. The leading man had a hideous scar across his face, looking like a centipede crawling on his face. Wu Heng had specifically compared them with the wanted list of the association before coming. The man with the scar, to his surprise, was a close match to one of the wanted men, a level 3 felon. From Glenda's perspective, it seemed like it was sitting at the side of the wooden table. Much like a judge in a game of Go, watching both sides negotiate. "I'm already offering you 20% less than the market price. Do you think it would be this cheap if we weren't desperate to get rid of this batch?" The scarred man spoke sternly. The gang leader coldly chuckled, "Indeed, but you ask for immediate payment in silver coins. Which gang can pay this much all at once, unless it's a consortium or one of the big merchants, but would they deal with you? Don't you want this batch?" The scarred man continued. "Give me the batch today. I'll sell it in 3 days. Then we split the money, we all make a profit." The gang leader offered this proposal. The room went quiet upon his words. The scarred man's side seemed taken aback. They didn't expect such a brazen tactic. Still, the man had the audacity to suggest it. It meant not paying a single penny and splitting the goods evenly. To them, for the merchandise that they had risked their lives for, the offer was more like robbery. After taking a while to react, with a thud, the scarred man banged his fist on the table. Drinks splashed everywhere. Both groups of men immediately became alert. Though they didn't draw their weapons, they held their hands near the hilt of their swords. What? Not satisfied? The gang leader wasn't fazed and countered. It seems you have no sincerity at all. Please leave, no need to see you off. The scarred man commanded the group to leave. The gang leader raised an eyebrow, not satisfied? Well, we can continue our discussion. Seeing this, the perspective began to change. Glenda flew through the wall and returned. Captain, what are we waiting for? Duke asked quietly in a sly manner, looking as if they were sneaking out without paying the bill. Chapter 197. Wu Heng gathered his thoughts, also lowering his voice. The private room on the third floor, we can confirm that the person inside is a level 3 fugitive. Another level 3 fugitive? Hey! A level 3 fugitive was usually at least level 10 and had committed exceptionally serious crimes. Although they had captured a level 3 fugitive before, the situation was still considered highly dangerous. Unless there's a twin involved, it's definitely him, replied Wu Heng. Mata continued to ask, Captain, how many are there? There are 4 in the room, plus some outside that are likely with them, said Wu Heng. Captain, when do we move in? Wait a bit longer, there are still some gang members above us. Wait until they leave. Both nodded and continued eating. After a while, a group of people came down from the upper floor. Wu Heng glanced at them, recognizing them as the gang members who had just been negotiating with their target in the private room. It seemed that the negotiation hadn't gone well, as they left cursing and grumbling. The scarred man and his crew didn't bother to send them off. Once the gang members had left, Wu Heng gave the others a signal. They understood and were about to rise and rush upstairs when suddenly, there was a rustling sound. In another corner, 5 people suddenly emerged. 3 of them dashed up the stairs and the other 2 leaped over the railing and climbed to the second floor. They charged for the room where scarred man was. It's Team 5, Duke immediately recognized several familiar faces. Wu Heng and the others sat back down. Their plan had run into an unexpected complication. It wasn't just them monitoring these people, other association teams were also involved. Apparently, news of their target meeting people for a transaction here had spread. What do we do now? Mata asked. Let's wait and see, said Wu Heng. Team 5 had obviously arrived before them and had acted immediately. They stood up. Clearly, they were afraid of their achievements being poached by Wu Heng's team. Clang, bang. Immediately afterwards, intense fighting sounds came from upstairs. They've jumped through the window, after them. Keep up with them. Various shouts could be heard. 2 team members charged past and rushed out of the tavern. Wu Heng and the others immediately went upstairs for a look. The table was overturned, the window was wide open. Clearly, their targets had escaped. They got away. Black Feather saw them disappear into the crowd down the alleyway after a chase, Mata reported. Black Feather was Mata's tamed beast. It was waiting outside, sharing visuals with Mata. Had they not interfered, the fugitive would have been ours, Duke said, huffing with frustration. Wu Heng glanced at the corridor on the second floor, saying, it has nothing to do with us, let's return to our meal. They sat in the first floor for a while. Then they all left together. Upon exiting the tavern, they stopped at a quieter place where Wu Heng gave a few brief instructions. They changed their appearances and headed back towards the Black Antelope Horn Tavern. At the bar, Wu Heng deliberately disguised himself, using the illusion veil to transform into a fat, dark-skinned maid with brown hair. On the sides were Basin and Bahudong, who had also changed their outfits and were wearing full-face iron canister helmets. After waiting for a while, a somewhat limping small man walked directly over. He sat next to them, curiously looking at the unfamiliar maid, and after a while he finally asked, which mercenary group are you from? I haven't seen you around before. Do we need to reveal our backgrounds to trade with you? Wu Heng looked up at him. Haha, that's not necessary, the limping man continued, we do indeed have some goods to sell, just want some ready silver coins. Although the man couldn't see through Wu Heng's disguise, it seemed as if he realized something wasn't quite right. His eyes darted up and down, scanning them. Then his gaze swept over the other patrons in the tavern. But he didn't notice anything unusual, so he started to chat again. Wu Heng picked up his drink and took a sip, then continued, "Money isn't an issue, I can give you the silver coins, but I want to see the goods first. If they don't satisfy me, then there's no need to continue our conversation." Chapter 198. The fifth squad failed to capture and the men with scars scattered in all directions. Continuing to wait for the prey to fall into the trap, like previous plans, seems unlikely now. Furthermore, the opponent might quickly trade their goods and choose to leave here directly. Wu Heng returned here in disguise because he recognized the limping man among them. During his prior investigation of Glenda, he had noticed the presence of a limping figure. All the people fled and the limping man lagged due to his physical condition, narrowly avoiding a calamity without arousing the attention of the fifth squad. Wu Heng discovered him when he was investigating the rooms. He neither made a fuss nor attempted to capture him but disguised himself as a woman, returned here as a mercenary, and investigated the trade. As soon as the other party heard him loudly proclaiming who leaked the news of his stock, they approached him proactively. The limping man was sitting at the bar, looking up at the fat woman in front of him. Listens to her mention that money was not a problem, his impatient tone relaxed and said, "Our goods are trustworthy and the prices are more favorable than the market, but before I lead you to view them, I need to confirm your financial capability, not just verbally but in actual money." The man with the limp saw her once again flirting with him, and he shivered, adding, "We only carry out merchandise trades, we do not get involved in other matters." Throwing flirtatious glances was a side effect of possessing the special item. The wearer could not control it even if they wanted to. That is why Wu Heng made himself look like a robust woman. She was not exactly ugly, but a normal man would have a hard time accepting such an appearance unless they had a special predilection. Wu Heng didn't respond and casually gestured to the back. Basin behind him carelessly tossed 2 bags of money on the table. The silver coins inside clanged together. "This is not enough to buy our goods." Before the limping man could finish his sentence, his eyes gradually widened as he saw the activity behind him. He noticed her taking out dazzling gold coins one after the other and laying them on the table. Seeing this, the bartender who had been wiping glasses behind the counter, his facial expression changed instantaneously. He pulls up a cover and places it over the gold coins, saying, "You two, if you want to discuss business, it would be better to go upstairs to one of the private rooms rather than discussing here. A tavern is not an entirely secure place for transactions. Mercenaries, gang members, they all gather here. Even if they are just here to have a meal or a drink. But seeing these golden coins, it might entice some avaricious thoughts. Should it lead to a brawl, the tavern would also suffer a considerable loss. Is this enough to buy your goods?" Wu Heng collected all the gold coins and tucked them away into his bosom. The limping man also averted his gaze and promptly said, "Please wait a moment, I will inform our boss, then we can discuss in detail." Wu Heng stared at him, his tone unchanged, "Your boss is not here? Seems like you guys aren't really sincere." No. He was indeed here for direct conversations earlier, but some unexpected events occurred. "As you know, we will sell the goods to you at a low price, that would require us to handle some things indirectly." The limping man added. Wu Heng nodded, "I will give you guys the time it takes to finish 1 cup of wine. If the time comes and you guys are not yet here, then it would mean that we are not meant to collaborate. We can always collaborate when we have another opportunity." The limping man, seeing the potential financial power, definitely didn't want to miss this buyer and immediately responded, "Rest assured. We do have the intention of conducting this trade. We will be able to provide an answer within the time it takes to drink 1 cup of wine." Having said that, he promptly left. Wu Heng picked up the wine glass, drinking another sip. He gave a signal to the invisible ghost in the empty air. The ghost quickly drifted through the wall and followed the limping man out. Even though these people fled in every direction, with the goods at hand, they undoubtedly had a hideout. Just identify the location of this hideout. The scarred man is likely to be with the goods. All he had to do was wait. Weird dealings between fugitives and gangs, mercenaries, isn't anything unusual. It is rather common here. Otherwise, most fugitives would have starved to death outside when they are unable to enter a city and without supplies. Selling stolen goods through these people is also a way to sustain their lives. Wu Heng sat at the bar for a while. Then, 3 or 4 groups of people entered the tavern in the name of guests, evaluated the situation, and left in turns. Not long after, the ghost Glenda arranged to follow, drifted back directly, and floated back into Wu Heng's body. At the same time, the images from earlier were shared in his mind. The limping man had walked a long way through the streets. He then entered a courtyard within the resident area. A few people were gathered inside, including the man with the scar. However, he didn't look well. His arm was bleeding badly. It looked like he had a fight while trying to escape. The limping man explained the situation of the tavern to the scarred man. The other party had arranged quite a few people to come in and investigate. Looking at the images that Glenda brought back, Wu Heng slightly narrowed his brows. At the tavern, there were only 4 or 5 people, not too many. But at the warehouse in the courtyard, there were up to 9 people, each of whom looked fierce, armed and ready for battle. It didn't seem easy to handle them. This is going to be tricky. The other party had more people, and he had already shown a certain amount of wealth on his person. Even if he tried to disguise and trade with them again, it could become dangerous quickly. After considering this, he slowly stood up and immediately headed upstairs. He entered an empty private room, removed his veil, and helped Basin and Bahudong change back to their original appearance. Chapter 199. He then descended from the second floor. As he crossed the pub on the first floor, a limping man stood by the bar, slapping his thigh, muttering, "Too late, they really left." Wu Heng ignored him, led his men, and walked straight out of the pub. He headed in the other direction. He crossed a street and entered another pub. Duke and Mata, who had been sitting patiently at a table, quickly opened a chair for him upon his arrival. Once he sat down, Duke immediately asked, "Captain, how did things go?" "I found their location. There are 9 of them in total, all seeming to be high level." Wu Heng said quietly. "What should we do now?" asked Duke. The face of the fugitive is a middle-aged man with a scar on his face. "He is our only target. We don't have to chase the others if they flee, as long as we catch him," Wu Heng advised. They both nodded, indicating that they understood. "They outnumber us, and the 5th squad just made them tense. Be careful, we don't want to get hurt because of this," Wu Heng added as a caution. "Understood, Captain." After a brief chat, they settled the bill and left the pub. They headed towards the courtyard where the fugitive was located. Whoosh thunk! A sharp arrow whistled out, instantly piercing the eyes of a spy leaning against the wall in the alley. A tamed beast, Black Feather, flying in the sky, also swiftly swooped down. It grabbed the ranger, taming the creature perched upon the roof, biting off his entire head in one gulp. "Charge in," ordered Wu Heng. The group no longer hid, rushing rapidly into the alley. Duke crashed straight into the wooden door, bang bang. After 2 bangs, the door was forced open. The instant it was opened, whoosh! 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 A few arrows fiercely shot out from inside of the courtyard. Duke's armor deflected 2 of the arrows. He was pulled aside by Wu Heng. The remaining arrows clattered against the wall behind them. After the arrows, Basin and Bahudong quickly appeared at the entrance, their fingers on the trigger aimed at the figures inside. Bang! 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 Bullets poured out furiously, sprayed towards the men who fired the arrows. For a moment, arrows and bullets constantly shot through the small courtyard entrance, firing relentlessly at those on the other side. "Smoke bomb!" Wu Heng ordered. Duke quickly took out a few smoke bombs, ignited them, puffed the fuses a few times, then tossed them over the wall into the courtyard. After a loud curse was heard from inside. Bang! Bang! A few sounds were heard. Dense smoke instantly filled the courtyard. Then, severe coughing sounds followed. "Charge in," commanded Wu Heng again. Basin and Bahudong, with rifles in their hands, stormed straight in, firing at close range. Screams echoed incessantly for a while. Just as Duke was about to tie his scarf and charge into the melee, Mata said, "Captain, Scarface is trying to escape through the south wall with 2 others." A thought flashed through Wu Heng's mind, "Let's go, we can't let him escape." They quickly turned the corner and saw Scarface and 2 others jumping down from the wall. Duke shouted and charged in their direction before they landed. With a dull thud, he slammed into them, sending them flying a few meters away. Duke raised his battle axe and slammed it down hard. Scarface's face blanched. He drew his long sword to block the chop. The axe clanged against the long sword, deflecting it to the side. He kicked Duke away and brandished his sword menacingly. Wu Heng leveled his pistol, Bang bang bang. He fired several shots, piercing the chests and skulls of the two others who hadn't yet regained their balance, killing them instantly. Noticing the demise of his two comrades, Scarface turned to flee. Wu Heng extended a hand in front of him, fingers tightly clenched into a fist. Crack! Crack! A massive cage made up of white bones shot up from the ground, imprisoning him within. From the 12th squad, Scarface said coldly. Surrender. There's no more place for you to run, Wu Heng said. Scarface sneered, if it were any other squad, I might have been trapped here, but you guys, you might not be up to snuff. The next second, a scroll appeared in his hand. Flames spread along his longsword. He turned around and swung it horizontally. Bang! A dull sound resonated as the longsword struck the cage of white bones. The entire bone cage began to vibrate violently. Kill him, Wu Heng ordered directly. Ah! Duke roared, charging with his battle axe. Wu Heng manipulated the bone cage to open a passage. Duke rushed in directly, fighting face to face with the opponent. Mata leaped atop a wall in a single step. In a manner reminiscent of strumming a harp, he rapidly drew his longbow. One after another, arrows shot through the gaps in the bone cage, aimed at the opponent's location. Wu Heng maintained his control over the bone cage, raising his hand to pop off a few shots. But the other side was more agile, and it was difficult to aim while he was entangled with Duke. Packing up his pistol, he continued to release his skills. The disease radiation and decay ray hit the opponent instantly. Scarface's face twisted. Warding off the incoming battle axe with his longsword, he tore two more scrolls. The next second, all negative effects on him disappeared, and a ring of intense fire billowed from him. It sent Duke flying, then continued to ignite the white bones of the cage. Whistle whistle. More arrows screamed through the air while the opponent hastily rolled to evade them. Simultaneously, Basin and Bahudong, from within the courtyard, vaulted over the opposite side of the wall. Go in, kill him. Wu Heng, controlling the bone cage, opened a passage. The two of them rushed in directly. All three started attacking Scarface. Duke was no match for him, and even with Wu Heng and Mata, they still had a hard time to achieve victory in a short time. But Bahudong was a standard level 12 profession. His own power was not necessarily inferior to Scarface. As soon as he joined the battle, he immediately reversed the situation and began to dominate the opponent. During a fierce battle, Bahudong smashed his fist into the opponent's throat. Basin stabbed his short blade into the heart from under the ribs. Scarface's eyes were fierce, but his body slowly collapsed. He eventually died in the bone cage with his eyes still open. Wu Heng received a notification of experience gain. It signified that the other side had perished. The bone cage slowly dissipated. They dragged the body over slowly. Wu Heng glanced around and continued, take the bodies into the courtyard. They dragged the bodies into the adjacent courtyard. Inside, bodies were strewn all over the place. None had managed to escape amid the confusion all lay here. Wu Heng looked at the bodies and said, Duke, guard the entrance of the alley. If anyone comes in, tell them we are on a mission. Mata, take stock of their goods and see if there are any other good things. Yes, Captain. With orders acknowledged, they hurried away. Wu Heng turned his gaze to Scarface's corpse on the ground, beginning to strip off the equipment on him. In addition to his armor and weapons, he had more than 200 silver coins, a scroll, and a somewhat strange item. Phantom Train Ticket, Special Item. Description: with this ticket, you can ride the legendary Phantom Train once. It's an important item to unlock the secrets of the Phantom Train. Chapter 200, Catch Someone and Then Go. A ticket? A special item, a ticket. Wu Heng realized it in an instant. No wonder, he could transport so much goods here, and all purchases made must be settled with readily available silver coins. Employing metal too, a large amount of silver coins can also be burdensome due to their weight. Silver coins could meet over 90% of trading needs in the market. The appearance of gold coins chiefly resolved the problem of the difficult transportation of weighty silver coins. They did not need normal transportation means that having this ticket, they could directly take the Phantom Train and leave this place. Meanwhile, Wu Heng noticed that the ticket's final line of description revealed it as a crucial item to solve the mystery of the Phantom Train. A secret? A crucial item? This ticket is also a preconditioning item for a special mission. Wu Heng quietly pondered this on the side. He then used to communicate with the dead on the corpse. The body of Scarface bolted upright from the ground, the grayish-white eyeballs looking towards him. Wu Heng asked, "After you board the train with this ticket, how do you travel to your desired destination?" The corpse replied, "As long as you tell the train the city you want to go to, or the specific direction and the distance, the train will set off." "What is the price for using the special item?" Wu Heng continued. "Any special item comes with a price." But no price was written on the ticket at hand. The corpse replied, "The ticket has no price, but you will lose all your senses when you ride the phantom train." Wu Heng was taken aback. That is to say, the ticket is a special item, as is the train. The ticket itself comes without a price, but there is a price for using the train. He pondered this carefully. He then asked his third question, "What is the secret of the phantom train?" The corpse stopped to think, then replied, "I don't know." It seemed he had asked the wrong way. He continued, "Other than taking it myself, how else can this ticket be used?" Again, the corpse paused, then replied after a moment, "I heard that if you board the train but do not arrive at your designated destination, the train will take you directly to the phantom station." "Yes. If you get on the train and don't mention your destination, it will return." "There is only one question left." Wu Heng continued, "Are all these your goods? Is there anything else?" "There's nothing else, everything is here." After the answer, the corpse fell back to the ground with a loud thump. At this time, Mata also came from afar. He said, "Captain, I suggest you come and see, the amount of goods here is immense." Wu Heng walked in the direction of Mata's voice. He entered a room on the side. He saw stacks of leather cloth and some unknown seeds, the quantity not few at all. Wu Heng couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. These people actually brought such a large batch of goods to be sold in the city. No wonder those gangsters couldn't handle it. Mata said, "Captain, moving these goods might cause trouble. If he wanted to transport these goods out, it would be quite a hassle. If it was to be hauled out by the wagon load, it might attract the local gang's attention again. By then, more trouble would arise." Wu Heng thought about it and then said, "Mata, you go find Lesia from Snake Badge Consortium and tell her I want to borrow the storage pouch." "All right, Captain." Mata excitedly walked out. After a while, a mercenary team arrived in a horse-drawn carriage. They stopped in the alley. The local head of the Snake Badge Consortium, Lesia, dressed in leather armor, slowly descended from the carriage. Following Mata, she entered the courtyard together. Wu Heng was slightly surprised to see her. After all, it wasn't a big deal. So, someone personally paying a visit seemed a bit much. Miss Lesia actually personally made the trip. Wu Heng took the initiative to greet her. Lesia walked to his side, gave him a look, lowered her voice and commented, "Do you think the consortium's items can be easily borrowed? You just sent a member over and expected to borrow it." Wu Heng was taken aback. "Ah? I suppose I didn't consider it thoroughly. How do you plan to use it?" "I've personally brought it to you," Lesia said. Wu Heng felt that Lesia was quite considerate towards him. Apart from his two team members, not many members in the consortium would regard him so highly. He thought for a while then said to her, "I thought you might be busy earlier, but now that you're here, why don't you come check it out personally with me? If the consortium is interested, you can have priority." "Oh." Lesia followed him towards a room on the side. The door opened, revealing the goods piled up inside. "Are these yours?" Lesia asked. Wu Heng explained, "We captured a wanted criminal. These goods were his, and now there are spoils of war." Lesia raised an elegant eyebrow and continued, "Though the consortium doesn't deal in such business, I do have some sales channels. But it really depends on what price Captain Wu Heng is willing to give me." Having finished, she cast a meaningful, flirtatious glance. As if to say, "Given our friendship, if you charge me a high price, that would be somewhat of an overstep." Wu Heng directly said, "For you, it would be 30% less than the market price." Lesia leisurely strolled 2 steps into the warehouse. When Wu Heng caught up with her, she affectionately linked arms with him, lowering her voice to say, "Captain, if I pay that price myself, it would be a bit difficult for me to digest. Give me a lower price, and I can make it up to you within the consortium. Neither of us would suffer a loss." "Well, that's one way to do it. Whether we're talking about the director of the association or the local head of the consortium. Once they reached a certain level, there were many ways to make money. Otherwise, how could you accumulate such a large sum of money in such a remote place like Blackstone Town, and even purchase property in the inner city of Lundham City? The money-making methods increase along with one's status. So, how much do you want? Drop it by another 20%. Cough, cough. Wu Heng softly coughed and said, "You're crazy. These goods aren't just mine, my team members have also seen them. If I sell to you at such a low price, they'll think I've made a fortune on it. Your 2 team members, they just started, right? Without your say-so, they wouldn't even be able to lay a hand on the criminals at this level, you're the one who calls the shots." Lazia tightened her hold on his arm and continued, "Let's meet halfway then, drop it by 40%. I'll take care of the consortium's commissions for you in the future, you won't make a loss. Wait a moment, let me consult my team. You're the captain and you can't make decisions on such trivial matters. What are you saying? I'm the captain, not a bandit." Wu Heng walked out of the warehouse, called over the team members who were quietly chatting at the door, and explained the situation to them. "If we agree to give the goods to her, we wouldn't have to worry about these goods anymore. But the price will be lower compared to selling them to gangs. It's quicker and more efficient, though. If we don't sell to her, the profit will be slightly higher, but it will be much more troublesome to transport the goods and find a buyer." "Captain, we'll follow your decision, whatever you decide," Duke directly said. Mata added, "Captain, we've had a lot of things going on in our team lately, it might be best to let the consortium handle this. Earning a bit less is not a big deal." Wu Heng nodded. "Mata, have you taken inventory of the goods?" "I've made a rough count, didn't get into the details." "That's fine, I'll let her know that these goods are hers to deal with, and have her send the money over in the next couple of days." "All right." The 2 men were quite excited. This batch of goods was enough to give them quite a sum. Wu Heng re-entered the warehouse where Lazia was examining the goods. She turned to look at him. "How is it? These goods are yours." Lazia broke into a radiant smile. "Thank you, Captain Wu Heng. I'll have my men count the inventory tonight and send the money to you by tomorrow morning." "All right, we'll leave this to you. We have other matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave." "Sure, it's a pleasure doing business with you." Wu Heng nodded, ordered his men to load the bodies onto a cart, and headed for the association. They delivered the bodies to the morgue at the association and made the necessary registrations. The sky gradually darkened. In a mansion located in the central district. The residence was incredibly spacious, with front and back gardens, and high pavilions. It was among the top-tier buildings in the entire central district. Every 10 steps, a burly guard dressed in silver armor stood, maintaining an icy expression and vigilance at their posts. Gianluca, with his tan wooden cane, sat in the living room couch, perusing the documents handed to him. Before long, a slightly disheveled figure staggering in. Seeing the white-haired elder in front, he bowed slightly and said, "Mr. Gianluca, my portrait is now up in the association, and several gang members outside are looking for me, I need to leave here. Could you prepare a carriage for me? I want to leave tonight." The black cloak was taken off, revealing the figure of a middle-aged man with messy hair and beard. He was Enel, who had failed in his assassination attempt on Wu Heng. Gianluca gestured him to sit down and had the maid prepare some pastries. Enel, with his somewhat dirty hands, grabbed the food and started stuffing it into his mouth, devouring it rapidly. His image had lost the elegance and restraint it once had. Gianluca took a small sip of the red wine in his hand, continuing, "Having been a captain for so many years, how could you fail in assassinating a mage? He's different." Enel forcefully swallowed the food, continuing, "He's problematic. When Yust failed, I planned to kill him directly and frame him for it, but his close combat capabilities aren't inferior to mine. I'm not talking about skill, but his strength and reflexes." "Oh? The intelligence says he'd only become a professional recently." Gianluca swirled the wine in his glass. "Otherwise, why do you think Yust chose him? There must be something special about him." Gianluca nodded, "That makes sense. Prepare a carriage for me, I need to leave here, this kid is too strange." Enel continued, speaking between mouthfuls of food. Gianluca looked at him and said, "Help me do one more thing, and after that's done, I'll prepare a carriage for you to leave tomorrow." Enel looked up, somewhat anxious in his tone, "The whole city is looking for me, I can't wait that long, I have to leave tonight." "I don't need you to lay a hand on him, just kidnap his 2 maids for me. Once that's done, I'll prepare the horses. I can't wait. Gianluca added, 5,000 silver coins, go somewhere remote and live the rest of your life in comfort. Are you crazy? You're asking me to kidnap people in the inner city area. Enel was tempted but remained skeptical of the feasibility of the task. I'll arrange everything, you won't be alone. I'll assign some people to you, get in and out quickly. Remember, don't kill them, I want them alive. Enel fell silent. He finished the food on his plate. Lying back on the couch, looking at the ceiling. It was a while before he casually spoke. Prepare the carriage and the gold coins, I'll leave as soon as the task is completed. Agreed. If you enjoy this novel, and want more videos, please subscribe.